Okay, here we go.
I-O-N.
It really is impressive.
That is correct.
That's what clutch players do. What a performance.
You're destined for great things.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. We are celebrating 100 years of the Bee. I'm your host, Paul Leffler, once upon a time a Bee finalist, and we're going to be here through every round of the competition over the next few days until we crown a new Spelling Bee champion on Thursday night. We've had 242 spellers qualify to come here to the nation's capital. Let's hear what tools they can use on their path to victory with 2015 co-champion Vanya Shivashankar, who's on the stage right now. Vanya?
Paul, the speller may ask the pronouncer to say the word again, define it, use it in a sentence for the part of speech, language of origin, and/or any alternate pronunciations. The speller may also ask root word questions to our associate pronouncer. Spellers get 90 seconds to do all of that, and only 30 seconds in round 2 vocabulary rounds.
All right, thank you, Vanya. The quest for the crown starts today with our preliminary competition, and the big change this year is that you're only going to see 2 rounds of competition. That's because round 3 will be a written test administered by none other than our official pronouncer, Dr. Jacques Bailey. You'll see the results of that test tomorrow morning when the spellers who pass that round 3 test compete in the quarterfinals. And later that same afternoon, the ones who spell their way out of the quarterfinals are going to move on to the semifinals. It's a long day for our spellers, but their journey isn't over until Thursday night when a new champion is crowned in the finals competition. Now let's get it all started with speller number 1, Snigdha Patti.
Good morning.
Good morning, Snigdha. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Bruschetta, also bruschetta.
Bruschetta. May I please have all the information?
Sure. Bruschetta, also bruschetta. Bruschetta is a noun. Bruschetta is from Italian, which may have taken it from a Latin word. It means thick slices of bread grilled, rubbed with garlic, drizzled with oil, often topped with tomatoes and herbs, and usually served as an appetizer. Fabio likes to roast the tomatoes before adding them to the bruschetta.
Bruschetta. B-R-U-S-C-H-E-T-T-A. Bruschetta.
That is correct.
Snigdha, your round 2 vocabulary word is opulent. Something described as opulent refers to A, health or fitness, B, wealth or affluence, C, popular opinion.
Something described as opulent refers to B, wealth or affluence.
That is correct.
So a perfect 2 for 2 for Snigdha, 10-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama. Up next, it's Maria Hernandez Zamora from Anchorage.
Ostium.
Ostium. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Ostium is a noun. It came from Latin. An ostium is one of the lateral slits in the heart of an arthropod by which the blood enters from the pericardium. The ostium allows blood to re-enter the insect's heart from its singular blood vessel, which runs dorsally the length of its body. Ostium.
Ostium. O-S-T-I-U-M. Ostium.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is focaccia. Focaccia is a type of A, bread, B, paint, C, poem.
Focaccia is a type of A, bread.
That is correct.
So Maria is moving on. Now Eldon Weir from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Morning, Eldon.
Hi.
Ready?
Sure.
Your word is mozo.
Mozo. Could I please have all the information?
Sure. Mozo is a noun. It's from Spanish. A mozo is a waiter in a restaurant or other dining room, chiefly used in the Southwest. Felipe saved up for a new car by working as a mozo in the evenings. Mozo.
Mozo. M-O-Z-O. Mozo.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is conundrum. A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or a difficult problem, B, a person enjoying a socially active life, C, a first performance or exhibition of a play.
A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or difficult problem.
That is correct.
Conundrum, no conundrum for Eldon. Next, we're going to have Isha Marapudi from Phoenix, Arizona, 7th grader.
Good morning.
Good morning, Isha. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have any alternate pronunciations, please?
I have just the one, frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the definition, please?
Frabjous means extraordinary or wonderful. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the part of speech, please?
It's an adjective.
Frabjous. May I have the language of origin, please?
Frabjous is perhaps from another English word that is of Latin origin.
May I have the word again, please?
Frabjous.
Frabjous. Frabjous. F-R-A-B-J-O-U-S. Frabjous.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is prerogative. What is a prerogative? A Polish dish of dumplings stuffed with potatoes. B, an interview to determine a suspect's involvement. C, a special right or privilege.
A prerogative is C, a special right or privilege.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Next, a 6th grader, also from Phoenix, Salman Rashid.
Good morning, Salman.
Morning.
Your word is cynocephaly.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Cynocephaly, also cynocephaly. It's a plural noun. It's a plural noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word. It means people of a fabled race of dog-headed people. Marco Polo wrote about cynocephaly of the Andaman Islands who grew spices but behaved cruelly. Cynocephaly, cynocephaly. It's a plural noun.
Cynocephaly. C-Y-N-O-C-E-P-H-A-L-I. Cynocephaly.
That is correct. Salman, you don't need to hold the microphone. Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is dilly-dally. To dilly-dally means A, move slowly or delay, B, tell tales or secrets, C, alter something so that it fits.
To dilly-dally means to A, move slowly or delay.
That is correct.
Quite a round so far. We've got another sponsored by the Arizona Educational Foundation, 4th grader, Sumuk
Morning, Sumuk.
Tirumalaseti.
Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Can I have all of the information?
Sure, I have a few pronunciations. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian. This is a noun and it means an adherent of a religious ideology that arose in Jamaica and venerates Haile Selassie as a god. It's formed from an Ethiopian place name plus an Ethiopian name plus an English element. The Rastafarian explained that his religion requires that he eat only natural and lightly cooked food. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Rastafarian. R-A-S-T-A-F-A-R-I-A-N. Rastafarian.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is virulence. What is virulence? A, an instance of inconsistency between otherwise like things. B, showy florid fullness as of musical style. Or C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
Virulence. Virulence is C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
Correct.
And one more speller from our Arizona contingent from the Navajo Nation, Christopher
Morning,
Warito.
Christopher. Huerta.
Can I have all the information, please?
Huerta is a noun. It's from Spanish, which formed it from Latin. Huerta is a piece of highly cultivated land, as for an orchard, in Spain. For their 5th anniversary, Pablo and Claudia had an evening picnic on the family's huerta.
Any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, huerta. Can you say it for us?
Huerta.
Huerta.
Huerta. W-E-R-E-T-A-H.
Huerta is spelled H-U-E-R-T-A. Great try.
The anglicization of that word made it tough. Where he's from, you might hear it more authentically in the original language. Sarah
Morning,
Chen is
Sarah.
next.
Morning.
Torii.
Could I have the definition?
Torii is a noun. It's from Japanese, and it means a Japanese gateway of light, post and lintel construction, designed usually with delicately curved lines and commonly built at the approach to a Shinto shrine. Torii.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one. Torii.
Torii. T-O-R-I-I. Torii.
That is correct.
Sarah, your round 2 vocabulary word is probative. If something is described as probative, it is A, restraining from a desired course or action, B, relating to the act of seizing or grasping, C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
If something is described as probative, it is C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
Correct.
So Arkansas' Sarah Chen moves on, and now we have Arav Balani from the Bahamas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Arav. Ready?
Yes.
Kentledge, also Kentledge.
May I have all the information, please?
Kentledge is a noun. It means pig iron or scrap metal used as ballast. It's of unknown origin. After delivering its cargo, the clipper ship was loaded with Kentledge for the return voyage.
Kentledge. K-E-N-T-L-E-D-G-E. Kentledge.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is ubiquity. Something possessing ubiquity, A, is totally one of a kind, B, is present everywhere or in many places at once, C, can be understood in more than one way.
Something possessing ubiquity is B, is present everywhere or in many places at once.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Indeed it is, Arav, and now we have another speller from the Bahamas, Bria Curry.
Morning, Bria.
Morning.
En arrière.
May I have all the information?
En arrière is an adverb, and it means toward the back, backward. It's used of a movement or the execution of a step in ballet. It's from Latin-derived French. In ballet class, performing a perfect pirouette en arrière was the test of skill every dancer aspired to master. En arrière.
There's no alternate pronunciations, correct?
I have just the one.
May I have the definition again, please?
Toward the back, backward, used of a movement or of the execution of a step in ballet. Could you say it for us?
En arrière. En arrière. Yeah. O-U-N-R-E-E-R-E. En arrière.
En arrière is E-N-A-R-R-I-E-R-E.
Thank you.
Great try.
We're going to begin our group of California spellers.
Hi,
now.
Enzo.
Hello.
You ready?
Kind of.
You got this. Take a deep breath. Your word is WAF. WAF is a noun. It means a member of the woman's component of the U.S. Air Force formed after World War II.
WAF. W-A-F. WAF.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is impetus. What is impetus? A, an impelling or driving force. B, a small demonic being which spreads animosity. C, a rash or impulsive decision.
A, an impelling or driving force.
That is correct.
Norris Middle School in Bakersfield, California, cheering for Enzo Pelaga.
Good to see you, Aaron.
Aaron Lee.
Jinglemus, also ginglemus.
Jinglemus. May I have all the information, please?
Jinglemus, also ginglemus. This is a noun, and it means a hinge joint admitting of motion in one plane only. Jinglemus went from Greek to Latin. In anatomy class, Matthias learned that there is a jinglemus connecting the humerus and the ulna in the human arm. Jinglemus, ginglemus.
Jinglemus. G-I-N-G-L-Y-M-U-S. Jinglemus.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is facile. Something described as facile is A, easily achieved, B, not mandatory, C, liquefied by heat.
Something described as facile is A, easily achieved.
Correct.
Thank you.
Aaron's here for the second year. Keep your eye on him. And now, Aiden Mung, also sponsored by the San Ramon Valley Rotary Club in
Aiden.
California's
Hello.
East Bay.
Also good to see you again.
Yeah, you too.
Dragée.
Dragée. Can I have the definition, please?
Dragée is a sweetmeat in the form of a sugar-coated nut.
Okay, does this word come from French?
It does. It's from French, which probably took it from a word that went from Greek to Latin.
Okay, dragée. D-R-A-G-E-E. Dragée.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is vendetta. What is a vendetta? A large open porch. B, a poisonous bite from an animal. C, a prolonged feud.
A vendetta is C, a prolonged feud.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well done. And now another from the same area, Rithvibology.
Morning, Ritvi.
Morning.
Edamame.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Edamame, it's a noun. It came from Japanese. Edamame is immature green soybeans, usually in the pod. Thea loves to eat edamame topped with a sprinkling of sea salt, which she insists on calling beans in the shell. Edamame.
Edamame. E-D-A-M-A-M-E. Edamame.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is charcuterie. Charcuterie is A, the carriage body of an automobile or other vehicle. B, the cold cuts and meat dishes sold in a delicatessen. C, the spirit of goodwill that exists between comrades.
Charcuterie is B, the cold cuts and meat dishes sold in a delicatessen.
Correct.
Thank you.
You can always tell when the word panel was hungry. Up next, we have Madison Gray from the Southern California Desert, Imperial
Morning,
County
Madison.
in California.
Hippolyta.
Could I have all the information, please?
Sure. Hippolyta is a noun. It means a queen of the Amazons given in marriage to Theseus by Hercules. Hippolyta went to Latin from a Greek name. In DC Comics, Hippolyta is the mother of Wonder Woman. Hippolyta.
Is there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, Hippolyta. Could you say it for us?
Hippolyta?
Hippolyta.
Could you say the origin again?
It went to Latin from a Greek name. Greek to Latin, Greek name to Latin.
Okay, Hippolyta. Hypolata. Hippolyta.
Hippolyta is Hippolyta. Great job.
Well, we're going to go to the opposite end of California. Eureka is Ike Sperling's hometown,
Morning,
just a
Ike.
4th grader.
Hello.
You ready?
Yep.
Kohinoor.
May I have all the information?
Sure. Kohinoor is a noun, and it means a usually large and valuable diamond. This word is from Persian. The queen's crown was made of gold with a kohinoor in the center.
Kohinoor. Koaneur.
Say the word.
Kohinoor.
Kohinoor is spelled Kohinoor. Great try.
You never know how they pronounced it when they studied it. Caroline Von Garcia is from Fresno, California.
Morning, Caroline.
Morning.
Ready? Fracas, also fracas. This means a noisy quarrel, brawl, fight, altercation.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Fracas, also fracas. Fracas is a noun. It means a noisy quarrel, brawl, fight, altercation. It's from a Latin word that became Italian and then French. Mr. McNally alerted the police when he saw a fracas breaking out down the street from his shop. Fracas, fracas.
Fracas. Fracus. Fracus.
Fracas is spelled Fracas. Great try.
We're still proud of her at Alta Sierra Intermediate School in Clovis. Here comes
Morning,
Sydney
Sydney.
Tran from Irvine, Orange County.
Mirak, also Merak. It's a noun, and it means a blue star of the 2nd magnitude that is seen in the constellation Ursa Major and forms part of the base of the Big Dipper. Mirak, Merak.
Merak, can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Merak. It's a noun. The origin of this word is not given in our dictionary. Merak is a blue star of the 2nd magnitude that is seen in the constellation Ursa Major and forms part of the base of the Big Dipper. Melissa and her mother enjoyed pointing out Merak every time they saw the Big Dipper.
Merak. M-E-R-A-K. Merak.
That is correct.
Sydney, your round 2 vocabulary word is awry. If a plan goes awry, it A, is publicized widely, B, has a successful outcome, C, goes wrong.
If a plan goes awry, C goes wrong.
Correct.
Thank you.
And those rounds did not go awry for Sydney. Next, we have Kamya Balaji from Los Angeles.
Morning, Kamya.
Good morning.
Contretemps. Also, contretemps.
Can I have all the information, please?
Yep. Contretemps, also contretemps, is a noun. It means an inopportune, embarrassing occurrence, a mishap, mischance. It's from a French word made up of Latin-derived elements. Jeremy moves steadily from blunder to contretemps to embarrassment to disaster.
Contretemps. Am I pronouncing the word correctly?
There's contretemps and also contretemps.
Contretemps. C-O-N-T-R-E-T-E-M-P-S. Contretemps.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is truncate. What does it mean to truncate? A, make something shorter by cutting. B, move freely in public. C, store something in a secure box.
To truncate means to A, make something shorter by cutting.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And the Los Angeles County Office of Education sent us 2 spellers this year. Oliver Halkett, 7th
Morning,
grader.
Oliver.
Good morning.
Becquerel. Becquerel.
Becquerel. Could I have the etymology, please?
This word is from a French name.
Thank you. Could I please have the definition?
Becquerel is a unit of radioactivity equal to 1 disintegration per second.
Becquerel?
Becquerel.
Okay. Becquerel and Becquerel are the 2 pronunciations, right? Okay. Becquerel. Becquerel. B-E-C-Q-U-E-R-E-L. Becquerel.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is toilsome. Something described as toilsome is A, pleasing to the taste, B, marked by a flowery pattern, C, characterized by tiring work.
Something described as toilsome is C, characterized by tiring work.
Correct.
Thank you.
It sure is. Well done, Oliver. Next, an 8th grader from the San Joaquin Valley in California, Mercedes Lawrence Ye.
Morning, Lawrence. Eulo.
Eulo. Y-U-L-O-H. Eulo.
Correct.
Why mess around?
Lawrence, your round 2 vocabulary word is nepotism. Nepotism is A, system of government in which the ruler has unlimited power. B, favoritism shown to nephews and other relatives. C, an excessive love or admiration of oneself.
Nepotism is B. Favoritism shown to nephews and other relatives.
That is correct.
So at Herbert Hoover Middle School in Merced, they cheer for Lawrence if they're up this early. Here's Victoria Lee.
Morning,
Riverside.
Victoria.
Good morning.
Morion.
Morion. Can I have all the information, please?
Morion is a noun. It means a visorless, high-crested helmet of Spanish origin worn by foot soldiers in the 16th and 17th centuries. Morion is from a French word. The morion worn by the Spanish conquistador in the painting had a brim with high peaks at the front and back. Morion.
Morion. M-O-R-I-O-N. Morion.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is cadence. What is cadence? A, vocal rhythm. B, metal rings linked together. C, an oily skin lotion.
Cadence is A. Vocal rhythm.
That is correct.
Which Victoria displayed a very consistent version of. Here's Shruti Srinivasan.
Morning.
From Sacramento.
Good morning.
You ready, Shruti?
Yeah.
Mandragora, mandragora.
Mandragora. Could I have the definition, please?
Mandragora, or mandragora, is an herb of southern Europe and northern Africa that has ovate leaves, whitish or purplish flowers, and a large forked root which has been credited with human attributes and made the subject of many superstitions, called also mandrake.
Mandragora. Could I have the language of origin, please?
It's from an originally Greek word that passed through Latin and into English.
Mandragora. M-A-N-D-R-A-G-O-R-A. Mandragora.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is clover. Clover is a type of A, plant, B, saying, C, bird.
Clover is a type of a plant.
Correct.
Thank you.
Shruti was here with us last year as well, tied for 60th. Ryan Sakara, also from the Sacramento area.
Morning.
You ready?
Yeah.
Jahiliya.
Jahiliya. Can I have all the information, please?
Jahiliya is a noun. It means the pre-Islamic period in Arabia. Jahiliya is from Arabic. Poems of the Jahiliya are esteemed for their precise and rich vocabulary and sophisticated metrical structures. Jahiliya.
Jahiliya. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one. Jahiliya.
Jahiliya. Jahiliya. Jahiliya.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is resilience. Resilience is A, the ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change. B, an opposing force or a force tending to prevent motion or other action. C, a point of likeness between two things.
Resilience is A, the ability to recover from or adjust easily to misfortune or change.
Correct.
Morning, Saren.
Morning.
Au jus. Au jus is an adjective and it means served in the meat juice obtained from roasting.
Can I get the language of origin?
This is from French. Au jus, also au jus, au juice, au jus.
Au jus. A-U-J-U-S. Au jus.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is agility. Agility is A, period of instability, B, the position of a fault plane, C, quickness and dexterity of movement.
Agility is C, quickness and dexterity of movement.
That is correct.
So 6th grader Saren Kim from Salinas, California is on to the round 3 test. We've had 25 competitors take the stage. So far, 20 of them have made it through. 5 have been eliminated. We're going to be back with more competition when the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee returns. Stick around.
Each week, the finest manipulators will compete to become the snake.
I hope you know you can trust me.
Well, we'll see. And take control of the game.
I deserve an Oscar for that performance.
A shot fired, blood spilled. This is where a rebellion became a revolution. This is Blood on the Bridge. Streaming now on Fox.
We are back for the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Joining me now, 2015 co-champion Vanya Shivashankar. Welcome, Vanya.
Thanks for having me, Paul. It's great to be back.
To be back?
To be back right here for the 100th year.
Going to hear a lot of that this week. The 100th year of the Bee, and in celebration of that milestone, we're partnering with the Scripps Howard Fund to create the Believe program that's going to help increase access to this program at every level. To donate, scan the QR code on your screen or text spelling. Can you spell it right? Text spelling to 50155 And with a generous matching grant from the Adam R. Scripps Foundation, your gift will be doubled.
So that means if you give $100 in this 100th year of the bee, your gift will double to $200, fully covering the enrollment cost of one school for the entire year in the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Pretty good, right, Paul?
That's awesome. And you give a kid an opportunity, you never know where they're going to take it. We're going to go back to the stage now, and our next speller. This is Hannah Kuo from San Bernardino, California. Dr.
Morning,
Kevin
Hannah.
Mock is our pronouncer for now.
You ready for your word?
Yes.
Saccharide.
Saccharide. May I have the definition?
A saccharide is a simple sugar, combination of sugars, or polymerized sugar. Saccharide, saccharid.
May I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
May I have the etymology?
Saccharide is formed from an originally Sanskrit element that went from Pali to Greek to Latin, plus a French-derived element.
Saccharide. Saccharide. S-A-C-C-H-A-R-I-D-E. Saccharide?
That is correct.
She'll get her round 2 vocabulary question next.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is revenant. Something described as revenant is A, compact, B, shy, C, recurring.
Something described as revenant is C, recurring.
Correct.
We also have a 5th grader from San Bernardino, Angeline Wang.
Hi.
Morning, Angeline.
Good morning.
Sangamon.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Sangamon is an adjective. It means belonging to the 3rd interglacial interval during the glacial epoch in North America. Sangamon is from a U.S. geographical name. Maurice sifted through Sangamon soil deposits and took a sample back to the lab. Sangamon.
Sangamon. S-A-N-G-A-M-O-N. Sangamon.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is atonement. What is atonement? A, the act of making amends for an offense. B, a strenuous exercise regimen. C, the tuning of an orchestra to a single note.
Atonement is A, the act of making amends for an offense.
That is correct.
Those 15 million words she's read, I'm not surprised that was a breeze for her.
Dua Uznali is from San Diego, an 8th grader.
Morning to you too.
Telenosis, also telegnosis.
Telegnosis. Can I have the definition?
Telegnosis is knowledge of distant happenings obtained by occult or unknown means, clairvoyance.
Telegnosis, is that right?
We'll let you know if we hear anything off. Can you say it towards the judges?
Telegnosis.
Telegnosis.
Okay. Telegnosis. T-E-L-E-G-N-O-S-I-S. Telegnosis.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is malfeasance. Malfeasance is A, the legal invalidation of a document, B, a gastrointestinal disorder caused by bacteria, C, an act of wrongdoing.
Okay. Malfeasance is C, an act of wrongdoing.
That's correct.
Love seeing that look of surprise on their faces.
Never gets old. Charlie Huang, 5th grader.
Morning, Charlie. Your word is pitanga.
Can I please have all of the information?
Sure. Pitanga is a noun. It means the fruit of a Brazilian tree often cultivated in California and Florida for its spicy red fruit that resembles a cherry. Pitanga passed from Tupi to Portuguese. Elizabeth bit into a dark red pitanga and let the sweet juice dribble down her chin. Pitanga.
Can you please say the word one more time?
Pitanga. Can you say it towards the judges?
Pitanga.
One more time.
Pitanga. P-I-T-A-N-G-A. Pitanga.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is calypso. Calypso is a style of A, handwriting, B, music, C, martial arts.
Calypso is a style of B music.
Correct.
There's a competitor who's been here before, 8th grader from Visalia, California, Sarvadnya Kadam.
Morning.
Hi.
Sarvadnya, your word is crokinole, also crokinole.
All info.
Crokinole, crokinole. This is a noun, and it means a method used in waving the hair by winding it on curlers from the end of the hair towards the scalp. Crokinole is from a French word. Jessica asked her hairstylist to wave her hair using crokinole. Crokinole, crokinole.
Could you repeat all pronunciations?
Crokinole, crokinole.
Crokinole.
Crokinole, crokinole.
And this is a noun?
It's a noun.
Could you repeat the definition, please?
A method used in waving the hair by winding it on curlers from the end of the hair towards the scalp.
Crokinole. And this is French?
It's from French.
Could you repeat the word?
Crokinole, crokinole.
Crokinole. Crokinole. C-R-O-Q-U-I-G-N-O-L-E. Crokinole.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is nocturnal. Something described as nocturnal, A, is active at night, B, occurs 3 times a day, C, has been postponed.
Could you repeat the word?
Nocturnal.
Something described as nocturnal is active at night.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Which doesn't currently apply to Sarvadnya. His friends are up at 5:45 a.m. back home in California if they're watching.
That's amazing. So sweet of them.
Morning.
There's David Wang from Nova Scotia.
Ready?
Yeah.
Acrogeria, also acrogeria.
May I have all of the definition? All the information, please.
Sure. Acrogeria, also acrogeria. It means a rare congenital disorder that is chiefly characterized by thinning and wrinkling of the skin of the hands, feet, and often face, giving the appearance of premature aging, and that results from the loss of subcutaneous fat and collagen. Acrogeria is a noun. It was formed in German from originally Greek parts. And in a sentence, although certain genes have been associated with acrogeria, the definitive cause of the condition is still unknown.
Acrogeria. Am I pronouncing it correctly?
We'll let you know if we hear anything that's off.
Acrogeria. A-C-R-O-G. Can I start over?
Yes.
A-C-R-O-G-E-R-I-A. Acrogeria.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is reciprocity. What does reciprocity refer to? A, development before the usual time. B, savage wildness. C, give and take.
Reciprocity refers to A, development before the usual time.
Reciprocity refers to C, give and take. Great try.
David did great. He's one of 3 spellers from Canada this year, and I know that he's making his country so proud.
And he can come back 2 more times.
Good morning,
eligibility-wise.
Arshan.
Good morning.
Arshan
You ready?
Shakriar is from
Maybe?
Windsor.
You got this.
Maybe.
Your word is Ryland.
Ryland. R-Y-E-L-A-N-D. Ryland.
Correct.
Straight to it. No questions needed at all.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is meridian. What is a meridian? A great circle of the celestial sphere passing through its poles and the zenith. B, a popular Dominican and Haitian ballroom dance with a limping step. C, a short sofa of the French Empire period having one arm higher than the other.
Meridian is a great circle of the celestial sphere passing through its poles and the zenith.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You can see the increased confidence in Arshan, who was here last year. And here's Kavya Vasudeva.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Kavya. Bagwin.
May I have the definition, please?
Bagwin is a fabulous beast like an antelope, but having a goat's horns and a horse's tail. Bagwin.
May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Bagwin is a noun. It means a fabulous beast like an antelope, but having a goat's horns and a horse's tail. This word is of unknown origin, as in, Jawan won the creative contest in his art class with his charcoal drawing of a bagwin.
Bagwin. B-A-G-W-Y-N. Bagwin.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is anachronism. What is an anachronism? A, an act of rebellion against a government. B, any wingless carnivorous insect. C, a misplacing of persons or things in time.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Watch the time, Kavya.
Anachronism. C. A misplacing of persons or things in time.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just beat the buzzer, but amazing.
Vanya, do you remember the nerves being tougher at the start of the competition?
Morning,
or later?
Blanche.
Let's get Blanche's word. Think about it.
Inuk.
Inuk, can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Inuk is a noun. It means a member of the Inuit people. Inuk is from Inuit. The Inuk spoke to the school about the impact of climate change on indigenous populations. Inuk.
Inuk. I-N-U-K. Inuk.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is scrounge. What does it mean to scrounge? A, to make dirty. B, to remove by rubbing hard and washing. C, to find or round up.
C. To find or round up.
Correct.
Perfect. She was flying through it. And to answer your question, Paul, it's really throughout the competition, the nerves are high, but
Hi,
these
babe.
kids are doing a great job managing it.
Faipule.
Faipule, may I have the definition, please?
Faipule is a Samoan indigenous counselor heading a political district and belonging to a council that forms the central political structure of a village, district, or island.
Faipule, are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one. Faipule.
Faipule. F-A-I-P-U-L-E. Faipule.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is pathogen. What is a pathogen? A track made by the frequent use of people or animals. B, an element that appears on the periodic table. C, a specific cause of disease.
C, a specific cause of disease.
Correct.
Thank you.
Babe Raju had an older sibling in this competition. You know anything about that, Vanya?
Yeah, he was our runner-up back in 2022,
Morning, Nathan.
following in his big brother's footsteps.
Tic douloureux.
Like you and your sister, huh?
Can I have all the information except the sentence, please?
Sure. Tic douloureux. I also have a few alternate pronunciations. Tic douloureux, tic douloureux, tic douloureux. It's a noun. Tic douloureux means neuralgia involving one or more branches of the trigeminal nerve, being often extremely severe and occurring in paroxysms. And tic douloureux is from French.
Okay. Tic douloureux. T-I-C-D-O-U-L-O-U-R-E-U-X. Tic douloureux.
That is correct.
We noticed those a compound word, Paul, but those are valid words to ask in this competition.
What isn't, really?
Right.
Nathan, your round 2 vocabulary word is catalyst. What is a catalyst? A, any of various large wild felines. B, a loud cry expressing disapproval. C, something that starts a process or change.
A catalyst is C, something that starts a process or change.
Correct.
Thank you.
Nathan sitting Vendemy, looking sharp, spelling great.
He might be our first champ from Connecticut, Paul.
Good morning, Ciara.
Good morning.
Your word is tristeza.
Can you give me all the information?
Sure. Tristeza, also tristeza. Tristeza is a noun. It means a highly infectious disease of grafted citrus trees attributed to a virus and characterized by rotting of the rootlets and consequent wilting and death of the trees. Tristeza went from Latin to Portuguese to English. Tristeza has killed more than 80 million citrus trees worldwide to date. Tristeza, tristeza.
Tristeza. T-R-I-S-T-E-Z-A. Tristeza.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is martial. Something described as martial relates to A, army or military life, B, marriage, C, a pouch-bearing animal.
Something described as martial relates to A, army or military life.
Correct.
So Ciara advances. Next we have Abigail Adegbate from here in Washington, D.C.
Hi, Abigail. Genet.
Could you give me all the information, please?
Sure. Genet is a noun. It means a yellow-flowered Eurasian shrub, common as a weed in England, imperfectly naturalized in North America, and sometimes cultivated for ornament. Genet is from Latin-derived French. Genet is also sometimes called dyer's broom because of the useful yellow dye it produces. Genet.
Could you give me the sentence again?
Sure. Genet is also sometimes called dyer's broom because of the useful yellow dye it produces. Can you say it for us?
Genet.
Genet.
J-E-N-A-I-E. Genet.
Genet is spelled G-E-N-E-T. Great try.
Those words are so tough, but I'm sure her 4 siblings are cheering her on, and I'm sure we'll see her next year.
Hello.
Morning. Zue?
Yes?
Your word is buñuelo.
Definition?
Buñuelo is a flat, semi-sweet, deep-fried cake, usually served with sugar and cinnamon or cane syrup.
Part of speech?
It's a noun.
Language of origin?
Buñuelo is from Spanish.
Are there alternative pronunciations?
Just the one. Buñuelo.
Buñuelo. B-U-N-U-E-L-O.
Say the word, please.
Bunero.
That is correct.
If forget to do that, but he's on to round 2.
Confidence from Sway Space-Time.
Sway, your round 2 vocabulary word is vainglorious. Someone described as vainglorious is A, elegant, B, boastful, C, healthy.
Someone described as vainglorious is B, boastful.
That is correct.
A big smile. He's on to the next round. He'll be taking the round 3 test tonight.
Morning.
Good morning.
Ready for your word, Ibrahim?
Indubitably.
Perfect.
Spell that one too.
Ziphophilus.
Ziphophilus.
Ziphophilus. It means having sword-shaped leaves.
Is the origin Greek?
It is. This word consists of originally Greek parts.
Ziphophilus. X I P H O P H Y L L O U S. Ziphophilus.
That is correct.
Ibrahim, your round 2 vocabulary word is shrapnel. Shrapnel is A, fragments from a bomb, mine, or shells. B, fallen tree branches. C, a donut-like dessert.
Shrapnel is A, fragments from a bomb, mine, or shells.
Correct.
Came all the way from Germany, sponsored by European PTSA as part of the Defense and State Department Schools in Europe competition.
Morning.
Hello.
Podatheca.
Podatheca. Can you give me all the info, please?
Sure can. Podatheca is a noun. It means the scaly covering of the foot of a bird or reptile. Podatheca was formed in Latin from Greek parts. On examining the injured bird, the veterinarian noticed cuts in the right podatheca.
Podatheca. P O D O T H E C A. Podatheca.
That is correct.
Great job, Elias. He remembered that root for cage at the end there, which helped him get that C.
Elias, your round 2 vocabulary word is chastise. What does it mean to chastise someone? A, to scold them. B, to marry them. C, to pamper them.
To chastise someone means to A, scold them.
That is correct.
No need for that. Elias Javalona from Florida. Long history in this competition for that state. And here's Nicasio.
Morning, Nicasio.
David.
Good morning.
Tintinnabulary.
Tintinnabulary. This means like having like a tinkling sound?
Yeah, it means of, relating to, or characterized by bells or their sounds.
Okay. Tintinnabulary. Tintinabulary. Tintinnabulary.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is escapade. What is an escapade? A large and powerful waterfall. B, a number of shots fired in quick succession. C, a daring adventure or experience.
An escapade is C, a daring adventure or experience?
Correct.
Oh, I love seeing spellers do their Latin and Greek roots to tell the pronouncers the information themselves.
Morning.
Good morning, Srividya. Ready?
Yeah.
Fibromyalgia, also fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia. Can I have the definition, please?
Fibromyalgia is a chronic disorder characterized by widespread pain, tenderness, and stiffness of muscles and connective tissue structures that is typically accompanied by fatigue, headache, and sleep disturbances.
Fibromyalgia, is this word from Greek?
It's formed from Latin and Greek elements.
Fibromyalgia, can you please repeat the word?
Fibromyalgia, fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia. Repeat the alternate pronunciations.
Fibromyalgia, fibromyalgia.
Fibromyalgia, can you please repeat the definition?
A chronic disorder characterized by widespread pain, tenderness, and stiffness of muscles and connective tissue structures that is typically accompanied by fatigue, headache, and sleep disturbances.
Fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia. Fibromyalgia.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is suffrage. Suffrage is A, the endurance of or submission to pain, B, the right to take part in electing public officials, C, an area of relatively unvarying climate.
Suffrage. Suffrage is B, the right to take part in electing public officials.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It sure is. And the confidence shining for Srividya. Here's Hati Abbasi from Miami, 6th grader.
Hello.
Morning. Powder B, also Poudre B.
May I please have the definition?
Powder B is a smokeless French rifle powder consisting essentially of about 2/3 gun cotton and 1/3 pyroxylin.
May I please have the language of origin?
This word was formed in French from an originally Latin word and a part derived from a French name.
Poudre B. P-O-U-D-R-E-B. Poudre B.
That is correct.
Don't you think the words just get tougher and tougher each year, Paul?
Your round 2 vocabulary word is adjudicate. What does it mean to adjudicate? A, to flatter someone. B, to join or attach physically. C, to judge or decide on.
To adjudicate is to see, to judge or decide on.
Correct.
Who's excited to see that and get it over with? Nikhil Shah from Miami as well,
Good morning,
7th grader.
Escarole.
May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Escarole is a noun. It means an annual or biennial herb widely cultivated as a salad plant. It's also called endive. Escarole is from a Latin word that became Italian and then French. Helga made a salad of escarole, mushrooms, and tomatoes. Escarole.
Escarole. Am I saying that correctly?
We'll let you know if we hear anything off.
Okay. Escarole. E-S-C-A-R-O-L-E. Escarole.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is credence. If you give credence to something, you A, attempt to revive it, B, present it dishonestly, C, accept it as true.
If you give credence to something, you are C, accepting it as true.
Correct.
Thank you.
Vanya, you'll hear a lot of spellers say, am I pronouncing that correctly? But the pronouncers aren't allowed to answer that.
It's not a question that we can answer.
And you're going to pronounce later in the competition.
Zorsico.
Later today.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Zorsico is a noun. It means a Basque song or dance in 5/8 time and dotted rhythm. Zorsico is from a Basque word. The traditional Zorsico has inspired a number of classical musical compositions. Zorsico.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Zorsico.
Zorsico. Z-O-R. C. I-G-O, Zorsico?
Zorsico is spelled Z-O-R-T-Z-I-C-O. Great try.
Don't get a whole lot of words with a Basque derivation, a unique language. Not related
Morning,
to any
Aiden.
others.
Morning.
Aiden Westovers from Orlando.
Loggia. Loggia is a noun. It means a roofed open gallery or arcade in the side of a building, especially when facing upon an open court.
Can you give me the definition again?
A roofed open gallery or arcade in the side of a building, especially when facing upon an open court. Loggia, also loggia, loggia.
Loggia. L-O-G-I-A. Loggia.
Loggia is spelled L-O-G-G-I-A. Great try.
Oh, I know Aiden knows some really difficult words, and sometimes you get one you haven't seen in a while, and it really
Morning,
can
Lewis.
stick it to you.
You ready for your word?
Yeah.
Avetis.
Adieu.
Adieu. Would you give me the definition, please?
I sure can. Adieu is an interjection, and it's used to express farewell.
Would you give me the part of speech?
It's an interjection.
Would you give me the language of origin?
Adieu was formed in French from Latin-derived elements before becoming English. Adieu, adieu.
Would you give me the alternative pronunciation for that word?
I have adieu, also adieu.
Adieu. Adieu. A-D-I-E-U. Adieu.
Correct.
Lewis, your round 2 vocabulary word is clandestine. Something described as clandestine is A, very loud, B, done in secret, C, flirtatious.
B, done in secret.
Correct.
Hard to be clandestine in that sparkling tux that Lewis busted out for today. A lot of style points at the B today. Here's Diego Gallegos.
Morning, Diego.
Morning.
Just a 5th grader from Winter Park.
Interregnum.
May I have the language of origin?
Interregnum is from Latin.
May I have the definition, please?
An interregnum is the time during which a throne is vacant between the death, abdication, or expulsion of a sovereign and the coronation of his or her successor.
Interregnum. I-N-T-E-R-R-E-G-N-U-M. Interregnum.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is debilitate. What is another word for debilitate? A, restore, B, weaken, C, assist.
Another word for debilitate would be B, weaken.
Correct.
Well done, Diego. Speller number 50 is Moksh Maru.
Morning,
Hi.
Moksh. You don't need to touch the microphone, by the way. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Your word today is a plural noun. Carnifices, also carnificase. It means executioners, specifically the public executioners in ancient Rome.
Does this contain the Latin root carn, meaning to kill?
I don't see that here.
Okay. Carnifices. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is from Latin. Carnifices, carnificase.
Okay. Carnifices. C-A-R-N-I-F-I-C-E-S. Carnifices?
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is prolix. A person described as prolix is A, given to long-winded speeches, B, on the positive side of an issue, C, no longer politically active.
A person described as prolix is A, given to long-winded speeches.
That is correct.
Moksh moves on to that round 3 test. Let's look at the numbers now. I told you that was our 50th competitor. 9 of them have been eliminated. 41 are moving on to that round 3 test. And we have with us now our Educator of the Year, presented by Teach for America, Nikki Montana. Nikki, tell us where you're from and what you teach.
From Philadelphia. I work at Forest Elementary School, and I'm a teacher coach. So I do coaching for teachers.
How long have you been doing that?
I've been doing that for about 8 years. I've been teaching for 26.
Teaching for 26. I imagine over a quarter century things have changed a little bit.
Oh, absolutely.
Do you see some different methods that are really important now?
Yes, it's more about conceptual learning as opposed to just memorization.
So many teachers in America, and you are the Teacher of the Year, the Educator of the Year. What does that mean to you?
It's very humbling because I feel like everybody works so hard. Teachers work so hard every day. To be chosen as the only one nationally is just shocking.
And obviously, we wouldn't have 242 spellers here if teachers didn't see importance in the spelling bee. But there are a lot of schools out there that don't send spellers here. What have you seen about this competition that enhances the education of students?
Academic competition. I think kids need competition. I think they need something to strive for. I think it brings families together to study at home. It brings the whole school community into one common theme.
Kind of seems like it's not always about the subject so much as the skills, the discipline some of these competitors pick up along the way?
Yes, absolutely. The studying just becomes part of their everyday life, and they learn to enjoy it, and it also enhances reading, especially for English language learners.
And since you've been here in Washington and meeting some of these kids, seeing this whole spectacle, what really stands out for you?
The stamina to just keep going, and it doesn't look like they're nervous. They're just natural. It's like what they do.
They are built for this. You know, this is the 100th year of the Scripps National Spelling Bee. Is there something that just from your interaction with it, what you've seen, you think has been key to that kind of longevity, why this competition's still going?
I think the will to want to continue to compete, and competition's a big thing. You know, some kids play sports, some do music, and others just straight academic, and it gives them that outlet to be able to do that.
And some of these kids do all of the above.
They're amazing.
I have to ask you, since you're up here, were you ever in a spelling bee yourself?
Just a classroom bee, like unofficial. I don't think it was the official spelling bee.
How'd you do?
Probably average. These kids could definitely outspell me.
You don't remember the words you missed, do you?
No, I do not.
Well, good. So excited for you and for Teach for America sponsoring this. Educator of the Year, it's a big honor. Is there anything else that you want to share with our viewers?
Just good luck to all these spellers. They're all winners. Just coming here and being here, everybody's a winner. So everyone's a champion in my mind and should be in their own.
These kids certainly are champion. Nikki, congrats again. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Nikki Montana, Educator of the Year. So much more to come. We're going to be back with the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee right after this.
We are back as we continue with the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. To celebrate our 100th year, we staged a champion showdown that brought together the best of the best previous bee winners. I was very honored to have been part of that, and here with us now is the champion of the champion showdown, Saket Sundar, our 2019 Octo-Champ. Saket, how does it feel to be back here?
Great to be back at the Bee. Been my home for such a long time, and always a pleasure to be back here.
So it's been 6 years since you're up spelling on that stage. What did it feel like last night to be competing again?
You know, it's always a pleasure to be under those lights, and you know, I really went back into that Bee mode where I was still a little nervous to go up and get my word, but obviously not as much pressure as those kids up there today, and as when I was competing in the Bee. So it was a little more fun, and great to compete with all those former winners as well. Yeah.
I had a great time competing with you. I don't think I could have kept up with you. You were in your zone last night. Your runner-up was actually your fellow Octo champ, Shrutika. How did that feel to be back up on stage with her?
Yeah, so Shrutika and I both competed for 4 years together, and we won together. So it was great to get a chance to be back on stage and spell together with her. Yeah.
Awesome. So I think everyone is dying to know, what was your prize? What did you win? Of course, our spellers today will win the Scripps Cup if they emerge victorious. But what was your special prize last night?
I got a wrestling belt.
Oh my goodness!
with a bunch of different logos from the history of the bee. So it was a nice little keepsake.
Where is it right now? You should have brought it.
Should have brought it, but it's a little heavy, and it was in my hotel room. So yeah.
Right. So tell us, Sakith, what are you up to now?
I am currently a rising junior at Harvard studying neuroscience and linguistics.
Just casually at Harvard? No, you're kidding. That's amazing. Are you enjoying it there?
Yeah, it's a great place. Yeah.
And what did you take from your experiences at the spelling bee to your time now at Harvard? I know you're studying linguistics as well, which, has a lot of ties to what we experienced here at the bee.
Yeah, so I guess primarily brought my love of words to studying linguistics, and also the lessons from the bee are really applicable to anywhere, applicable to just like going through life, persistence, being able to take risks, and that sort of perseverance, resilience, like all these sort of lessons that all those spellers today will sort of take away with them, and every speller in this competition gets to take away with them, are really important later in life, and I feel that every day.
I totally agree with you. I feel like those lessons are intangible, and we are going to carry them for the rest of our lives. So tell me, I know that this week you're here actually doing a different role. You're on the Bees college crew. Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Yeah, so on the college crew, I basically get to help out basically everywhere and anywhere. A lot of the time I'm on the side of the stage, basically going up on stage, giving spellers water. Great to be on the other side, comforting spellers, because I know it's a really hard time for them as they're a little nervous, waiting to get their next word. So I get to comfort them, get them water, get them snacks, take them to the bathroom if needed. So that's always my favorite part of college crew, and also a bunch of other tasks, setting up the stage and things like that. So.
Well, we really couldn't have done it without you, without the rest of the crew. So much goes into putting this bee together, and you're an integral part. I'm sure all of the spellers loved watching you on stage last night. So what has been your favorite part of being back overall? You were also on the college crew last year too, right?
Yeah, I think it's just the opportunity to sort of be on the other side in every way possible. I think like I really like going up to spellers, talking to them, asking how their bee week experience has been. At the beginning, asking how excited they've been. When I was in the competition, there's a signature book that you carry on called the Beekeeper, where spellers ask for signatures. And when I was competing, obviously I was very focused on competing. I didn't get as many signatures, but now I like to go and talk to spellers, get their Beekeeper signatures, and just really make them feel welcome throughout the week. Yeah.
I love that. I think those Beekeepers are so fun. I think we want to show our viewers at home what that looks like. I'm sure they're also very excited to get your signature too. But I really understand what you're saying. It's fun to give back, to talk to the spellers. They all are champions themselves. Yeah. And you're not far from, you don't live too far from here, right? You're from Maryland.
Yeah, just 40 minutes out. So I came here, I've basically been here every bee except the COVID year to either watch or be on college crew since I've won, yeah.
Which is amazing, and I know that you're going to keep coming back, keep contributing in whatever way that you can. Yeah. And so we're so happy to have you here. I think you're doing such an amazing job. We really want to keep having you on staff, and I'm sure you're just going to keep using all of your linguistics knowledge, your neuroscience knowledge to really make a great time. So tell me, are you going to be reuniting with the rest of your Octo champs later this week?
Yeah, so there's like an event later this week with all the former champions, and at there I think 6 of the former Octo champs will be there, which is really exciting. I'm really excited to be back with them. Yeah,
I think it'll be great to see you guys all reunited. I want to know a little bit more about your competition last night. Was there anything different that you did with those words that you used to do when you were competing on the stage, or was it the exact same methodology?
I think it was a little different, because usually when I go up, I try to get as much time as I can, try to run out the clock, and try to make sure I'm thinking as much as I can, confirm my final answer. Yesterday, with a little less stakes, I kind of just went with my first guess on most cases and just went for it most times. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, I totally understand. I feel like we kind of went back into our old selves, right? So as you've been watching the competition so far, you know, we've just had a group at the preliminaries. Are you noticing anything different in the way that spellers are studying and preparing this year? I mean, I think every year it gets better and better. What do you think?
Yeah, so I mean, the vocab oral rounds weren't a thing when I was around, so I think the fact that the spellers are able to think on their feet and answer those vocab questions is really awesome, and clearly they're putting a lot of effort into that. And I think these study list rounds are really a great opportunity for those spellers to get a chance under those bright lights, those flashing cameras, just get a chance to sort of like be like get acquainted with the stage almost. Yeah,
I know, it's amazing. It's so fun watching them, and you know, this is an exciting week for us. What does it mean for you to see all of these alumni return? We're going to have other champions returning later this week. How is that going to feel for you this whole week?
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of memories. Just the greatest spellers of all time. Getting to see them all the week will be amazing.
Well, thank you, Saket. We're going to go back to this year's showdown in the preliminaries with our next speller.
Howdy, Vlada.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Silik, or Silic.
Can I please have the definition?
Silik is a narrow, elongated, usually many-seeded capsule that is characteristic of a family of herbs, consists of 2 valves with a false dissepiment, and opens by sutures at either margin. Silik, Silic.
Can I please have the language of origin?
It's from Latin-derived French.
Can I please have any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the 2. There's Silik and Silic. Can you say it?
Silik.
Silik, Silic.
Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Silik. S-I-L-I-Q-U-E, Silik.
That is correct.
For vocabulary, marimba. A marimba is a type of A, xylophone, B, West African tree, C, seed used as a spice.
A, xylophone.
That is correct.
What do you think of those French words, Saket? Did you like them as competitors?
They're usually pretty pattern-based, so I think they're great for the spellers.
Totally agree. They're fun too, right?
Hi, Cecily.
Hi.
Espadrille.
May I have the meaning, please?
Yeah, it's a kind of shoe. It's a flat sandal having a fabric upper and a flexible, often rope sole. Espadrille. It's from a word that went from Latin to Provençal to French.
Could you repeat the word?
Espadrille.
Espadrille. E-S-P-A-D-R-I-L. Espadrille.
Espadrille is spelled E-S-P-A-D-R-I-L-L-E.
Great job.
She did such an amazing job, and that was what we were just talking about, right, with pattern socket?
Tough ending if you haven't seen it before and you don't know those patterns.
Right, but I'm sure we will see her next year, only in 7th grade this year.
Hi, Sarv.
Howdy.
This word has a homonym. The word is tohi, or toi, or tahui, or tawi, or tahi. This is a bird. It's a common finch of eastern North America, having the male black, white, and reddish, and the female with brown instead of black. So tohi.
May I please have the part of speech and origin?
It's a noun of imitative origin.
Tohi. Could you repeat the definition one more time?
A common finch of eastern North America, having the male black, white, and reddish, and the female with brown instead of black.
Yeah, okay. Towhee. Yes, okay. Towhee. T-O-W-H-E-E. Towhee.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Appraisal. What is an appraisal? A, an elevation of mood or spirits. B, an evaluation of quality or status. C, an instigation of rioting or insurrection.
An appraisal is B, an evaluation of quality or status.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I think Sarv was in the semifinals last week. He seems pretty confident about that.
It's always so good to see our spellers return. This is Sarah Daoud.
Hi, Sarah.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
From Tucker, Georgia. Welcome, Sarah.
Highlight or highlight?
Can I have all the information?
Highlight and highlight are the two pronunciations I have. Highlight is a noun. It went from Basque to Spanish. Highlight is a game resembling handball and played on a large walled court by usually 2 or 4 players with a ball and a long curved wicker basket strapped to the wrist. Some people consider highlight the fastest game in the world because of how quickly the ball travels. Highlight, highlight.
Highlight. J-A-I. A-L-A-I. Highlight.
That is correct. Saw some Spanish patterns right in there.
Hermitage. A hermitage is A, a song expressing grief. B, a private retreat. C, a carriage for hire.
B, a private retreat.
That is correct. Wonderful job, sir. Next up, we have our 2 spellers from Ghana. We are so excited to see them on
Giovanni.
stage.
Hi.
This is Giovanni. Good luck, Giovanni.
Colliabrine.
Can you repeat the word?
Colliabrine, colubrine, or colibrin.
Can I have the meaning?
It's relating to or similar to a snake. Colliabrine.
Can I have the origin?
It's from Latin.
Any alternate pronunciations?
I have 3 variants. Colliabrine, colubrine, and colibrin.
Colubrine. C-O-L-U-B-R-I-N-E. Colubrine.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Pretty standard Latin word. Giovanni was here last year, had no issue with that.
Litmus. Where would you most likely use litmus? A, in chemistry class. B, in dance class. C, in French class.
A, in chemistry class.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Great job, Giovanni. His other fellow speller from Ghana, this is Celine.
Hello, Celine. Grunendahl.
Grunendahl. Please, may I have the origin of the word Grunendahl?
It's from a Belgian place name.
Please, may I have the meaning of the word Grunendahl?
Grunendahl is one of a Belgian breed of hardy working dogs that were developed especially for herding sheep, have abundant long, straight black hair with a dense undercoat, and can grow to over 50 pounds in weight.
Grunendahl. Grunendahl.
That is correct.
One of those words that comes from a geographical name. We'll see a bunch throughout the B.
Labyrinthine. Which one of these would be described as labyrinthine? A, an Olympic-sized swimming pool. B, an intricate maze. C, a double-headed axe.
B, an intricate maze.
That is correct.
Thank
Celine Kwanzaa
Thank you.
is off to the round 3 test. Ghana is going to be so proud of them for representing their country
Good morning, Alina.
so well. This is Alina. Alina Villalobos.
Kitkasan,
Kitkasan. Can I have the definition?
a dialect of the Chimshian language.
Can I have the part of speech?
A noun. Kitkasan.
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 Kitkasan. Kitkasan. Kitkasan.
That is correct.
Tricky one. There's a schwa, but no vowel there in the middle.
Gnarled. If something is gnarled, it is A, bent or warped, as if with knots. B, hidden in a secure place. C, thoroughly inspected for imperfections.
If something is gnarled, it is A, bent or warped as if with knots.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Our next speller is coming all the way from Hawaii. This is Kira Lau.
Howdy, Kira.
Hi.
Fatimid.
May I have the definition, please?
A Fatimid is a member of a dynasty ruling portions of North Africa during the period AD 909 to 1171. Fatimid.
Fatimid. May I have the language of origin?
It's from an Islamic name.
Fatimid. Fatimid. Fatimid.
That is correct.
Marooned. If you marooned someone, you A, left them alone on a desolate island or coast. B, made a funny drawing of them. C, sprayed or doused them with lots of water.
If you marooned someone, you A, left them on a desolate island or coast.
That is correct. Socket, did you like those words with schwas when you were a speller?
Not exactly.
Hi, Sonu.
Hi, Dr. Belly.
Ouagadougou.
Have the definition.
Ouagadougou is the capital city of the landlocked Republic of Burkina Faso in Western Africa.
I have all the information.
Ouagadougou is the only pronunciation I have here. Ouagadougou is a geographical entry. It's a West African geographical name. And Ouagadougou is the capital city of the landlocked Republic of Burkina Faso in Western Africa. Ouagadougou is a major producer of cotton and gold and serves as a point for collecting and distributing goods to rural areas.
Ouagadougou. O-U-A-G-A-D-O-U. Ouagadougou.
That is correct.
Pretty fun word to say, and Sonu got 46th last year, so no issue for him again.
Vicarious. Something described as vicarious is experienced A, through imaginative participation in the experience of another. B, at a highly inconvenient moment. C, under some form of compulsion.
B, at a high unconventional moment.
I'm sorry, something described as vicarious is experienced A, through imaginative participation in the experience of another.
Okay.
So Rami Mohan did such a good job. At only 11, I'm sure we'll see him back, don't you think?
We'll see him back for sure, yeah.
Hi, Andrew.
Hello.
Svarabhakti.
Can I have all the information?
Yes. Svarabhakti or Svarabhakti or Swarabhakti or Svarabhakti or Svarabhakti is a noun from Sanskrit. Svarabhakti is the introduction of a vowel sound in Sanskrit, especially between R or L and a following consonant. It's also a similar phenomenon in other languages. Svarabhakti is found in some dialects of English, in which milk and film are pronounced milk and film.
Svarabhakti. S V A R A B H A K T I. Svarabhakti.
That is correct.
That word had a lot of alternates, which I'm sure helped Andrew there.
Trespass. What does it mean to trespass? A, hand dishes of food around the table. B, arrange hair in a braided fashion. C, cross an existing boundary line.
C, cross an existing boundary line.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Andrew Ford moves on to our round 3 test, and his fellow Idaho native Gabriel Aguirre.
Hi, Gabriel.
Hello.
Api-api.
Can you give me all the information?
Api-api is a noun from Hawaiian. An api-api is a rhizomatous perennial herb of Hawaiian uplands having a branched inflorescence and bluntly heart-shaped leaves several feet in diameter that rise from a short, fleshy crown. Api-api is sometimes also called elephant's ear because of its enormous leaves.
Can you give me the definition again?
A rhizomatous perennial herb of Hawaiian uplands having a branched inflorescence and bluntly heart-shaped leaves several feet in diameter that rise from a short, fleshy crown. Api-api.
Api-api. A-P-I-A-P-I. Api-api.
Close. It's api-api is A-P-E, A-P-E.
Okay. Thank you.
That's another tough one there if you haven't seen it before. Gotta know
Especially because the
Hawaiian.
I can really make that sound a lot.
Yeah, in
Right?
Hawaiian.
This word has a homonym. The word is nouveau. It's an adjective. It means newly arrived or developed, immature, raw.
Nouveau, can I have all the information?
Nouveau, have no other pronunciations, just nouveau. It's an adjective. It's from a Latin-derived French word. It means newly arrived or developed, immature, raw. Hardly a nouveau speller, Sangit spelled the octosyllabic German word without difficulty.
Could you repeat the word?
Nouveau.
Could you repeat the origin?
Latin-derived French.
Could you repeat the word again?
Nouveau.
Nouveau. N-O-U-V-E-A-U. Nouveau.
That is correct.
Knowledge College isn't a nouveau speller either, right, Vanya?
Exactly. Great one, Socket.
Vehemence. Vehemence is the quality of A, becoming elevated to higher rank, B, being marked by intense hostility, C, resembling glass in color or luster.
Could you repeat all the options?
Vehemence is the quality of A, becoming elevated to higher rank, B, being marked by intense hostility, C, resembling glass in color or luster.
Vehemence is the quality of B being marked by intense hostility.
That is correct.
Yeah,
He's not a stranger. Exactly. It's his 4th time at the bee. It's so amazing to see him back.
Good morning, Dr. Bailey.
Howdy. How are you, Beatrice?
Good.
Okay. Dvorak.
Dvorak. Could I have all the information, please?
Sure. Dvorak is a noun. It's from an American name. Dvorak is a typing keyboard with frequently used letters placed centrally. Siri traded her original keyboard in for a Dvorak in the hopes that she would make fewer typos.
Dvorak. D-V-O-R-A-K. Dvorak.
That is correct. Have you seen that before, Socket? Writing in the air? That's a
Pretty
good one.
new, yeah.
Contusion. A contusion is a type of A, cough, B, delay, C, bruise.
A contusion is a type of C, bruise.
That is correct. Great job, Beatrice. Next up, we have Shruti Ayagari. She's coming all the way from Chicago, Illinois.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Howdy. How you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Sravaka.
Sravaka, may I have all the information, please?
Sravaka or Shravaka is a noun from Sanskrit. A Sravaka is a direct disciple of the Buddha. In Mahayana Buddhism, a Sravaka is generally thought to be seeking personal enlightenment or liberation. Sravaka, Shravaka.
Can you repeat the origin, please?
Sanskrit.
Can you repeat the pronunciations of the word?
Sravaka, Shravaka.
Okay. Sravaka. S-R-A-V-A-K-A. Sravaka.
That is correct.
These Sanskrit words we just saw Svarabhakti a few words ago, they're pretty straightforward.
Answerine. Something described as answerine, A, follows a certain algorithm. B, resembles a goose. C, lives in a desert.
Something described as answerine, B, resembles a goose.
That is correct. You saw that smile there. I think she recognized the root for goose there. We have Katie Park coming up next to the mic. Katie is also near Chicago.
Hello.
Good morning.
Mondegreen.
Mondegreen. May I have the definition, please?
A mondegreen is a word or phrase that results from a mishearing of something said or sung.
May I have the language of origin?
Mondegreen is from an English phrase.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, mondegreen.
Mondegreen.
Can we hear that again?
Mondegreen?
Mondegreen.
Mondegreen. M-O-N-D-E-G-R-E-E-N. Mondegreen.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Vanya, I actually got this word back in 2019 myself.
I'm way familiar with
Primeval. Something described as primeval relates to A, the smallest particles of matter. B, the earliest ages of the world. C, formality and precision in manner.
B, the earliest ages of the world.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Pretty quick there.
Exactly. Next up, Alaner Meskioglu.
Hi, Alaner.
Hi.
Macchiato.
Macchiato. Can I have the language of origin?
Italian.
Can I have the definition?
It's espresso topped with a thin layer of foamed milk. Macchiato.
Macchiato. M-A-C-C-H-I-A-T-O. Macchiato.
That is correct.
Serenade. What does it mean to serenade? A, to make a desirable discovery by accident. B, to take a hunting trip or other expedition. C, to perform music for or in honor of someone.
C, to perform music for or in honor of someone.
That is correct. Maybe your fans back home in Plainfield, Illinois will give Alaner a nice serenade. Next up is Bridget Reed.
Hi, Bridget.
Morning, Dr. Bailey.
Ogival.
May I have all the information, please?
Yes, ogival is an adjective. It was formed in French from probably Latin-derived elements. Ogival means of, relating to, or having the form of the curve determining the shape of the head of modern pointed projectiles. Bullet-shaped. Model rockets usually have ogival nose cones for optimum aerodynamics. Ogival.
Ogival. O-G-I-V-A-L. Ogival.
That is correct.
These Illinois scholars have really been getting through all their words pretty
amazing.
Encomium. What is an encomium? A thin layer of cells that lines a body cavity. B, a formal expression of warm or high praise. C, a circular formation to surround an enemy.
An encomium is a thin layer of cells that lines a body cavity.
I'm sorry, an encomium is B, a formal expression of warm or high praise.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a tough one. It looks like something biology related, but it's not. But I'm sure Bridget has another year of algebra buddy. Hope to see her next year.
Absolutely.
Howdy.
Good morning, Dr. Bailey.
Good morning. Logothete or logothete?
Can I have the definition, please?
One of various functionaries as an administrator under the Byzantine emperors.
Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Can you please repeat the word?
Logothete or logothete?
Can I have the definition again?
One of various functionaries as an administrator under the Byzantine emperors.
Logothete. Can you repeat it again?
Logothete. Logothete.
Logothete. L-O-G-O-T-H-E-T-E. Logothete.
That is correct. Some good Greek roots in there, right, Sally?
Yeah.
Compelling. Something described as compelling, A, demands and holds one's attention. B, tends to oppose mainstream opinion. C, relates to the climbing of mountains.
Something described as compelling. A, demands and holds one's attention.
That is correct. Naveen moves on. He's a previous 60th place finisher. Next up is Mason Cole, third from Illinois as well.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Hirsute or hirsute
Hirsute. I have the definition, please.
means hairy or shaggy, rough with hair or bristles.
Hirsute. H-I-R-S-U-T-E. Hirsute.
That is correct.
We didn't ask for the alternates, but those would have been really helpful there.
Debunk. What does it mean to debunk? A, to get out of bed. B, to detect and eliminate programming errors. C, to expose exaggerated claims.
To debunk is to see, to expose exaggerated claims.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yahya Mohammed moves up to the mic.
Howdy, Yaya. Alate.
Alate. May I have the definition, please?
Having wings or winged.
From the math language version, please.
Latin.
It's from the Latin, alus, meaning wing.
You're on the right track.
All right. Alate. A-L-A-T-E. Alate.
That is correct.
With those roots there.
Aboriginal. Something that is aboriginal, A, relates to or resembles a tree. B, is the earliest of its kind in a region. C, is a copy of a copy.
Something that is aboriginal is B, the earliest of its kind in a region.
That is correct.
Thank you.
We're moving through those Illinois spellers. Next up, we have Julia Korean. She's from Rockford, Illinois.
Howdy.
Hello.
Urias or Urias. It's a stylized representation of the sacred asp appearing on the headdress of ancient rulers, especially just over the forehead, and serving as a symbol of sovereignty.
What is the language of origin?
It's from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin.
What is the part of speech?
Noun.
Urias. E-U-R-E-A-U-S. Urias.
I'm sorry, Urias is U-R-A-E-U-S.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Really tough one there. Can't do anything about it if you haven't seen it before.
She might have been thinking about the Greek prefix for good, you meaning good.
Hi.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Malaise, malaise, or let's see. We have malaise, malaise, or malaise. It's an indefinite feeling of generalized lack of health at the top of a mountain. C, behind a waterfall.
You would find a pinnacle at B, at the top of a mountain.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great job, Tyler. Socket, did you have any favorite language words that you had in the B?
I think just the Latin Greeks.
This word has a homonym. The word is seine. This seine is to fish with or catch fish with. B, concede defeat in a sports match. C, journey over or across.
Over or across, traverse.
That is correct.
Hey, Parker.
Hi.
Galila.
Could I have all the information, please?
Sure. Galila has just the one pronunciation. Galila is a noun from Hebrew. Galila is the rolling up of the scroll of the law, preparatory to wrapping it in its vestments after reading from it in the synagogue. Performing the Galila in the synagogue is a special honor, often given to members who have shown great dedication to their faith and community.
Could you repeat the definition again, please?
Galila is the rolling up of the scroll of the law preparatory to wrapping it in its vestments after reading from it in the synagogue. Galila.
Galila. G-A-L. E-I-L-A. Galila.
I'm sorry, Galila is spelled G-E-L-I-L-A-H.
Thank you.
Hi, Visharad.
Hi.
Schnecken.
Schnecken. Can I please have all the information?
Schnecken has just the one pronunciation. Schnecken is a plural noun from German. Schnecken are cinnamon buns made of rich yeast-leavened dough that are rolled up like jelly rolls, cut into crosswise slices, and baked cut side down. Schnecken literally means snails in German, but most people think that they taste much better. I like them both.
Could you please repeat the definition?
Schnecken are cinnamon buns made of rich yeast-leavened dough that are rolled up like jelly rolls, cut into crosswise slices, and baked cut side down.
Schnecken. S-C-H-N-E-C-K-E-N. Schnecken.
That is correct.
Richard's brother was a finalist, so I'm sure he's got some tips for him.
Domineering. If someone is described as domineering, they are A, weepy and emotional, B, easygoing and playful, C, overbearing or bossy.
If someone is described as domineering, they are C, overbearing or bossy.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All right, folks, here's where we are in the competition at this moment. 75 spellers have been up there, 60 have made it through, and 15 have been eliminated. Socket, thank you so much for sitting with me here today. It's been so great to hear all of your expertise. Did you have a great time?
Yeah, it's been great to be on this side, commentating with you today.
Amazing, and our reigning champion, showdown champion. So thank you so much, and we're excited to keep hearing from you, keep seeing you do all that you do in B Week this week. Any surprises that you noticed with the competition today? Did you see any new words, or did you see any different languages that maybe came up a lot?
Yeah, I think there were a lot more words from like geographical terms, a lot more phrase words that I think are coming up a lot, and they're coming up a lot increasingly in the B, and I think spellers are very aware of that.
Yeah, so do you ever find when you were studying, I know you're a little more recent than I am, did you have any groups of words that you liked more than others? You know, we talked about genuses and languages. Did you like those, or did you prefer Greek and Latin words?
Yeah, so I think definitely like the genuses, there are some that follow this very standard pattern, and they're usually from the Latin and the Greek, which is really helpful, but also some of your more Romance languages come from these patterns, so it's always great to deal with those. Some of the words from languages that like we saw with Hawaiian might have these irregular patterns, so always a little tricky there.
Absolutely, I totally agree, and there's that linguistics knowledge coming in handy. I want to know your opinion on this. What do you think about technology and how that can help spellers learn and prepare for these competitions these days?
Yeah, for sure. When I was a speller, I would always use Merriam-Webster's Unabridged to make my own lists, and it's really convenient. You can just click through and sort of make your list. I would make cheese lists, dance lists, things like that. It would be make it more fun for spellers to study, and I know that the Spelling Bee has that app this year for kids to practice these round 2 words, round 1, round 2 words, which I'm sure has really helped them. I don't think we had that when we were spellers.
I know.
Yeah.
I think things have changed a little bit. You know, it seems like all these spellers do so much on their free time. How do you think they balance it all? I mean, I know you probably had a lot of things that you were doing when you were competing as well.
No, yeah, it's definitely, I'm sure that all these spellers are really doing a lot in the school as well, so it's really a balancing act there for all of them, and I'm sure they're doing a great job with that.
And we're so impressed by all of them. We'll come back with our next group of spellers here at the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Don't go anywhere.
If you think you can report on American politics by just staying in Washington, D.C., you're doing it wrong. Do you hope his visit to the picket line changes some policies? I make it a priority to...
My winning word was eaglet.
My winning word was Laodicean.
My winning word was démarche.
I think the coolest thing that happened to me was meeting President Obama.
Coolest thing I got was a care package right from Nike and Jordan of my favorite sneakers.
The Spelling Bee taught me a lot of life lessons. Hard work and perseverance and discipline.
The biggest thing that the Spelling Bee taught me was a growth mindset.
I learned the value of setting a goal and working steadily towards it.
One of the reasons I come back is really the people.
I keep coming back because I truly believe in the inspirational power of the bee.
I still love the bee. It's just magic.
To be a part of the history of such an iconic organization and competition is really the ultimate honor.
It's been amazing that we're celebrating 100 years of Spelling Bee history. It's been such a big part of my life, such an incredible experience.
We are back at the 2025 Scripps National. The preliminary part of the competition. You know, just a few years ago in 2019, something happened that had never happened. I don't think it's ever going to happen again. 8 finalists were named co-champions of the Bee, or octo-champs, obviously, and we have one of those 8 with us now. Please welcome Shrutika Padhi. We just saw you talking about the sneakers you got after you won it all. Now, have you worn those, or are they like on a shelf somewhere?
Absolutely wear them all the time. So special and so grateful to Jordan and Nike for those.
You're in college now at Brown. Do people recognize you from the octo-champ year? Do people come up to you on campus?
Sometimes, and it's a little crazy.
How crazy was it that year when you got to that round and they told you guys, hey, if you get this right, you're going to be a champion, and you're going to be a champion, and you're going to be a champion? Do you still remember that feeling?
I do. I couldn't believe it, to be honest. It was awesome.
And I also heard you say there with the other champions that the Spelling Bee taught you a growth mindset. Can you elaborate on that, what that really means, and maybe how that might help some of the spellers on stage right now?
I won on my 4th try. That meant year after year after year of trying to get better and trying to improve. And honestly, I think that's the crux of it. You know, it teaches you how to get better each and every year.
Well, we're going to watch some of these spellers. Shrutika's going to give us some analysis. I think it's going to be a little easier for her to watch than when she was up there on that stage. Let's get to our next speller now as our preliminary rounds continue here in Washington. This is Ryan Timor, a 4th grader from Indiana.
Hi, Ryan. You ready?
Yes.
Okay. So this word has a homonym. The word is immy. This is a glass marble streaked with colors. Immy.
Emmy. I-M-M-I-E. Emmy.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Legacy. A legacy is A, a knee brace, B, an instance of hijacking a vehicle, C, a gift of money or personal property through a will.
A legacy is C, a gift of money or personal property through a will.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Ryan made quick work.
Howdy.
Acharya.
May I have the origin, please?
Sanskrit.
May I have the definition, please?
An acharya is a Hindu religious teacher, one versed in the sacred writings of the Hindus.
Acharya. It's A-R-Y-A. Acharya.
That is correct.
So far, so good. Feign. What does it mean to feign something? A, to give a false appearance of it. B, to believe in it wholeheartedly. C, to hide it where it can't be found.
A, to give a false appearance of it.
That is correct.
Shrutика, what do you think of the vocabulary ones so far? Pretty straightforward?
Straightforward,
Hi.
but hi.
Qiyas. It's the principle of analogy applied in the interpretation of points of Islamic law not clearly covered in the Quran or Sunnah. Qiyas.
Kiosk, may I have all the information, please?
Qiyas is a noun from Arabic. It means the principle of analogy applied in the interpretation of points of Islamic law not clearly covered in the Quran or Sunnah. Qiyas was often used to infer new beliefs and practices on the basis of past practices and beliefs.
Kiosk. Q-I-Y-A-S. Kiosk.
That is correct.
Rambunctious. Another word for rambunctious is A, wild, B, boring, C, ripe.
Another word for rambunctious is A, wild.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Any of those other definitions ever throw you off when you're up there on the vocab round?
Sometimes you just know it right off the cuff.
Howdy, Vishwa. Your word is Sfax. This is a city and port on the Gulf of Gabes in Tunisia. Sfax.
Sfax, can you use it in a sentence?
Sfax was founded in 849 CE on the ruins of a Roman city.
Sfax. S-F-A-X. Sfax, sorry.
That is correct.
Blandish. To blandish is A, to wield, B, to flatter, C, to threaten.
All answers here. Dang it. To blandish is A, to wield.
To blandish is B. To flatter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sometimes it's straightforward and
Hi, Leo.
Hi.
Choucroute.
May I please have the definition?
Choucroute is cabbage cut fine and allowed to ferment in a brine made of its own juice with salt. It's also called sauerkraut. Choucroute.
May I please have the language of origin?
It's made up of a French part and a part that went from German to French.
Choucroute. C-H-O-U-C-R-O-U-T-E. Choucroute.
That is correct.
Extradition. What is extradition? A, the transfer of a suspected criminal from one country to another for trial. B, treatment with a solvent to remove a soluble substance. C, a former customary pattern of thought, action, or behavior.
An extradition is A, the transfer of a suspected criminal from one country to another for trial.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Lindsay.
Good morning.
This word has a homonym. The word is neem. This is a large tropical Asian tree with a bitter bark used as a tonic and leaves and seeds that have insecticidal and antiseptic properties and yield a medicinal aromatic oil. Neem.
Neem. N-E-E-M. Neem.
That is correct.
Emancipatory. If something is described as emancipatory, it is ready to take place. B, provides the opportunity for individual participation. C, relates to freedom from bondage.
If something is described as emancipatory, it C, relates to freedom from bondage.
That is correct.
Thank you.
not too far from here at Ford's Theater, you can get copies of the Emancipation Proclamation. Adele Gibbons.
This word has a homonym.
Kansas.
The word is calabash. This calabash is the common bottle gourd.
Can I have all the information, please?
Calabash is the only pronunciation I have. Calabash is a noun that went from perhaps Arabic to Spanish, then French, and English borrowed either the Spanish or the French. We're not sure. So a calabash is a common bottle gourd. A calabash with a hole cut in it makes a fine birdhouse.
Calabash. C-A-L-I-B-A-S-H. Calabash.
Calabash is spelled C-A-L-A-B-A-S-H.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The schwa sound, Shritika.
The homonym makes this a tricky one.
Howdy, Samuel.
Yo. What's up, Mr. Doctor?
Ululate or ululate.
Ululate. Could I have the definition?
To utter a loud, mournful, usually protracted and rhythmical sound. To cry out. Ululate, ululate.
Ululate. U-L-U-L-A-T-E. Ululate.
That is correct.
Vanguard. What is a vanguard? A strategy for preventing destruction of property. B, the forefront of a movement. C, a rope that steadies the sail.
A strategy for preventing destruction of property.
A vanguard is B, the forefront of a movement.
So vocabulary brings the bell again. Samuel has one more year of eligibility.
Hi, Josephine. Which of Agnesi?
May I please have all the information?
Which of Agnesi is the only pronunciation I have. Which of Agnesi is a noun. It's a word entry that consists of an originally English words plus an Italian name. Which of Agnesi is a plane cubic curve that is symmetric about the y-axis and approaches the x-axis as an asymptote, and that has the equation x squared y equals 4a squared times the result of 2a minus y. When Ms. Keller showed her math class an example of a which of Agnesi, they were confused by the concept but fascinated by the name. Which of Agnesi?
Which of Agnesi?
Which of Agnesi?
Tricky phrase here.
Which of Agnesi? Am I saying it right?
Can't quite answer that, but we'll jump in if we think we hear anything.
That's just it. It's a phrase,
Which
not a word.
of Agnesi? W I C H A V N-A-Z-E, which of Agnesi?
I'm sorry, which of Agnesi is spelled W-I-T-C-H-O-V, I'm sorry, O-F-A-G-N-E-S-I.
Thank you.
Another one, if you haven't studied it, gonna be hard to.
Key part there is recognizing the phrase.
Hi, Zachary. Tegucigalpa. Or Tegucigalpa. Tegucigalpa, Tegucigalpa.
Tegucigalpa, can I have the definition?
Tegucigalpa is a city and capital of Honduras.
Tegucigalpa.
Can you say it again?
Tegucigalpa.
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 Tegucigalpa. Tegucigalpa. T-E-G-U-C-I-G-A-L-P-A, Tegucigalpa?
That is correct.
We saw his relief. Maybe after his vocab word, you can tell us what those moments before you get the word really feel like while you're waiting.
Indemnity. Indemnity is a type of A, protection against hurt or loss or damage. B, crime committed against a family member. C, criticism of a literary work.
A, protection against hurt or loss or damage.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Can you describe that for us, Shrutika, that moment?
That moment of anticipation, you know, your heart's beating. Gosh, unmatched.
Howdy.
Howdy.
How you doing?
Doesn't
Good,
sound
how
like
are
you
you?
miss it, though.
I'm doing pretty well.
Not really.
George Weghorst.
Estreep.
Estreep, may I please have the definition?
To wreak needless destruction or waste upon.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Yes, I have estreep or estreep.
Estreep, E-S-T-R-E-P-E, Estreep.
That is correct.
Foible. What is another word for foible? A, weakness. B, story. C, example.
Another word for foible is A, weakness.
That is correct.
Thank you.
No visible foible there for George. Big Cincinnati Reds fan out of northern Kentucky in Newport.
Hi, Malik.
Yosri.
Hi.
Ardamagadi. Ardamagadi.
Ardamagadi? What's the definition?
Ardamagadi is a Prakrit language of North India used in a large part of the Jain canon.
Can I have all the information?
Ardamagadi is a noun. I have only that pronunciation, Ardamagadi. It's from Sanskrit. Ardhamagadi is a Prakrit language of North India used in a large part of the Jain canon. The central text of Jainism is the Agamas, written in Ardhamagadi.
Ardhamagadi. A-R-D-A-M-A-G-A-D-I.
Ardhamagadi is spelled A-R-D-H-A-M-A-G-A-D-H-I.
Okay, thank you.
Alec came all the way from Kuwait. This really has become a worldwide competition.
No need to touch it. It moves around on its own.
Hey, Dr. Billy.
Howdy. How are you?
Nakib.
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I think we're doing fairly well here. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, this word has a homonym. The word is gaffe. This gaffe is a social or diplomatic blunder or clumsy mistake.
Can you please repeat the definition?
A social or diplomatic blunder or clumsy mistake.
Did you say it in a sentence?
After realizing that he had eaten his soup with the dessert spoon, Roscoe concentrated on getting through the formal dinner without committing another horrible gaffe.
It's a part of speech.
Noun.
Please repeat the word again.
Gaffe.
Gaffe. G-A-F-F-E, gaffe.
That is correct.
Ebullience. Ebullience is A, exuberance, B, allegiance, C, defiance.
Ebullience is C, defiance.
Ebullience is A, exuberance.
Great job.
Sometimes it's really hard to swallow. You work so hard. Shrutika knows she came here 4 times.
Howdy.
I do.
How are you doing, Caroline?
Good.
This word has a homonym. The word is oud. This oud is a musical instrument of southwestern Asia and northern Africa, resembling a mandolin.
Oud. May I have all the information, please?
Oud is the only pronunciation I have. Oud is a noun from Arabic. And oud is a musical instrument of southwestern Asia and northern Africa, resembling a mandolin. As he passed the alleyway, Hamid heard a few plaintive notes from an oud.
May I have the language of origin again?
Arabic.
Oud.
Another tough homonym here.
O-O-D-E, oud.
I'm sorry, oud is spelled O-U-D.
Thank you.
And it seems counterintuitive, but those one-syllable words sometimes are the toughest.
Definitely.
Howdy, James.
Hi.
Philistine, or Philistin, or Philistine, or Philistin.
Can I have the definition, please?
Sure. Philistine means oblivious to aesthetics, insensitive.
Can I have the origin?
It's from a word that went from Hebrew to Greek to Latin to English.
Philistine. P-H-I-L-I-S-T-I-N-E. Philistine.
That is correct.
Shrutika, we mentioned 4 times here. Maybe you can give us a clue on what kept you coming back after he guesses this.
Quixotic. Someone described as quixotic tends to be A, idealistic, B, pessimistic, C, sarcastic.
C, sarcastic.
Someone described as quixotic tends to be A, idealistic.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
James Granger has 2 more chances to come back. What was it that kept you at this?
Good morning. For the words.
Good morning, Leah.
Good answer. There's plenty of them. Here's Leah Ismail.
Corrigan.
From the New
It's
Orleans
a long-haired,
area.
nocturnal, often malevolent Breton fairy sorceress.
Corrigan. May I have all the information?
Yes, Corrigan has no alternate pronunciations. Corrigan is a noun from Breton, which is a Celtic language of northwestern France. A Corrigan is a long-haired, nocturnal, often malevolent Breton fairy sorceress. When Lionel thought he saw a Corrigan in the lobby of his building, he knew he was working too hard and needed to get more sleep.
Corrigan. C-O-R-O-G-O-N-E. Corrigan.
Corrigan is spelled K-O-R-R-I-G-A-N. Thank you, Leah.
Leah was one of our younger competitors. She can still have 4 more opportunities to join us here in Washington.
Hi, Chidu.
Good morning.
Galavat.
From Shreveport.
Galavat. And I have all the information.
Galavat has only that pronunciation. Galavat is a noun. It's probably from a word that passed from Latin to Spanish to Portuguese. A galavat is an East Indian ship propelled by sails and oars and often armed and used by pirates. A galavat typically had 2 sails and up to 20 benches on either side for oarsmen, and was sometimes equipped with a small cannon or 2.
Galavat. G-A-L-L-I-V-A-T. Galavat.
That is correct.
And that schwa was no trouble for him.
And that second syllable, that sound.
Amiably.
Often
Something
a
done
speller's
amiably is done A, in a quick manner, B, in a friendly manner, C, in a stylish manner.
B, in a friendly manner.
That is correct.
Sailing through for the 8th grader from St. Frederick School in Monroe, Louisiana. And now
Hi,
Esme
Esme.
Hi.
Filippo.
Ergatogyne or ergotogyne.
Could I have the definition, please?
Yes, it's a wingless queen ant resembling a worker.
Could I have the language of origin, please?
Ergatogyne is from Greek.
Ergatogyne. E-R-G-A-T-O-G-Y-N-E. Ergatogyne.
That is correct.
Jocularity. What is jocularity? A, the enjoyment of riding horses. B, a tendency to say amusing things. C, being athletic and good at sports.
Jocularity is C, being athletic and good at sports.
Jocularity is B, a tendency to say amusing things.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Rutika, that word ergatogyne made me wonder if you recognize Greek roots, and like your other subjects, you take it at Brown now.
100%. They're everywhere.
Howdy, Quint.
Once you know what they look like.
Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda, can I have the definition?
The supreme being represented as a deity of goodness and light in Zoroastrianism.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have Ahura Mazda, and Ahura Mazda.
Ahura Mazda. A-H-U-R-A-M-A-Z-D-A. Ahura Mazda.
That is correct.
Rollicking. Something described as rollicking is A, joyful, B, misleading, C, challenging.
Something described as rollicking is A, joyful.
That is correct.
So quick. Carlson goes rollicking on to round 3.
Hello, Dr. Bailey.
Hello, Bindi. Gippsland.
Gippsland. Gippsland. Gippsland.
That is correct.
She didn't even let him tell us that's an Australian geographical name.
Abstemious. An abstemious person is likely to A, make people laugh, B, spend carelessly, C, eat sparingly.
A, make people laugh.
An abstemious person is likely to C, eat sparingly.
Another young one. Bindi can come back 3 more times if she keeps winning.
Hi, Lauren.
Lauren Marilena from nearby North Potomac, Maryland.
Croquembouche.
Can I please have all the information?
Croquembouche is the only pronunciation I see. Croquembouche is a noun. It's from a French word. A croquembouche is a cone-shaped stack of cream puffs coated with caramelized sugar. Oh, I want one. Frederick and Annabelle chose to serve a traditional croquembouche at their wedding, but in the shape of the Eiffel Tower.
Okay. Croquembouche. C-R-O-Q-U-E-M-B-O-U-C-H-E. Croquembouche.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Spontaneity. What is spontaneity? A, official or financial support. B, the trait of being impulsive. C, lack of substance.
B, the trait of being impulsive.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi, Luke.
Good morning, Dr. Bailey.
This word has a homonym. The word is tamale. This is the liver of the lobster. Tamale or tamale or tamale.
Can I have all the information?
Yes. Tamale, tamale, tamale is a noun from Caribbean, which is an indigenous language of Central and South America. Tamale is the liver of the lobster. Although tamale has historically been considered a delicacy, it can collect and concentrate pollutants and toxins.
Tamale. T-O-M-A-L-L-E-Y. Tamale.
That is correct.
There are enough lobsters around here. Someone might make a tamale. That was the homonym.
Treatise. A treatise is most like A, a wagon, B, a dessert, C, an essay.
A treatise is most like C, an essay.
That is correct.
Well done by Luke Noblezada from Ellicott City, nearby.
Howdy, Arya.
Howdy.
Tachycardia.
Tachycardia. Does this come from tachy, meaning fast Greek?
Yes.
Does this come from cardia, meaning heart Greek?
You're on the right track.
Tachycardia. T-A-C-H-Y-C-A-R-D-I-A. Tachycardia.
That is correct.
Confirmation from the roots.
Zeitgeist. Zeitgeist is A, the cultural and intellectual spirit of an era. B, the celebration of an anniversary. C, an ecological event that resets a biological clock.
A, the cultural and intellectual spirit of an era.
That is correct.
And this B's been part of the zeitgeist for 100 years now. How about that? Aruke Raeva.
Hi, Aruke.
Hello.
from White Plains here in Maryland.
Cavaletti. Cavaletti is a series of timber jumps that are adjustable in height for schooling horses. Cavaletti.
May I have all the information, please?
Cavaletti has only that pronunciation, cavaletti. It's a noun which came from Italian, which formed it from a Latin word. Cavaletti is a series of timber jumps that are adjustable in series for schooling horses. Black Beauty easily jumped over the cavaletti as Justin watched with pride.
Cavaletti. C-A-V-A-L-E-T-T-I. Cavaletti.
Cavaletti is spelled C-A-V-A-L-L-E-T-T-I.
Okay.
That is so often the trick with Italian. Which consonant is single and which is double?
Hello.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Scamogs.
Could you repeat it?
Scamogs. It's cat sharks of a family of galeoid sharks. It's used in southern Africa, a plural noun. Scamogs.
Scamogs. S-K-A-A-M-O-O-G. Scamogs.
That is correct.
Dutch and Afrikaans famous for double vowels.
Utilitarian.
That was
if
double,
something
double.
is utilitarian, it A, is well insulated, B, works quickly, C, has a useful function.
C has a useful function.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So Megan Barrientos of Salisbury, Maryland moves on. We have had 100 spellers step up to the mic now. And so far, 73 of them have moved on to that round 3 test. 27 heard the sound of that bell that nobody ever wants to hear. Here's a question for you. Would you like to see local and regional bees in more communities around our country? I know I would. So here's what you need to do. Scan that QR code on your screen or pick out your phone, text spelling, S-P-E-L-L-I-N-G, to 50155, and you can make a donation to the Bee Leave program. That's going to increase access to the bee with our new collaboration with Teach for America. And some of you don't know what that is. So we're going to find out. Here with us is Steve Major. He is the Chief External Affairs Officer for Teach for America. So Steve, like I said, some people don't know what that is, but it's a pretty big deal. Tell us what Teach for America is.
Sure. Well, Teach for America is a national organization that recruits purpose-driven young people to teach in rural and urban communities across our country, high-need schools. In fact, we are in more than 350 communities across our country.
So the donations that we're talking about with the Bee Leave program, how would that help Teach for America schools get involved with the spelling bee? How's that going to work?
Sure. Well, we're a proud supporter of the National Spelling Bee, and we believe in increasing access to this great program. So part of the program involves us. Scripps has been generous enough to ensure that there is free enrollment in all of our partner schools across the country so that more young people get a chance to participate in the bee and perhaps even get a shot to come here one day.
That's what's been so clear over the years. If an area didn't have an opportunity and then that access was created, it's uncanny how quickly we see a speller go deep in it. So that's what you're talking about. Areas that maybe wouldn't be able to afford to put on a competition otherwise now have a chance to send spellers to Washington.
Absolutely. I mean, what we find is that young people really get energized by the possibility of participating in the bee, of doing great things. And so we want to just increase that access for them. You know, every community, we believe every community in America should be spelling bee communities. And that's why we're so proud to be partnering with you this year because, you know, our missions are very much aligned. We believe that educators make a great impact on young people across this country, inspiring them to do great things. And that's what we want this to be, this partnership to be about, inspiring more young people to participate in the bee.
Steve Majors with Teach for America, and you said energize there, that spelling bees can energize students. Can you think of some examples of maybe a student or some place where that spark was lit because of involvement in the spelling bee, and that led to bigger and better things?
Yeah, absolutely. What we know to be true is, and I'm sure you know, your young spellers go on to do incredible things. And you know, to date, I would tell you, we have 70,000 Teach for America teachers, tutors, and alumni of our program who've gone on to do great things. And some of them, in fact, have been spelling bee champs in their own communities. And those folks have gone on to join Teach for America. Some of them have become state and district teachers of the year. They've become superintendents, policymakers, elected leaders, tech entrepreneurs. And so what I find to be true is this sort of, to use the word energize, this energizing experience, I think teaches young people that they can go on to do great things in their lives.
Well, and I'm thinking, as you just said that, there might be people watching and said, hey, I'm a teacher. I'd love to do something like that. I don't know how your recruitment process works, but if somebody wants to get involved as a teacher in a Teach for America school, what's the best way for them to do that?
Absolutely. Well, we're sending out information to all of our teachers, and what I would ask them to do is to watch our social feeds. We're promoting our partnership with the Scripps National Spelling Bee this year, and we'll be pushing out information for them. And I would ask if they believe that they, to use your pun, if they believe they would like to be part of the bee, to go to contact somebody at Teach for America, and we'll ensure that their young people get a chance to participate.
This is the 100th year of the bee. I'm just wondering if you have any favorite bee memories from watching over the years, or even just being here so far in this 100th year.
Yeah, I've had incredible memories. I would tell you, it takes me back. I was a spelling bee kid myself. I still remember the word that knocked me out. But being here last night and watching these young folks gather and being here today just brought me back to sort of that sense of excitement that was here. And I will also tell you, yesterday evening, we had the great pleasure of presenting the Educator of the Year award. There's an incredible educator, Nikki Montana, who is the beneficiary of that award. And we believe in lifting up great teachers because we know that they are the spark that really makes sort of that experience happen for young people in our classrooms.
Well, and if there's anything else you want to share, feel free, but I can't let you get away with it. You said you still remember the word that knocked you out, so I have to ask you what it was and how you spell it.
The word was 4C. Obviously, today I know it's F-O-R-E-S-E-E. I forgot the E. I will tell you, though, every time I sit down to spell that word today, I still take a beat and think to myself, am I going to get it correct this time?
You couldn't have foreseen that one coming, huh?
Could not have.
Telegnosis, as we learned today. Steve Majors, Teach for America, thanks so much.
Thank you for having me here.
We're going to have more competition coming up. You're watching the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee Preliminary Competition.
Question. Can we talk about education? We need more thinkers and doers to raise a hand and shake things up, to believe in the future. The one that's barely 4 feet tall and loves to dream big, to learn and be inspired. So who better to help make a difference than, I don't know, people who actually can. Maybe you never thought about being a teacher. Maybe you should. Well, I gotta go. I'll see you in class.
If you think you can report on American politics by just...
Is the Super Bowl for all of our spellers out there.
This is new for the Centennial. This is the More Than Words exhibit. So we've got a whole bunch of different artifacts and pictures, and some of which have never been seen outside of the Scripps building before.
We're going to welcome 243 spellers, and this is our first chance to meet them and interact with them.
My favorite part of coming here is really the kids.
I am over the moon to be here at the Bee this year, especially with the 100th anniversary.
My message to the spellers, when you get to the mic, take a deep breath, breathe, and take it all in.
This year's Bee is epic.
The rock star of all bees.
Spectacular.
This year's Bee is going to be beautiful.
Beautiful indeed. Welcome back to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. And with us now live is our reigning 2024 champion. Welcome back, Bruhat Soma. What has your reign been like so far?
It's been so great. You know, there's been so many opportunities, a lot of TV shows and interviews I was called on, a lot of recognitions. honestly, I never really expected all of this, so it was just great, the community outreach.
And now you're back for the 100th year. You've already had some fun with the Champion Showdown last night. You had a lot of roles in that. I bet you get recognized a lot, do you?
Yeah, it still goes on, and especially here at B Week, because everyone knows who I am. I feel like a celebrity, you know, signing all those autographs and taking pictures with so many new spellers. And yeah, this is really a great experience so far.
Well, since you're here and they're there, what's your best piece of advice for the spellers who want to be in your shoes and hold up that trophy at the end of Thursday night?
So there's a lot of advice I can give, but I'd say the best piece of advice is, you know, when you're on stage, be as confident as you can. Remember, if you misspell one word, you're out. So remember to be confident, because that is the key to be able to spell your words correct. Look at only the judges. Don't be distracted by anyone else. And I'd say that's the best tip for now.
Some pretty healthy tips right there. We're going to watch together, and you can help us break down some of the words. But one more question. Who did you like better pronouncing the words, Dr. Bailey or Guillermo?
Definitely Dr. Bailey.
I thought you'd say that. All right, let's see some of these spellers who want to be in Brew Hut's shoes and, more importantly, hoist that trophy that he did. We're going to watch together and go back to the stage now as the competition continues here in the preliminary rounds. So speller number 101 is from the Boston area,
how are you?
13-year-old 8th grader.
Good. Let's get started.
Sapna Malhotra.
Your word is gabbro.
Gabbro. Can I please have the origin?
Originally Latin, this word came through Italian before becoming English.
Can I please have the definition?
A rock of a family of granular igneous rocks composed essentially of calcic plagioclase, a ferromagnesian mineral, and accessory minerals.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only gabbro.
Gabbro. Gabbro. Gabbro.
That is correct.
And your round 2 vocabulary word is gullibility. What does gullibility refer to? A, being extremely generous. B, being unable to find satisfaction. C, being easily tricked.
Gullibility means C, easily being tricked.
That is correct.
Which is not a quality you can attach to Sapna after she didn't fall for what they hoped would be a gullible speller, whoever wrote those clues. Let's get our next speller.
Your word is stroganoff.
Stroganoff. May I have all the information?
Stroganoff, also stroganoff, is an adjective. This word is from a Russian name. It means sliced thin and cooked in a sauce of meat stock, sour cream, mustard, onion, and condiments. As in, Tyrone prepared beef stroganoff for the mayor's visit. Stroganoff, stroganoff.
Stroganoff. S-T-R-O-G-A-N-O-F-F. Stroganoff.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well, that was a breeze for him. He's a returning person, and off
For
he goes
round
to
2
round 2.
vocabulary, your word is impasse. An impasse is A, a paragraph of text, B, a bridge over a canal, C, a road that can't be traveled. Impasse.
An impasse is C, a road that can't be traveled.
Correct.
Thank you.
I think he heard your advice about being confident, too. He seemed very confident there.
Yeah, I know. He had definitely that.
Juliet, your word is Guidonian.
May I have the definition?
Guidonian means of or relating to the theories of a certain medieval music theorist, especially relating to his system of solfege and theory of movable hexachords.
Guidonian. G-U-I-D-O-N-I-A-N. Guidonian.
That is correct.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is schism. A schism is A, a division into 2 disagreeing groups, B, a metamorphic crystalline rock, C, a clever plan.
B, a metamorphic crystalline rock.
Schism is A division into 2 disagreeing groups. Fine effort.
3 more years of eligibility remaining for Juliet. Next up from Michigan, we have Ainsley Gastmeyer.
Howdy.
Hi, Ainsley. Your word is kungri. This kungri is a noun. It means a small, portable, earthenware-lined wicker basket used as a warming stove in Kashmir. Kungri.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only kungri.
Kungry. C-U-N-G-R-Y, Kungry?
I'm sorry, kungri is K-A-N-G-R-I.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Fine effort, Ainsley.
Yeah, the language of origin might have helped for that. That's from Hindi, and Hindi has
I
the
did,
K usually for the k sound.
Your word is
a lot of the schwas from
sannyasi.
Hindi are A's.
Sannyasi is a noun. It means a wandering mendicant Hindu ascetic, a holy man. A monk is specifically one belonging to a Brahmin or Jain order comprising men in the 4th ashrama.
Sannyasi. S-A-N-Y-A-S-I. Sannyasi.
Sannyasi is S-A-N-N-Y-A-S-I.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Divya, another youngster. Go ahead.
Yeah, that was a very tricky word and surprising back-to-back Hindi words.
Hi,
I don't always
Elliot.
see that.
Hi.
Yeah.
Your word is colluctation.
Colluctation. Can I have all the information, please?
Colluctation is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means a struggle. The all-night colluctation between Jacob and the angel is one of Beth's favorite Bible stories.
Colluctation. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have only colluctation.
Colluctation. C-O-L-L-U-C-T-A-T-I-O-N. Colluctation.
That is correct.
No colluctation for her. Makes me wonder, Brewhut, if you ever worked any of these words into
And
your
for round 2 vocabulary,
conversations.
your
Let's get a
word is
vocab then.
gaggle.
Think about it.
A gaggle is a group of A, apes, B, dolphins, C, geese.
A gaggle is a group of C, geese.
That is correct.
Okay, and she's really confident. I see.
Oh, she even gave us a pirouette. Spell that while you're at it.
Hello.
There's Josiah.
Hi,
Lurkey.
Josiah. Your word is myrack.
Can I please have all the information?
Myrack is a noun. There's no origin for this word in our dictionary. Myrack in astronomy means a red giant star of the 2nd magnitude that is seen in the constellation Andromeda. Stargazers often use Myrack to find the Andromeda galaxy.
Myrack. M-I-R-A-C-H. Myrack.
That is correct.
And even a couple of spellers earlier even saw Mirak, which is a type of
And for
star.
round 2
They can even
vocabulary,
get
your word is
confused with that a
grotto.
lot.
What is a grotto? A hollow place that forms a natural shelter often on the side of a hill. B, a group of soldiers who desert from the armed forces. C, a mortar used to bind and secure structural brickwork.
A grotto is a hollow place that forms a natural shelter often on the side of a hill.
Correct.
Xander, your word is sciatica.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sciatica, also pronounced sciatica, is a noun. This word is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin before becoming English. Sciatica means pain along the course of a nerve situated in the region of or affecting the hip and especially in the leg, caused by compression, inflammation, or reflex mechanism. As Alicia struggled out of bed, she complained of sciatica in her left leg. Sciatica, sciatica.
Sciatica. C-I-A-T-T-I-C-A. Sciatica.
Sciatica is S-C-I-A-T-I-C-A.
Great work, Xander.
It's a word most people don't become familiar with till a little later on in life.
Eliza, your word is Bartokian.
Can I have the definition, please?
Bartokian means of, relating to, or suggestive of a certain Hungarian composer or his musical compositions. There's Bartokian, Bartokian, and Bartokian.
Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is from a Hungarian name and an English element.
Obviously, way easier if you know the name.
That's the critical component here. In these early rounds, these words are coming from a list the spellers were given. But sometimes that can be more pressure, isn't it? To remember everything on the list?
Remember everything on the list.
Bartokian.
Just endlessly studying those words.
R-T-A-K-I-A-N. Bartokian.
I'm sorry, Bartokian is B-A-R-T-O-K-I-A-N.
Thank you.
Fine effort. Ishika, your word is nival.
Nival?
Nival.
Can I please have all the information?
Nival is an adjective. This word is from Latin. It means characterized by, abounding with, or living in or under snow. As in Dr. Sorensen's thesis explores deer and caribou reactions to nival conditions. Nival.
Nival? Nival. N-I-V-A-L. Nival.
That is correct.
Spot on. Just short and sweet.
Sometimes you
For
want to make
round
it a
two
little crazy.
vocabulary, your word is abolish. To abolish is A, to clean until shiny, B, to do away with wholly, C, to cook over low heat.
Okay, this is something we usually learn in history class.
Can you please repeat the word?
Abolish.
Abolish. To abolish is B, to do away with Wally.
That is correct.
Were there any kind of words that you would have abolished from the B if you had your way?
Oh yeah, I would abolish all those random hard words that I would know.
Your word is
so I could win.
thuluth.
Thuluth. Can I please have the definition?
Thuluth is one of the chief forms of Arabic and Persian script.
Thuluth. Can you please use it in a sentence?
The flag of Saudi Arabia features script written in Thuluth.
Thuluth. T-H-U-L-U-T-H. Thuluth.
That is correct.
One of those words that's easier to spell than it is to say?
Yeah, this one.
For round two vocabulary, your word is veneer. What is a veneer?
Combination.
A thin sheet of wood. B, a smile given mockingly. C, a public auction.
She might think auctioneer from option C.
Veneer
That's probably
is
the trick.
B, a smile given mockingly.
I'm sorry, veneer is A, a thin sheet of wood.
It looks like B was the definition of sneer, too.
Yeah, or people wear veneers on their teeth, or it could be a false front. Some of those vocab answers can really throw you off.
How are you, Sanvi?
I'm good, thank
Good.
you.
Your word is jamada.
May I have all of the information, please?
Jamada is a noun. This word is from Arabic. Jamada means either of 2 months of the Islamic year. Both the 5th and the 6th month of the Islamic year are called Jamada, with suffixes attached to specify which one is meant. Jamada.
Jamada. J-U-M-A-D-A. Jamada.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is humdrum. Something described as humdrum has A, an exciting and up-tempo rhythm, B, a mythical or fairy tale quality, C, a routine or commonplace character.
Something described as humdrum has C, a routine or commonplace character.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So she just needed to know the idea of the word because all of the options were opposite to each other.
How about that? So Sanvi moves on.
Good morning, Carter.
Now, Carter Peterson.
Your word has a homonym, so listen to a little information here. The word is rias or rayas. This word is a plural noun, and it means Scandinavian hand-woven rugs with a deep, resilient, comparatively flat pile. Rias, rayas.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
At the market in Oslo, Lisbeth shops for colorful rayas to add to her new apartment.
That's her
Rias,
first
rayas.
homonym in a while.
Rayas. R-H-I-A-S. Rayas.
Rayas is R-Y-A-S.
Thank you.
Good job.
Drew Hutt, I don't know if I've asked you before. Maybe after this word, you can tell us what first got you interested in the bee, in competing here.
Gemma, your
Gemma
word
Kim.
is berceuse. Berceuse or berceuse. This is a noun. It means a lullaby.
Can I have a language of origin?
This word is from a French word.
Could you use it in a sentence?
Priya hummed a berceuse to her daughter in the crib to soothe her to sleep.
Berceuse. B-E-R-C-E-U-S-E. Berceuse.
That is correct.
Yeah, I'd love to talk about, what got me interested, but, let's wait for, these few
For round 2
spellers,
vocabulary, your word is
and,
transience.
an elongated
Transience
break,
is the state of A, lasting
love
only a
talking
short
about
time, B, being highly educated, C, peacefulness or calmness.
Transience is the state of A, lasting only a short time.
That is
So I
correct.
think C is like
Thank you.
tranquility, so similar transients, but she nailed it.
She sure did. Here's Jaden Go.
He's returning from last year,
Jaden,
too.
your
I
word is
remember him.
Jungian.
I'm sure he remembers you too.
Can I have the definition, please?
Jungian means of, relating to, or having the characteristics of the psychological doctrines of a particular Swiss psychologist.
Jungian. J-U-N-G-I-A-N. Jungian.
Jaden, that's correct.
And a breath of relief after spelling
For round
that
2
word right.
vocabulary, your word is pallor. What is pallor? A, dizziness. B, pride in one's accomplishment. C, abnormal lack of color.
C. Abnormal lack of color.
That is correct.
Something, an intimidating word can sometimes cause in the face of a speller.
Eli, your word is Terre Haute.
Terre Haute, may I have the language of origin?
This word entry is it's a U.S. geographical name.
Terre Haute, may I have the definition?
It's a city on the Wabash River in western Indiana.
Okay,
Terre
we're
Haute.
moving to geography now.
T-E-R-R-A-H-O-T-E, Terre Haute.
I'm sorry, Terre Haute is T-E-R-R-E-H-A-U-T-E.
Thank you.
Good effort.
And if you haven't seen that one on a map or driven through there in Indiana, a little trickier to figure
Charles,
out.
your word is in silico.
May I have all the information?
In silico is an adverb. This word entry is from Latin. In silico means in or on a computer, done or produced by using computer software or simulation. As in, it is one thing to run your experiment in silico, said Dr. Karpalis, but quite another to perform it in an actual lab. In silico.
In silico.
Okay, that's cool.
I-N-S-I-L-I-C-O. In silico.
That is correct.
2 compound entries in a row. Pretty nice.
And how much of your studying was in silica?
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is rubric. What would one use a rubric for? A, loosening tough or compacted soil. B, recording oral testimony during a trial. C, grading or scoring academic papers.
One would use a rubric for C, grading or scoring academic papers.
Charles, that's correct.
Thank you.
And Charles Mueller Thompson would pass on any rubric. Did you use the computer a lot for your studying?
Yeah, a lot.
I had a feeling.
Wade, why don't you come just a little closer to the mic? There you go.
Technology so much these
Your word
days.
is diaphanous.
Diaphanous. Can I have the definition, please?
Diaphanous means characterized by such fineness and delicacy of texture as to permit seeing through, usually with a high degree of clarity.
Diaphanous. D-I-A-P-H-A-N-O-U-S. Diaphanous.
That is correct.
Oh yeah, this
Thank
brings
you.
back memories. Guillermo asked me this word, but he pronounced it like the
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is
It was
eschew.
so funny.
What does it mean to eschew? A, to spit out. B, to shun. C, to decorate.
To eschew means B, to shun.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So 5th grader Wade Salvi moving on to that round 3 test.
Remember, they
Hi,
take
Emmeline.
100 from the
Emmeline,
round 3
sorry.
test to
Emmeline.
move on to quarterfinals.
Your word is chèvre.
May I please have all of the information?
Chèvre, also pronounced chèvre, is a noun. This word is from French. Chèvre means a cheese made from goat's milk. Deciding he wanted to make his own chèvre, Robert closely followed the instructions he'd found online. Chèvre or chèvre?
Chèvre. C-H-E-V-R-E. Chèvre.
That is correct.
Have you ever tried that, Drew Hutt? Chèvre?
No, but I've eaten so many other cheeses.
And for
Just
round
not
2
that one.
vocabulary, your word
like
is
it with honey and
grandiloquent.
jalapenos.
Something
It's good.
described as grandiloquent
Maybe I should
is
try it after this
A,
meeting.
marked by lofty language,
Amen.
B, overwhelming in scale, C, clumsy because of great size.
Something described as grandiloquent is A, marked by lofty language.
That is correct.
So the main root that helps with this is the Latin root locally, meaning to speak. A is the only one related to speaking, so...
Anya, your word is alouette.
Can I have the definition, please?
Alouette means any of various South and Central American monkeys having a long prehensile tail and a peculiar enlargement of the hyoid and laryngeal apparatus, enabling them to make remarkable howling noises, called also howler monkey, alouette.
I like this word. It
Alouette.
sounds so cool.
Can you say it again?
Alouette.
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 Yeah, big difference there. It's not a football team in Montreal.
Alouette. A-L-L-O-U-A-T-E. Alouette.
Alouette is A-L-O-U-A-T-T-E.
Thank you.
Nice try, Anya.
So we've had astronomy, geography, medicine, and their little zoology.
Yeah.
What's
All
next?
types of fields are being covered here.
Jocelyn, listen carefully because your word could be confused with others. The word is Akum. Akum is a noun. It means a star worshiper of an ancient Semitic people that occupied Chaldea.
Okay, so
Akum.
now we're touching religion
Could I have
too.
all of the information?
Certainly. Akum is a noun. This word is from Hebrew. It means a star worshiper of an ancient Semitic people that occupied Chaldea. The Akum cast a propitious horoscope for the king on the day of the battle. Akum.
Occam. A-K-K-U-M. Occam.
Jocelyn, that's correct.
Double K is not a very common combo, is it?
Yeah.
And
Very
your round
tricky
2
word.
vocabulary word is talisman. A talisman is supposed to A, follow closely behind someone in a race, B, ward off evil, C, support the weight of the legs.
A talisman is supposed to A, follow closely behind somebody in a race.
think she got confused with like
Talisman is
talesman or
B.
something like
It's
that.
supposed to ward off evil. Fine
That was
effort.
a tough one if you got a talesman.
And you don't have much time to decide.
Exactly,
How
only
are you,
30
Sagan?
seconds.
Pretty good. How
3
about you?
options.
Good. Your word is mascarpone.
Could I please have all of the information?
Mascarpone
Okay, so
is a
another
noun.
cheese.
This word is from Italian. It means an Italian cream cheese. Luca likes to use mascarpone when making cheesecake. Mascarpone.
Mascarpone. Can I please have the definition again?
An Italian cream cheese.
Mascarpone. M-A-S-C-A-R-P-O-N-E. Mascarpone.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is rebuff. A rebuff is A, a headache, B, a course of physical therapy, C, a snub or rejection.
Is there any information I'm allowed to ask?
Just the word again, which is rebuff.
B, a course of physical therapy.
A rebuff is C, a snub or rejection.
Thank you.
Good job. Good effort.
It's still really hard to see really good spellers go out on a multiple
Dr.
choice
Sitema.
like that.
How are you, Yuva?
I'm good. How are you?
You ready?
Yes.
Here we go. Your word is seton.
Seton. Can I have the definition, please?
Seton means one or more threads or horsehairs or a strip of linen introduced beneath the skin by a knife or needle to form a suture.
Seton. Can I have the language of origin?
The language of origin is Latin.
Okay. And can I have seton in a sentence, please?
The veterinarian repaired the horse's fistula with a seton, taking care to ensure proper drainage.
Seton. S-E-T-O-N. Seton.
That is correct.
Nice job by him. That's a pretty tricky schwa there.
And for your round 2 vocabulary word, your word is sepulchral. Something described as sepulchral. A consists of 7 parts. B resembles floral leaves. C has qualities suggestive of a funeral.
Sepulchral. Can you pronounce the word again?
Sepulchral.
Something described as sepulchral is C, has qualities suggestive of a funeral.
That is correct.
Thank you.
All people recognize that word sepulcher. Little connection
Yeah.
drawn there. Ananya Agarwal.
Ananya, your word is hokote.
Can I have the definition, please?
The edible purplish fruit of a common tropical American shrub or small tree with compound leaves and purple paniculate flowers. Hokote.
Hokote?
Hokote.
Hokote. Can I have all the information?
Hokote is a noun. This word passed from Nahuatl to American Spanish. It means the edible purplish fruit of a common tropical American shrub or small tree with compound leaves and purple paniculate flowers, as in, Javier will let the hokote ripen before eating it, since he knows that the unripe fruit would be bitter.
Hokote. J-O-C-O-T-E, Hokote?
That is correct.
Spanish pretty consistent.
Stay
with the
right
vowel
here for
sounds.
your round 2 vocabulary word, which is pernicious. Something described as pernicious is A, tasty, B, colorful, C, destructive.
Can I hear the word again?
Pernicious.
C, destructive?
That is correct.
Hi, Dr. Sitema.
How are you, Beckett?
I'm good, thank you.
Good. Your word
We
is
have the
phobos.
5th grader from Missouri.
Phobos, can I get all the information, please?
Phobos, also pronounced phobos, is a noun. There's no origin given for this word. In astronomy, Phobos is the larger and innermost of the 2 moons of Mars, with an irregular shape and a diameter of approximately 15.6 miles. Phobos is on an eventual collision course with Mars. Phobos, Phobos.
Phobos, are there... oh, wait, never mind, sorry. Phobos.
Those ones with unknown origin are
Phobos.
always tough.
P-H-O-B-O-S.
Phobos, phobos.
That is correct.
And for round 2, vocabulary, your word is illicitly. Something done illicitly is done A, unlawfully, B, generously, C, irritably.
Something done illicitly is done A, unlawfully.
There's nothing illicit about that. That's correct.
Will, your word is sprints. This sprints is a noun and it means a hard cheese suitable for grating. Sprints or sprints.
Sprints. SBRINZ. Sprints.
That is correct.
That was a tough one.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is sophomoric. Someone described as sophomoric is A, exhausted, B, immature, C, elegant.
C, elegant.
Someone described as sophomoric is B, immature.
Guess you
Good
gotta
job.
make the
Good job.
connection to like a sophomore here. Like sophomores are like in their younger years of high school, so
Like you
I
pretty
guess
soon?
immature kind of. Well, actually, I'm gonna be a freshman next year,
Yeah, 2 years from now.
Yeah,
I'll be a
2 years.
sophomore.
Hi, Scott.
and I'll
Your
still
word
be
is
immature, I guess.
katana.
Sophomore.
Katana is a noun. It means a single-edged sword that is the longer of a pair worn by the Japanese samurai. Katana.
Katana. K-A-T-A-N-A. Katana.
That is correct.
Pure Japanese words. The K, the A, everything. And you got it
And
spot
for
on.
round 2 vocabulary, your word is trounce. What does it mean to trounce? A, to trim with decorative edging. B, to win victory over in a decisive manner. C, to pay undue attention to details.
Trounce means B, to win victory over in a decisive manner.
Scott, that's correct.
Thank you.
Ruhud, how did you handle that reality of your word seems harder or easier than the one before or after it?
Well, you know, it's like
Good morning. How are you?
you can't complain
Kunal?
about it. You gotta just
Good. Your
spell
word is
own
Karaginen.
Just don't focus on that.
Can I have all
and
the
you'll be
information?
fine.
Karaginen is a noun. This word is from an Irish place name plus an English element. Carrageenan means a linear, typically gel-forming polysaccharide extracted from various red algae that is often used in the food and beverage industry as a thickener, stabilizer, and suspending agent, especially to improve texture, viscosity, and shelf life. Carrageenan has been added to processed foods since the 1950s and has no nutritional value, although it may help fight infections. Carrageenan.
Carrageenan, are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only Carrageenan.
Carrageenan. C-A-R-R-A. G-E-E-N-A-N. Carrageenan.
That is correct.
Seen this on a lot of food labels, but that doesn't make it not a tough word. It's still pretty hard.
And for round
Good
2
place to look
vocabulary,
for
your word
words.
is
Exactly.
juxtapose. What does it mean to juxtapose? A, to place side by side. B, to appear in court. C, to sit for a length of time for a portrait.
C is definitely the definition of pose.
Juxtapose means A, to place side by side.
That is correct.
But Kunal did not get tricked by that. He knew exactly what juxtapose meant.
Natalie Linthicum from Coffee,
Natalie,
Missouri.
your word is kiva.
Can I have all the information, please?
Yeah, kiva is a noun. This word is from Hopi, a Native American language. Kiva means a Pueblo Indian structure used as a ceremonial, council, work, and lounging room for men that is usually round and is at least partly underground with entrance and lighting from the roof, and that includes a fireplace and altar. Visitors to Mesa Verde National Park can descend by ladder into a kiva.
Can I have the definition again?
A Pueblo Indian structure used as a ceremonial, council, work, and lounging room for men that is usually round and is at least partially underground with entrance and lighting from the roof, and that includes a fireplace and altar.
Could we hear you say it?
Kiva. Kiva.
K-E-V-A-H, Kiva.
I'm sorry, Kiva is K-I-V-A. Thank you, Natalie.
Yeah, just one of those short words that can trip you up.
If you haven't seen
Gotta
it.
keep those as simple as you can. No hidden tricks.
Kushi, your word is icosahedron,
May I have the definition?
a figure or solid formed by 20 plane faces.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from Greek.
Could you use it in a sentence?
The icosahedron occurs frequently in nature in molecular and viral structures.
Could you repeat the word?
Icosahedron, also icosahedron, icosahedron, and icosahedron.
Something you might maybe learn in
Icosahedron.
geometry class if you get that to that many sides.
I-C-O-S-A-H-E-D-R-O-N. Icosahedron.
That is correct.
Yeah, a 20-sided figure is pretty significant.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is windbaggery. What is windbaggery? A method of measuring air current speeds. B, pompous, meaningless talk. C, a style of rope making.
Windbaggery is B. Pompous, meaningless talk.
That's correct.
No need for that at the B. Ruby Wang, all the way from Missoula, Montana.
Ruby, your word is Kriegspiel.
Kriegspiel.
Kriegspiel. Kriegspiel, or Kriegspiel.
Follows German patterns.
K-R-I-E-G-S-P-I-E-L. Kriegspiel.
That is correct.
Looks like she knows her German.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is incinerate. What does it mean to incinerate? A, to bend the head or body forward. B, to cause to burn to ashes. C, to plunge into water.
B, to cause to burn to ashes.
That is correct.
So Ruby is moving on.
Hello.
Hi, Rian. Your word is succès-fou.
Succès-fou. Can I have all the information, please?
Succès-fou is a noun. This word entry is from French. It means an extraordinary success. Having raked in a whopping $12.46, Trey and Shauna declared their lemonade stand a succès-fou and decided to retire and go get ice cream. Succès-fou.
Succès-fou. Could you please repeat the language of origin, please?
From French.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Only succès-fou.
Succès-fou.
The English cognate of success should definitely help him figure out the first part of the
Succès-fou.
word.
S-U-C-C-E-S-F-O-U. Succès-fou.
That's correct. And a succès-fou.
Did you ever giggle studying some words because they just sounded funny?
For round 2 vocabulary, your
Yeah,
word is disposition.
like
What does
zizzagiton is a
disposition
fun
refer
word. It
to?
has 3
A,
Z's.
choreography. B, an argument. C, a prevailing mood.
Always think about that word. Quirky it is.
Pretty quirky.
Disposition refers to C, a prevailing mood.
That is correct.
And that disposition will be pretty sunny for Rian Kamti from Elkhorn, Nebraska. Next we have Priya Konduru.
Priya, your word is tikka. This tikka is a noun. It means an Indian dish of marinated meat cooked on a skewer. Tikka.
Tikka. Can I have all the information?
Tikka is a noun. It's originally Persian. This word came to English from Hindi and Urdu. It means an Indian dish of marinated meat cooked on a skewer. For dinner, Mira ordered chicken tikka and a side of garlic naan. Tikka.
Tikka. T-I-K-K-A. Tikka.
That is correct.
If you've ever been to an Indian restaurant, you see this a lot.
And they usually spell it right on
For
the
round 2
Usually.
vocabulary, your word is facetious. If a person is being facetious, they are A, joking in a silly or inappropriate way, B, being serious in a self-important manner, C, getting angry and aggressive.
If a person is being facetious, they are A, joking in a silly or inappropriate way.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So we've had 133 spellers go up to the microphone. 40 of them have been eliminated. 93 are still going, just like Bruhut did all the way to the championship last year. And I asked you earlier what it was, Bruhut, that first got you interested in this competition.
So it all started like in 2nd grade. I started with this organization called North-South Foundation. It's a nonprofit, and they host local spelling bees and even a national one if you get there. It's kind of like Scripps, but they do it not just for spelling, but like for a lot of stuff. And the money that they get from the competitions, they donate to give people that need scholarships. So it's like a win-win situation. That's the first time I've been to a spelling bee, and then going up on the stage and, you know, showing my knowledge to so many people. I was more excited than nervous, and, you know, I learned about some resources that I could use there. And then pretty soon, I also learned about Scripps. 4th grade was the first time I tried it. I actually got 2nd that year in my region, losing to Dev. Me and Dev were both in the same region because we're both from Tampa Bay.
Yeah.
So that was pretty disappointing. But then I came back in 5th grade. That was the first year I made it. However, I got COVID and I couldn't participate that year. So 6th grade, 6th grade was the first year I really participated. Obviously that year I didn't do as well as I expected. And then that was kind of like the turning point of my journey, where I realized I needed to work as hard as ever if I really wanted to win this thing. I didn't want my journey to just end like that. So then I put in all the hard work, and then I won it all last year. And now here I am commentating for the next spelling bee.
And doing a great job helping us understand what the spellers are going through. I want to take you back to what you said there, that in 4th grade, you almost got to come here, but you lost your regional final. You didn't lose, you're a runner-up to a guy who went on to win the national championship, because our regular viewers over the years remember Dev Shaw, past champion, who's back here this year, as are more than 40 of the champions through all the years. Did that kind of inspire you a little bit to see a speller that you had gone up against win the whole thing here in Washington?
I mean, yeah, it kind of did in a way, because it showed me that, like, my loss against him, it kind of made it a little justified for me, because I was like, okay, I'm competing against a national champion in my region, so I'm like, okay, it's fine that I lost. But then it also showed me that, like, another Tampa Bay champion, I could be like, okay, there was one from last year, so why can't I do it this year too? It's like, you know, the local inspiration, you know.
Yeah, because the Bucks have won Super Bowls, but not back-to-back, like you and Dev. You know, we had a word earlier that we all learned together up there on stage, in silico, which meant using the computer, and I asked you how much of your studying had been done that way. How have you seen technology kind of help you prepare for the bee, which I'm assuming some other spellers are doing too?
Yeah, technology's like, without technology, I probably wouldn't be here, because, you know, like almost everything that I used to study was like a website, like either Unabridged or some other spelling preparation websites. There's this website called Spell Pundit that I used. But yeah, those were the main resources I used, and those were all on the computer. So without that, I wouldn't have been able to memorize all of the words that I can, doing online quizzing and stuff like that. Because, you know, my parents aren't there 24/7 to quiz me, right? So I got to do, like, quizzing on my own. So the computer, me and the computer were like best buddies during that time period.
And you've met a lot of human best buddies since then, too, in your tour as the bee champion. I know you've got your freshman year in high school ahead of you, but besides that, what should our viewers look forward to seeing or hearing from you in the future? Do you have some goals out there that were kind of like winning this competition? Now you have them in front of you that you hope to achieve someday?
Well, I guess my first goal, like for now, is just to, focus on academics, focus on high school. And then I guess in 7th grade, that was the year I won. I wasn't able to do a lot of extracurriculars and stuff, but now I'm really involved. I do sports, I do clubs, I do everything, and I want my high school to be really a mix of everything, so I get to enjoy everything and then experience the world.
Well, he's experienced a lot already. He's Bruhet Soma, last year's champion here at the Scripps National Spelling Bee. We're still working on the preliminaries. Don't go anywhere. The 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee will continue right after this. Capital. We'll get back to the stage and spelling in a few moments. But right now, what a privilege to welcome the Executive Director of the Scripps National Spelling Bee, Corey Leffler, my sister. Corey, this is so exciting. 100 years of the Scripps National Spelling Bee. What does that mean to you and the organization?
Well, I think it's just so special to realize that this competition has touched so many lives from all over the country for 100 years, and that really it looks about the same as it did back in 1925, with a lot more kids, harder words, and some vocabulary, of course, too.
You don't think the words were very hard in 1925?
I mean, they were no joke, but we've seen the caliber of competition just grow and grow over the years.
Well, even since you were in it, which is what, 30 years ago now?
Well, you didn't have to say that.
Sorry. 35 for me. How's that? What kind of memories do you have of when you were in it that maybe you see differently now that we're so far into the future?
Well, it's funny. I was just thinking about this the other day. Someone asked what I was most looking forward to. I love the competition. I love the learning. I love the words. But for me, the special thing about this was the community that's built among the spellers and the families, the wonderful feeling of belonging that kids can experience here, and that's all outside of the competition. You see it on the stage with the camaraderie, with the support, with cheering each other on, but it really happens off stage with the fun events that we have here at Bee Week, and that continues all the way through Friday night, even after the cameras go off.
Well, and you see that every year, that the spellers, as they say, they're not competing against each other, but against the dictionary, and then they live it. You see how they get along. It's not this fierce, rivalry, it's camaraderie. And they all know how to spell that word too. But now with the 100th year, it seems like that is growing bigger tentacles into different eras, because you have a lot of past champions coming back for this, right?
We do. It's so exciting, actually. We have 42 champions who are joining us this week. We had this champions competition here in the ballroom last night, and even for that, we had champions who were officiating, champions who were competing, and that already felt like the most champions in one place that I've ever seen in my 30 years of being around this competition. But it's going to be incredible to see all of these champions here on Thursday night. They'll all be here in the ballroom watching or officiating or pronouncing. And all of the kids here are going to have a chance that afternoon to get all 42 autographs on a special commemorative poster. So really exciting to see our spellers be able to meet some Bee heroes and get that extra added inspiration this year.
I might be jumping in that line too. I hope I don't stick out like too much of a sore thumb. It's going to be so neat to see all those past champions back. And I'm just imagining that in researching that and putting together the exhibit that's here in the venue where people can walk through and get a piece of that history, that you all have probably learned a lot that even you didn't know about who these champions are and what they've done since.
Yes, we've learned a lot. There are some great articles that have come out this week too. Beyond that, really what we see is a lot of successful people who see their experience at the Bee as a turning point for them. It let them learn how to reach higher, how to really work for something, what it takes to be really diligent, and have a goal in mind and then reach it. So we see all different types of careers, but certainly lots of success. And that's not just for our champions. This is a transformational experience for every kid on that stage where they can see themselves on a national platform.
Well, and it changes their families too, and you and I can speak to that because we saw our mother get so involved in this. She actually was a champion of the Parents' Bee one year, and she bribed me with baseball cards to study. Did she have to bribe you to study?
No, I like words, so.
Well, I do too, but not as much as baseball cards. I saw the spellers got to make some baseball cards at Nationals Park here yesterday, but thinking about that with the people behind the spellers, their parents, their coaches, their schools, their teachers, and their sponsors. Because, you know, 35 years ago, if there wasn't a newspaper called the Merced Sun-Star that sponsored a competition where we lived, I would have never gotten into it. And I imagine you're still hearing from people when you have this competition. Do you get a lot of interest of someone who says, you know what, our area doesn't have a regional B, we want to sponsor now?
We do hear from, we're mostly covered in the United States. There's a way to participate anywhere, but there are still some regions that don't have a regional partner, so a local competition that kids can go to. And that's where we see the biggest impact of this program, is at that regional level. So we're so grateful to our regional partners for sponsoring and organizing and volunteering for regional competitions, sending these incredible kids on to the national competition and giving them this life-changing opportunity.
And sometimes those regional partners are, you know, County Office of Education, it's a TV station, a newspaper, a professional sports franchise. There's a lot of creativity that we see in that realm. I wonder how creative this competition is going to be in the future, because getting a piece of that Champions Showdown last night, there's a lot of creativity there. But the B of the future, are spellers just going to think the letters and we'll all know what they're thinking? I mean, how's that going to work? Have you thought about 100 years from now what this might look like?
Well, we're actually asking that question of all of our spellers this week. We have, like you said, an exhibit of our first 100 years, and we're asking them to predict what it looks like. So we'll have to check back in and see what they're saying.
Wow. It blows my mind to even think about it, but I bet they have some really creative answers. So we're preliminaries now, quarterfinals, semifinals tomorrow night, finals Thursday night. For someone who's never watched the finals before, what should they be watching for Thursday night?
High caliber spelling and vocabulary competition, edge of your seat drama. I mean, we've talked before about this is a competition that demands such precision. It's unlike anything else that just one letter determines your fate. And yeah, I think it's just going to be exciting and celebration. Looking back at all of the photos from the past 100 years, one pattern that stood out was second place finishers really celebrating with the champions. And it's so special, again, to see that support and camaraderie that hasn't changed in 100 years.
And I bet we'll see some of those second place finishers coming back for this too. We can't wait to see how the rest of this unfolds. She's my favorite speller of all time, my sister Corey, and you're doing an amazing job as the executive director. I'm not just saying that because I'm your brother.
A little biased.
Is there anything else I didn't ask you about that you think people ought to know about the B and what this 100th year really means in terms of its significance?
Well, you can go to spellingbee.com. There is an incredible history virtual archive website there now that just launched. You can go through every single year of the B, and you can also learn about how to get involved in other ways.
Awesome. Spellingbee.com. I'm going to do that myself. We're going to take a break and go to commercial here. Corey, thanks again.
Thank you.
We'll be right back at the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
Jesse Palmer?
So you do remember me, and I know you haven't been watching.
TV's expensive.
Not with Tableau. Pay once and watch happily ever after. You can record too. Learn more at TableauTV.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
From Las Vegas, Nevada.
Hi, Audrey.
Hello.
Your word is moiety.
Moiety. Can I have all the information, please?
Moiety is a noun. This word passed from Latin to French to English. Moiety means one of them on his employer after the infraction he reported. Moiety.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only moiety.
What was the origin again?
This word passed from Latin to French to English.
Moiety. M-O-I-E-T-Y. Moiety.
Audrey, that's correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is seclusion. What is seclusion? A, the condition of being separated from outside influence. B, the blockage of the sun caused by dense cloud cover. C, an abnormality in the alignment of teeth.
Hearing pronounced are actually from a list that the spellers had access to?
That's
Good morning,
correct.
Dr.
and you
Stietzema.
can
Good morning,
see them
Arbeth.
yourself.
Your word is scaric.
Scaric. Can I please have all the information?
Scaric is a noun. This word is perhaps from an Old Norse word that passed into English. Scaric means the least bit, semblance, trace. It's chiefly used in Australia. By the time Hadra's brother was through, there wasn't a scaric of food left in the fridge. Scaric.
Scaric.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is hegemony. What is another word for hegemony? A, dominance. B, uncertainty. C, bitterness.
It's actually a list of 4,000 words, and you can download a free app if you want to study the same ones. It's called Word Club.
I, Harini.
Word Club. It's in
Your
the App
word is
Store.
bosque.
All right.
This bosque is a noun. It means a pair with firm flesh and brown or dark yellow skin. Bosque.
Bosque. Can I have the part of speech, please?
This is a noun.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from a French name.
Bosque. Can I have the definition, please?
A pair with firm flesh and brown or dark yellow skin.
Bosque. Bosque. B-O-S-C. Bosque.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is phylum. A phylum is A, a type of pigment found in plants. B, a small book with decorative pages. C, a division or category of the animal kingdom.
C. A division or category of the animal kingdom.
That is correct.
Thank you.
She had those ones down pat, huh?
Indeed. It's her 4th time in the competition.
Eli,
Her
your
brother was a
word
pretty good
is
speller himself.
photovoltaic.
Photovoltaic. Can I have all the information?
Photovoltaic, also pronounced photovoltaic or photovoltaic, is an adjective. This word was formed from an originally Greek part, an Italian name, and an English element. Photovoltaic means of, utilizing, or relating to the generation of an electromotive force when radiant energy falls on the boundary between certain dissimilar substances in close contact. A photovoltaic effect can be produced with cuprous oxide and copper, or with an electrode and an electrolyte.
Photovoltaic. P-H-O-T-O-V-O-L-T-A-I-C. Photovoltaic.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is imposing. If someone is described as imposing, they A, are constantly asking questions, B, are impressive and command attention, C, act in a gullible or foolish manner.
If someone is described as imposing, they... Can you repeat the word?
Imposing.
If someone is described as imposing, they B, are impressive and command attention.
That is correct.
They sure are. Corey, you said that Word Club app, viewers can download that. Do you ever have people send you words?
Hi,
Hey, you ought to
Ishan.
ask this word?
All the time.
Your word is muzak. Muzak is a trademark. It's used for recorded background music, as at an office or restaurant. Muzak.
Muzak. Can you repeat the word?
Muzak.
Muzak. Can I have all the information, please?
Muzak is a trademark. It's used for recorded background music, as at an office or restaurant. Justin often wears headphones at his desk to avoid listening to the Muzak played over the office speaker system.
Muzak. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Muzak.
Okay, Muzak. Muzak. M-U-Z-A-K. Muzak.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Do you think he was air typing or playing some music?
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is duress. What is duress? A, compulsion by threat of retribution. B, a state of being dressed. C, extreme joy.
Duress. Can you repeat all the options one more time?
Sure. A, compulsion by threat of retribution. B, a state of being dressed. C, extreme joy.
Duress means A, compulsion by threat of retribution.
That is correct.
Thank you.
The Muzak thing, I was wondering if I was the only one who started hearing Muzak in my head just with the power of suggestion from the word.
Daniel, your word is Esau.
Can I have the definition, please?
Esau means one that sacrifices a permanent interest for a more immediate but temporary interest. Also, one that may easily be taken advantage of. Esau.
Can I have the origin?
This word is from a name that went from Hebrew to Greek to Latin.
Esau. E-S-A-U. Esau.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is epithet. An epithet is A, an earthquake originating in the continental shelf. B, a word or phrase meant as an insult. C, a last-minute addition to a cast list.
An epithet is B, a word or phrase meant as an insult.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I love these vocabulary words. You know, some of them are much easier to spell, but they're just so useful to know.
Hi, Keith. Your word is dentifrice.
Dentifrice. May I have all the information?
Dentifrice is a noun. This word is from an originally Latin word that then became French. Dentifrice means a powder, paste, or liquid used in cleaning the teeth. John uses a dentifrice that contains baking soda.
Dentifrice. D-E-N-T-I-F-R-I-C-E. Dentifrice.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is gaucho. What is a gaucho? A, a person lacking in social graces. B, a South American herdsman. C, a merchant who overcharges for goods.
Gaucho is B, a South American herdsman.
You got it.
I think C was going for Gaucho. We're proud of him back in Rio Rancho, New Mexico, where Keith's from.
Your word is carcajou.
Could I have all of the word information except for the sentence, please?
Carcajou, also carcajou, is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Algonquian montagnais to French. Carcajou means a carnivorous, usually solitary mammal of northern forests and associated tundra of North America, Europe, and Asia that is dark brown with a light band on each side of the body and is noted for its strength, called also wolverine. Carcajou, carcajou.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Carcajou, carcajou.
Carcajou. C-A-R-C-A-J-O-U. Carcajou.
Nice work. That's correct.
Thank you.
Who's your all-time Michigan carcajou?
And Krisha, your round 2 vocabulary word is luau. What is a luau? A, a burrowing mole of Southeast Asia. B, a bathroom in British vernacular. C, a Hawaiian feast with entertainment.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Luau.
A luau is C, a Hawaiian feast with entertainment.
That's correct.
Just 10 years old. Look at that poise and confidence. You love to see it.
Party time.
Sharon, your word is to Euro.
To Euro. Can you repeat the word?
To Euro or to Yo.
Tough to say.
Okay. To
Tough
Euro.
to hear.
T-I-L-L-E-U-L. To Euro.
That is
Apparently
correct.
easy to spell, though.
Thank you.
For Sharon, maybe not for the rest of us.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is ligament. What is a ligament? Can you step a little closer to the mic, Sharon? What is a ligament? A band of tissue found in the body. B, a liquid solution used to treat pain. C, a piece of sporting equipment used in lacrosse.
I think a ligament is a band of tissue found in the body.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We continue with our Empire State contingent. Cora Macera.
Cora, your word is
Goshen, New York.
moraine. This moraine is a noun. It means an accumulation of earth and stones carried and finally deposited by a glacier. Moraine, moraine, moraine.
Can I have all the information, please?
Moraine, moraine, moraine is a noun. This word is from a French word. It means an accumulation of earth and stones carried and finally deposited by a glacier. Moraine is composed of an unsorted mix of earth and stones that range in size from powdery sediment to large boulders.
Moraine. M-O-R-A-I-N-E. Moraine.
You got it. That's right.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is solstice. How often does a solstice occur? A, once in a lifetime. B, twice a day. C, twice a year.
A solstice occurs, C, twice a year.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It sure does. Corey, so you said you get a lot of word suggestions. I'm curious, what kind of criteria say, yeah, we should use that word versus...
Brian, your word is
Nah, it doesn't make
cirri.
sense. Think about it.
Cirri. May I have the definition?
Clouds of a white filmy variety usually formed in the highest cloud region at altitudes of 20,000 to 40,000 feet and are normally consisting of minute ice crystals.
Cirri. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I see only cirri.
Okay. Cirri. May I have the language of origin?
This is from Latin, and this is a plural noun, cirri.
Okay, cirri. C-I-R-R-I, cirri.
That is correct.
Familiar with the singular? Plural wasn't so hard.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is conclave. What is a conclave? A, an assembly of Catholic cardinals. B, a small electric keyboard. C, a tool used to split wood.
A conclave is A, an assembly of Catholic cardinals.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Certainly in the news recently, yes.
Pope Leo would clarify.
Read, your word is kulibiak.
Can you give me all the information?
Kulibiak is a noun. This word is from a word that went from Russian to French. Kulibiak means fish rolled in pastry dough and baked. Burton substituted trout for the more traditional salmon or sturgeon in his kulibiak.
Can we hear you say it?
Kulibiak.
Kulibiak.
Kulibiak. Yeah. Kulibiak. C-O-L-E-B-I-A-K. Kulibiak.
Kulibiak is C-O-U-L-I-B-I-A-C.
It's a tough one.
Good work.
You know, you asked about word appropriateness for competition. Really, the only words that are off the table are archaic and obsolete words.
Izzy, your word is calenture.
Can I have the definition, please?
Calenture means any fever supposedly caused by heat.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Calenture or calenture.
C-A-L-E-N-T-U-R-E. Calenture?
That is correct.
Sorry.
Izzy Canada is from New York.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is fiduciary. Something described as fiduciary. A, involves a confidence or trust. B, consists of a single political party. C, is covered in coarse fibers.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Fiduciary.
A, involves a confidence or trust.
That is correct.
I attended the New York City Regional Spelling Bee this year, and Izzy was super impressive. That bee lasted for hours.
Hello, Mr. Tisima.
How are you, Jay?
I'm good.
Good. Your word is gliriform.
Gliriform. May I have the definition, please?
Gliriform means resembling a rodent.
Gliriform. Gliriform. Gliriform.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is emissary. An emissary is A, a native ruler in Arabia and Africa. B, an agent or representative. C, a store that dispenses sundry goods.
An emissary is B, an agent or representative.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So the words archaic and obsolete you could ask, but not anything those two describe?
That's correct.
Okay,
Good
just clarify.
Yes.
Margot, your word is anosognosia.
Anosognosia. Could I have all of the information, please?
Anosognosia or anosognosia is a noun. This word was formed in French from originally Greek parts before coming to English. It means an inability or refusal to recognize a defect or disorder that is clinically evident. It's used in medicine. Anosognosia may occur as a result of ischemic stroke.
Anosognosia. A-N-O-S-O-G-N-O-S-I-A. Anosognosia.
That is correct.
It's a great readable word that's so fun for spellers to put together.
And for round 2 vocabulary, your word is amulet. An amulet, A, grows quickly from a very small size. B, has long hair in the front and short hair in the back. C, protects the person wearing it.
An amulet protects the person wearing it. C.
That is correct.
Thank you.
But that mullet definition on B had me chuckling a little bit, I gotta say.
Trying to keep you entertained here, Paul. That's what our word panel's here for.
Hi, Leah. Your word is degauss.
Degauss. Definition?
Degauss means to remove or neutralize the magnetic field of.
Degauss. Language of origin?
This word consists of an English element plus a German name.
Degauss. D-E-G-A-U-S-S. Degauss.
That is correct.
Leah had a real impressive showing here last year.
She did.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is dirigible. Another word for dirigible is A, breakable, B, punishable, C, steerable.
Another word for dirigible is C, steerable.
That is correct.
Thank you.
It's just a fun one to say, isn't it? Dirigible.
It is.
Olivia, your word is tychodrome.
Tychodrome. Can I have the definition, please?
Tychodrome or ticodrome means a small bird that is mostly gray, black, and white with a crimson wing patch that inhabits cliffs in the mountains of southern Asia, Europe, and northern Africa, and that frequents the walls of towns during migration. Tychodrome, ticodrome.
Ticodrome. Can you say that again, please?
Tychodrome, ticodrome.
Tychodrome. Language of origin, please?
This word was formed in Latin from originally Greek parts.
Tychodrome. T-I-C-A-D-R-O-M-E. Tychodrome.
Tichodrome is T-I-C-H-O-D-R-O-M-E.
Thank you.
Good job.
Well, Olivia was wearing our exclusive speller T-shirt for this
How
year.
are
All
you?
of our spellers
I'm good. How are
received
you?
that
Good.
gift.
Simran, your word is Pierrot.
Pierrot, may I have all the information, please?
Pierrot, also pronounced Pierrot, is a noun. This word is from a French name. Pierrot is a standard comic character of old French pantomime, usually with a whitened face and loose white clothes. Hallie studied the painting of the Pierrot to get an idea for her costume.
Pierrot, may I have the definition one more time?
A standard comic character of old French pantomime, usually with a whitened face and loose white clothes.
Pierrot. P-I-E-R-R-O-T. Pierrot.
You got it. That's correct.
Thank you.
This is Simran's third time representing the Central New York region.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is pedigree. A pedigree is A, an Indian dish with lentils, B, a list showing the line of ancestors, C, a delicate ornamental pattern.
A pedigree is B, a list showing the line of ancestors.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Her pedigree includes her father, Shane, who teaches sports analytics at Syracuse University.
Amazing.
I didn't ask him if he's done any
Micah,
analytics
your
on the
word is
spelling bee, though.
Zugzwang.
Zugzwang, can I have all the information, please?
Zugzwang is a noun. This word is from an originally German word. It means the necessity of moving in chess when it is to one's disadvantage. Valeria forced the Grand Master into Zugzwang.
Zugzwang, Z-U-G-Z-W-A-N-G. Zugzwang.
That is correct.
That word is a favorite of spellers, so I bet he's stoked that he got that one.
One of those
And
words
for
you find
round
an
2
excuse
vocabulary,
to use.
your word is avatar. An avatar is A, an electronic image of a computer user in a virtual space, B, a green South American lizard, C, a spiked mace used as a weapon.
An avatar is A, an electronic image of a computer user in a virtual space.
That is correct.
Great smile right when he got that. No poker face on Micah. I love it.
I wonder what his avatar is.
Hi.
Hi, Amazing Grace. It's nice to see you. Your word is baleen.
Baleen, please may I have all the information on the word baleen?
Baleen is also pronounced baleen or baleen. This is a noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word that became French and then English. Baleen means a horn-like substance growing in the mouth of whales that is attached in 2 ranks along the upper jaw to form a fringe-like sieve to collect and retain food. Baleen continues to grow throughout a whale's life. Baleen, baleen, baleen.
Baleen. B-A-L-E-E-N. Baleen.
That is correct.
Amazing Grace Salome, another reminder of how international the Scripps National Spelling Bee has
And for
become.
round 2 vocabulary, your word is achromatic. Something described as achromatic is lacking in A, time, B, color, C, air.
Something described as achromatic is lacking in B, color.
That is correct.
That's it. Nigeria being represented for the first time. You're seeing our regional partner there. That's Eugenia. So excited
Hello,
to have
Dr.
Nigeria here.
Hello, Sach. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. You ready for your word?
Yes.
Here it comes. Eudiometer.
Eudiometer. Eudiometer. Can I have the definition?
An instrument for the volumetric measurement and analysis of gases that involves the explosion of one of the components of the mixture by the passage of an electric spark.
What is the language of origin?
This word was formed in Italian from Greek elements.
Can I have the word used in a sentence, please?
Rodney managed to set the chemistry lab on fire because he did not understand how to use the eudiometer.
Can I have the part of speech?
Noun.
Can you repeat the definition?
An instrument for the volumetric measurement and analysis of gases that involves the explosion of one of the components of the mixture by the passage of an electric spark.
Eudiometer. Eudiometer. E U D I O M E T E R. Eudiometer.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done by such. And you mentioned it's Nigeria's first year. Was that people there saying
For
that
round
Ghana
two
had competed,
vocabulary,
or
your
is
word
it
is
starting to spread
versatile.
along
A
that
person
continent?
described as versatile has A, a wide range of proficiencies, B, an incredibly short temper, C, a knack for rhyming.
A person described as versatile has a wide range of proficiencies.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Which could include a knack for rhyming.
You asked about Nigeria. It's actually our regional partner from Ghana who wanted to spread the mission
Hello,
of
Holden.
the bee further in Africa.
Your
and
word
started up
is
the Nigeria
palooka.
program this year.
Palooka.
Wonderful.
May I please have the definition?
An inexperienced or incompetent boxer.
May I please have the language of origin?
Unknown.
Palooka. P A L O O K A. Palooka.
That is correct.
What would you call a spelling bee version of a palooka, Paul?
Probably me these
Paul.
days.
Round two vocabulary, your word is orthogonal. Something described as orthogonal. A, intersects at right angles. B, relates to cosmetic dentistry. C, is toxic to most insects.
Something described as orthogonal. A, intersects at right angles.
That's some good work right there. That is correct.
Thank you.
You're hearing Samir Mishra. This was his first time sitting in the head judge seat today. It's very exciting to have him on the head judge team.
Aishwarya, your word is certiorari.
Certiorari. Can I have the definition, please?
A writ issuing out of a superior court to call up the records of an inferior court or a body acting in a quasi-judicial capacity in order that the party may have more sure and speedy justice or that errors and irregularities may be corrected.
Certiorari. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word passed to English from Latin.
Certiorari. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is certiorari, certiorari, and certiorari.
Certiorari. Could you repeat the word, please?
Certiorari, certiorari, certiorari.
Certiorari. Certiorari. C E R T I O R A R I. Certiorari.
That is correct.
Thank you.
In round two vocabulary, your word is tractability. Tractability is the quality of being A, knowledgeable of theology, B, drawn out in length, C, easily taught or managed.
Could you repeat the word, please?
Tractability.
Tractability. Tractability is the quality of being C, easily taught or managed.
You got it. That's correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Aishwarya. Delayed reaction, Corey. Paul Luca is when CP3 dishes to Doncic is in the NBA All-Star game.
Kushi, your word is zakati.
Zakati, can I have the definition?
Zakati or sakati means forage of grassy plants, herbage.
Zakati, can I have the language of origin?
Originally Uto-Aztecan, this word is from a word that went from Nahuatl to Spanish.
Zakati. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There is zakati and sakati.
Zakati. Z-A-C-A-T-E. Zakati.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round two vocabulary, your word is volatile. Something described as volatile. A, flies effortlessly through the air. B, resists spoilage for long periods of time. C, tends to erupt into violent action.
Something described as volatile.
C, tends to erupt into violent action.
That was anything but volatile. Correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
See, Samir's bringing some style to that position for sure. That's our 2008 national champion.
Hi.
He's clever.
How are you, Johannes?
Nervous.
Don't be. You're going to do great.
Thanks.
Honest.
Your word is emolument or emolument.
Emolument. Can I have all the information, please?
Emolument or emolument is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means profit or perquisites from office, employment, or labor. Salary. The waitress who left her tips out of the emolument she reported was made to pay a substantial fine. Emolument, emolument.
Emolument. E-M-O-L-U-M-E-N-T, emolument?
That is correct.
Thank you.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is kindred. If something is described as kindred, it is A, related, B, good-natured, C, flammable.
If something is described as kindred, it's B, good-natured.
Kindred, if something described as kindred, it is A, related.
Okay.
Good work.
Thank you. Corey, do you still get the question, why is the vocabulary round part of the spelling bee?
Not really, actually. You know, it's
Zach,
all
we take
about
another
giving
half step
meaning
closer to
to
that
the
mic. There
sequence
you
of
go, buddy.
letters in the words,
Your word
so
is prajna.
people are used to it now.
Prajna. May I have the definition, please?
Transcendental wisdom or supreme knowledge in Buddhism gained through intuitive insight.
Are there any alternate pronunciations for the word?
Only prajna.
What is the language of origin?
This word is from Sanskrit.
Can you repeat the word?
Prajna.
Prajna. P-R-U-J-N-A. Prajna.
Prajna is P-R-A-J-N-A.
Thank you.
We often see that A pronounced as a schwa sound in words with that origin. But the bell still hurts every single time we hear it.
Take another
doesn't
half
it?
step closer to
Every single time.
There you go.
Hello.
Antonella, your word is Aramaic.
May I have the language of origin?
This word was formed in Greek from a Hebrew geographical name.
Please repeat the word.
Aramaic.
Aramaic. A-R-A-I-M-I-C. Aramaic.
Aramaic is A-R-A-M-A-I-C.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just went a little too fast there. We know that bell is essential to get to a champion, but it's still hard for all of us to hear.
Swayze, your word is fate champetre.
Could I have all the information, please?
Sure. Fate champetre is a singular noun. It can also be pronounced fate champetre, fate champetre, fate champette, or fate champetre. This word is from Latin-derived French word and a French word. It means a gathering for amusements in a rural setting of members of an 18th century French court costumed as shepherds and shepherdesses. A fete champêtre sometimes included musicians hidden in trees to provide entertainment without destroying the illusion of a pastoral scene.
Fete champetre. F-E-T-E-C-H-A-M-P-E-T-R-E. Fete champetre.
That is correct.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is obliterate. What does it mean to obliterate? A, write a work of fiction. B, put under oath. C, destroy completely.
C, destroy completely.
You obliterated that. That's correct.
I knew Samir was going to say that.
He was ready for it, and so was she.
Yeah, Swayze Brown from Clayton, North Carolina. On to that round 3 test.
Chilaka, your word is keldal.
Keldal, may I have all the information, please?
Keldal is an adjective. This word is from a Danish name. Keldal means of, relating to, or being a method for determining the amount of nitrogen in a substance. The Keldal method is widely used for estimating the protein content in foods based on the nitrogen they release in digestion. Keldal.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have only Keldal.
Keldal. K-J-E-L-D-A-H-L. Keldal.
That is correct.
My 20-year-old son is very interested in protein content in food, so I might have to teach him that one.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is expedition. An expedition is a type of A, defeat, B, furniture, C, journey.
An expedition is a type of C, journey.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is. Chilaka from Minot, North Dakota. On to round 3. Zach Yeager from Akron.
Zach, your word is quonk.
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 Q-U-O-N-K. Quonk. That is correct.
And in round 2 vocabulary, your word is boisterous. Someone described as boisterous is A, anxious because of money, B, full of exuberant spirits, C, lost and in need of directions.
Someone described as boisterous is B, full of exuberant spirits. That is correct.
Corey, did I hear correctly that the Akron Beacon Journal has sponsored a speller since year 1?
Since 1925, that's right. I was at their B this year, too.
Joseph, your word is
think about
furan.
that, your legacy.
Furan or furan.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Furan or furan is a noun. This word is made up of a Latin-derived element and a Greek-derived element. Furan means a flammable liquid compound that contains 4 carbon atoms and 1 oxygen atom in a ring that is obtained from wood oils of certain pines, but is usually made synthetically, and that is used chiefly in making intermediates for the manufacture of nylon. Furan is toxic and is thought to be carcinogenic to humans.
Furan. F-U-R-A-N. Furan.
That is correct.
Furan, he said.
For round 2 vocabulary, your word is abominable. Another word for abominable is A, horrible, B, snowy, C, possible.
Another word for abominable is A, horrible.
That is correct.
Elation, always evident.
Blaze, your word is Sprechstimme.
Can I get all the information, please?
Sprechstimme, also pronounced Sprechstimme, is a noun. This word is from an originally German word. It means a vocal passage or performance in which a declamation is delivered with rhythmic inflections. The technique of Sprechstimme is closely associated with Arnold Schoenberg and other members of the Second Viennese School of Composers. Sprechstimme.
Sprechstimme. S-H-P-R-E-C-S-T-I-M-A. Sprechstimme.
Sprechstimme is S-P-R-E-C-H-S-T-I-M-M-E.
Thank you.
Good work, ladies.
A check of the numbers now. 165 of our 242 have made it to the microphone. So far, 45 have heard the bell. 119 are still going. And Corey and I are joined now by the president and CEO of the Scripps Howard Fund, Meredith Delaney. Good to see you again, Meredith.
Great to see you, Paul.
And the Scripps Howard Fund, from what I heard, is matching gifts. Is this true? So if they scan that QR code on the screen or text spelling to 50155 and donate to the Believe program, free access to the B for all the Teach America Title I schools, that's going to be matched?
You bet. Yeah, this is a really exciting time for us. So Corey and I have partnered together for quite some time. And, you know, if you ask any of the spellers here and you ask them when they really fell in love with spelling, they will often answer they fell in love when they picked up a book and they started reading. So the power of words really connect our two programs between the If You Give a Child a Book campaign and the Believe program. We had a very, very generous Scripps family member, in fact, the Adam R. Scripps Foundation, who made a significant donation to the Scripps Howard Fund to say, we will donate the first $500,000 raised for both Believe and If You Give a Child a Book.
And I know you and I have talked about this, If You Give a Child a Book, before. Can you explain that for people who haven't heard about it?
Yeah, If You Give a Child a Book is an incredible program. It provides free scholastic books to children in Title I schools, and it really builds home libraries for children who simply do not have access to books to call their own.
And, you know, I've gotten to go to one of these book fairs that Meredith's program hosts, and it is incredible to see kids come in there, get books for free, be able to choose something that they really want to bring home with them. And it's just such a special thing that you do. So we're so proud to be partnering together.
You light that spark. You never know what it's going to turn into. And Corey, we've been talking with everybody about this 100th anniversary of the Bee. What would you say has sustained this competition as such an iconic piece of American culture?
Well, you know, I think that it is the approachability of it. You know, the fact that it is something that everyone has to do. Everybody has to spell in some way or another in their lives to communicate. And so everyone can kind of play along, right? It actually started before we started as an adult entertainment, right? So back in the olden days, in the 1800s, it would be something that adults did for fun to pass the time. And then people realized, oh, this is a foundational skill. We could be using this to motivate kids in schools as well. So it popped up organically, and then we've just continued to foster it over the last 100 years.
From what I hear, those adult spelling bees still take place sometimes. So if there's one in your community, just watch out for the former competitors here. They might be a ringer. Let's look into the future. We're talking about 100 years, but we talked about what might it look like 100 years from now, and maybe specifically, Meredith, for what you're involved with the Scripps Howard Fund.
Yeah.
What's next? What's coming up?
Well, we are getting ready to celebrate the 10th anniversary of the If You Give a Child a Book campaign. But what we lack in longevity, we make up for in passion. So we are all about providing access to kids in need, ensuring that they have access to books. So we're going to continue on with that mission because, my goodness, we're just scratching the surface. We would love to be able to serve more kids. And then we also provide journalism education programs to incredible partner universities across the country. And we provide a lot of great work in the communities that Scripps calls home.
So if you scan that QR code or text spelling to 50155, there'll be a match to your donation. Corey, one more thing. I asked you to envision the future of the Bee 100 years from now, and the spellers talked about it, but maybe more immediately, because I'm just thinking about, we just saw Nigeria participating for the first time. We've had spellers from Asia and Europe and all over. Is there something else that you see the Bee expanding into or taking on in these next few years?
Well, you know, we also had Kuwait this year for the first time, so we brought on 2 additional countries this year. We also have a champion from Dubai who's just here to observe this year, a spelling bee program that we helped support there this year that will likely be joining us for the official competition next year too. I think we'll see some continued international expansion. You know, it just adds to the fabric of this entire experience as a cultural experience for kids to ignite their curiosity. But also, we're really focused on access here in the United States. So that's what this Believe program is all about. That can mean more schools participating. That can mean us looking at the, you know, you saw in the vocabulary rounds, we're really focused on those words that kids need to know in order to succeed in life. And that's where our whole program starts, is with just really useful words at the grade level. So we're assessing, in our partnership too with Teach for America, we're assessing the materials that we deliver as part of our program to make sure that every kid has a way to see themselves in this program, no matter where they're entering the spelling bee.
Love it. Corey, thanks. Meredith Delaney, thanks.
Thank you.
And some of you might have not gotten up as early as we did today, especially our viewers on the West Coast. And we thought maybe you'd like to go back to the beginning of the competition this morning for some of the earliest spellers who took the stage. Here you go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Snigdha. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. Bruschetta, also bruschetta.
Bruschetta. May I please have all the information?
Sure. Bruschetta, also bruschetta. Bruschetta is a noun. Bruschetta is from Italian, which may have taken it from a Latin word. It means thick slices of bread grilled, rubbed with garlic, drizzled with oil, often topped with tomatoes and herbs, and usually served as an appetizer. Fabio likes to roast the tomatoes before adding them to the bruschetta.
Bruschetta. B-R-U-S-C-H-E-T-T-A. Bruschetta.
That is correct.
Snigdha, your round 2 vocabulary word is opulent. Something described as opulent refers to A, health or fitness, B, wealth or affluence, C, popular opinion.
Something described as opulent refers to B, wealth or affluence.
That is correct.
So a perfect 2 for 2 for Snigdha, 10-year-old from Birmingham, Alabama. Up next, it's Maria Hernandez Zamora from Anchorage.
Ostium.
Ostium. Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Ostium is a noun. It came from Latin. An ostium is one of the lateral slits in the heart of an arthropod by which the blood enters from the pericardium. The ostium allows blood to re-enter the insect's heart from its singular blood vessel, which runs dorsally the length of its body. Ostium.
Ostium. O-S-T-I-U-M. Ostium.
That's correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is focaccia. Focaccia is a type of A, bread, B, paint, C, poem.
Focaccia is a type of A, bread.
That is correct.
So Maria is moving on. Now Eldon Weir from Fairbanks, Alaska.
Morning, Eldon.
Hi.
Ready?
Sure.
Your word is mozo.
Mozo. Could I please have all the information?
Sure. Mozo is a noun. It's from Spanish. A mozo is a waiter in a restaurant or other dining room, chiefly used in the Southwest. Felipe saved up for a new car by working as a mozo in the evenings. Mozo.
Mozo. M-O-Z-O. Mozo.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is conundrum. A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or a difficult problem, B, a person enjoying a socially active life, C, a first performance or exhibition of a play.
A conundrum is A, a hard puzzle or difficult problem.
That is correct.
Conundrum, no conundrum for Eldon. Next, we're going to have Isha Marapudi from Phoenix, Arizona, 7th grader.
Good morning.
Good morning, Isha. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have any alternate pronunciations, please?
I have just the one, frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the definition, please?
Frabjous means extraordinary or wonderful. Frabjous.
Frabjous. May I have the part of speech, please?
It's an adjective.
Frabjous. May I have the language of origin, please?
Frabjous is perhaps from another English word that is of Latin origin.
May I have the word again, please?
Frabjous.
Frabjous. Frabjous. F-R-A-B-J-O-U-S. Frabjous.
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is Prerogative. What is a prerogative? A Polish dish of dumplings stuffed with potatoes. B, an interview to determine a suspect's involvement. C, a special right or privilege.
A prerogative is C, a special right or privilege.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Next, a 6th grader also from Phoenix, Salman Rashid.
Good morning, Salman.
Morning.
Your word is cynocephaly.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Cynocephaly, also cynocephaly. It's a plural noun. It's a plural noun. This word is from a Greek-derived Latin word. It means people of a fabled race of dog-headed people. Marco Polo wrote about cynocephaly of the Andaman Islands who grew spices but behaved cruelly. Cynocephaly, cynocephaly. It's a plural noun.
Cynocephaly. C-Y-N-O-C-E-P-H-A-L-I. Cynocephaly.
That is correct. Salman, you don't need to hold the microphone. Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is dilly-dally. To dilly-dally means A, move slowly or delay, B, tell tales or secrets, C, alter something so that it fits.
To dilly-dally means to A, move slowly or delay.
That is correct.
Quite a round so far. We've got another sponsored by the Arizona Educational Foundation, 4th grader, Sumuk Tiramalasetti.
Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Can I have all of the information?
Sure, I have a few pronunciations. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian. This is a noun and it means an adherent of a religious ideology that arose in Jamaica and venerates Haile Selassie as a god. It's formed from an Ethiopian place name plus an Ethiopian name plus an English element. The Rastafarian explained that his religion requires that he eat only natural and lightly cooked food. Rastafarian, Rastafarian, Rastafarian.
Rastafarian. Rastafarian. R-A-S-T-A-F-A-R-I-A-N. Rastafarian.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is virulence. What is virulence? A, an instance of inconsistency between otherwise like things. B, showy florid fullness as of musical style. Or C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
Virulence. Virulence is C, the characteristic of being able to defeat a host's defenses.
Correct.
And one more speller from our Arizona contingent from the Navajo Nation, Christopher Warito.
Huerta.
Can I have all the information, please?
Huerta is a noun. It's from Spanish, which formed it from Latin. Huerta is a piece of highly cultivated land, as for an orchard, in Spain. For their 5th anniversary, Pablo and Claudia had an evening picnic on the family's huerta.
Any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, huerta. Can you say it for us?
Huerta.
Huerta.
Huerta. W-E-R-E-T-A-H.
Huerta is spelled H-U-E-R-T-A. Great try.
The anglicization of that word made it tough. Where he's from, you might hear it more authentically in the original language. Sarah
Morning,
Chen is
Sarah.
next.
Morning.
Torii.
Could I have the definition?
Torii is a noun. It's from Japanese, and it means a Japanese gateway of light, post and lintel construction, designed usually with delicately curved lines and commonly built at the approach to a Shinto shrine. Torii.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one. Torii.
Torii. T-O-R-I-I. Torii.
That is correct.
Sarah, your round 2 vocabulary word is probative. If something is described as probative, it is A, restraining from a desired course or action, B, relating to the act of seizing or grasping, C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
If something is described as probative, it is C, serving to provide, establish, or contribute toward proof.
Correct.
So Arkansas' Sarah Chen moves on, and now we have Arav Balani from the Bahamas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Arav. Ready?
Yes.
Kentledge, also Kentledge.
May I have all the information, please?
Kentledge is a noun. It means pig iron or scrap metal used as ballast. It's of unknown origin. After delivering its cargo, the clipper ship was loaded with Kentledge for the return voyage.
Kentledge. K-E-N-T-L-E-D-G-E. Kentledge?
Correct.
Thank you.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is ubiquity. Something possessing ubiquity, A, is totally one of a kind, B, is present everywhere or in many places at once, C, can be understood in more than one way.
Something possessing ubiquity is B, is present everywhere or in many places at once.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Indeed it is, Arav, and now we have another speller from the Bahamas, Bria Curry.
Morning, Bria.
Morning.
En arrière.
May I have all the information?
En arrière is an adverb, and it means toward the back, backward. It's used of a movement or the execution of a step in ballet. It's from Latin-derived French. In ballet class, performing a perfect pirouette en arrière was the test of skill every dancer aspired to master. En arrière.
There's no alternate pronunciations, correct?
I have just the one.
May I have the definition again, please?
Toward the back, backward, used of a movement or of the execution of a step in ballet. Could you say it for us?
En arrière. En arrière. Yeah. O-U-N-R-E-E-R-E. En arrière.
En arrière is E-N-A-R-R-I-E-R-E.
Thank you.
Great try.
We're going to begin our group of California spellers now.
Hi, Enzo.
Hello.
You ready?
Kind of.
You got this. Take a deep breath. Your word is WAF. WAF is a noun. It means a member of the woman's component of the U.S. Air Force formed after World War II.
WAF. W-A-F. WAF.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is impetus. What is impetus? A, an impelling or driving force. B, a small demonic being which spreads animosity. C, a rash or impulsive decision.
A, an impelling or driving force.
That is correct.
North. 100 years, and one thing hasn't changed, just the emotions we all go through when we see those spellers on the stage, the anticipation of getting the word, the relief sometimes when it's a word they know, the opposite feeling when it's not. And what never gets old is that elation when they're moving on to the next round. And we've seen quite a few of them have that feeling so far. The 100th year of the Scripps National Spelling Bee is far from over. Remember, we're counting you down to the semifinals Wednesday night, the finals Thursday night, when a champion will be crowned. More than 40 past champions are here for this milestone year. And what we really can't wait for is for the newest member of that club to be celebrated here in Washington, D.C. What was your favorite word of the preliminaries this morning? Maybe a better question is, what was your least favorite word? Everybody who heard that bell has a pretty obvious answer. There's much more to come in the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee ahead. But first, a special program celebrating this 100th anniversary of the Bee. After that, join us for more competition. We'll see you then. It's the Scripps
Through the journey of spelling, children learn more than just letters.
Local spelling bees not only showcase academic achievement, but also instill values like sportsmanship, teamwork, and the joy of learning.
It's not just about winning. It's about the journey, the growth, and the impact
on every participant and every community.
Spelling bees, impacting lives one word at a time.
If you believe in the power of words, donate today.
You go get him, Tiger. Oh, yeah.
That's what clutch players do. What a performance.
They've competed over the course of the last 8 months in local and regional contests.
What a performance.
Bringing them to this point and to this stage.
You're destined for great things.
Ready, Arshan?
Yes, maybe.
You ready for your word?
I think so.
Ready for your word? Read.
We'll see.
MASIGNCR. Levanter?
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
That is correct. That is correct.
Thank you.
Oh, that never gets old.
EUDAEMONIC.
The first National Spelling Bee took place in 1925. It was started by Kentucky's Louisville Courier-Journal. 9 newspapers across the country were invited to join them and sponsor students to compete. Back then, more than 2 million spellers entered local and state competitions, and 9 advanced to the finals in Washington, D.C. An American tradition was born. The very first champion was Frank Newhouser of Louisville. The winning word, gladiolus.
For 100 years, kids have been competing in the spelling bee.
AUROUS.
The kids are amazing. I love to watch the kids compete.
I'm proud to name you the 2021 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion.
I love spending time with them. That's really my favorite part of being at the spelling bee.
Hey, Scripps National Spelling Bee. This is Chloe Elise Ellis, wishing you a happy 100th anniversary.
Number 5, Zach.
Right now we're in Akron, Ohio for the Akron Beacon Journal Regional Spelling Bee.
It's really great to actually be here.
Congratulations for making it here, because you've already made it way further than I ever did. So no matter what happens, you could leave here and say you are officially a better speller than the editor of the Akron Beacon Journal. So congratulations, and good luck today.
Yeah, you're in the row ahead of you.
I'm Cheryl Powell, executive editor of the Akron Beacon Journal. I'm very proud that the Beacon Journal has been part of the Bee since its founding. For 100 years, we've been involved with this, great event.
We're so proud to recognize the Akron Beacon Journal as our regional partner of the year this year. They've had a representative from this area at the National Spelling Bee since the very first year in 1925.
The fact that the Akron-Beacon Journal is still participating is fantastic.
The Akron-Beacon Journal is a historic newspaper who's been in this community for over 180 years. So it makes sense that we're one of the original partners of the Scripps Spelling Bee.
The Akron-Beacon Journal's history includes 5 national champions.
It's something that we really feel is important to continue. That's why we come back year after year to support the youth who are involved with this. And it's something that really has become a tradition in Akron.
These are competitive, smart, eager kids that want to be involved in the Akron-Beacon Journal Spelling Bee. It's their chance to get the glory.
My favorite part is watching the kids.
Classify. C-L-A-S-S-I-F-I-E-D. Classify.
And the look on their face, you know, when they get that word right. You first see them all tense, and then when they get it right, and the smile and the confidence that that builds, that's always my favorite part.
P-A-N-C-E-T-T-A-N. That is good. I'm Zachary Yeager. This is my second time winning the Regional B, and I'm the defending champion, going back to DC. I'm looking forward to meeting other spellers, just kind of hanging out with them. Maybe this time I hope I can make it past the quarterfinals. I'll definitely try my best. But to see these kids who can spell these words that half of us don't even know and have the confidence to go out there in front of an audience, and I think it's something they should be very proud that they're able to accomplish. I'm really impressed.
I'm Zach Sherwin, and we have got some 100th anniversary Spelling Bee trivia for all of you. And for you, what is your name?
My name's Brett.
Hi, Brett. Thanks for being here. Where are you here from?
Bridgeport, Ohio.
Bridgeport, Ohio. Round on both ends, high in the middle. Heard it before? Now you have. Let's get into some trivia. Who is the bee official with the longest tenure? Is it A, pronouncer Dr. Jacques Bailey, B, executive director Corey Leffler, C, chief badge laminator Samuel Lepucky, or D, Judge Mary Brooks? Who's got the longest tenure?
Let's go with D.
D is correct, Judge Mary Brooks. She's been with the bee for 53 years. What do you think you'll be doing 53 years from now, Brett?
Probably sleeping.
Sleeping. Good luck this week, Brett. It's a pleasure having you on. Thank you, my friend. Bravo.
The simple act of opening a book opens so much more for kids. It gives us a chance to laugh, to learn, and experience a world that's so much bigger than ours.
Which is why the Scripps Howard Fund created the If You Give a Child a Book campaign.
The campaign partners with Scholastic to bring free book fairs to Title I schools.
Which means they're able to bring books to kids struggling to read like me.
The number of books that a child has within their home is directly correlated to how successful they're going to be in school. And so we want to make sure that kids are building their home libraries. Our goal is to put 10 brand new books into the homes of children in need.
It is possible to make a difference in a child's life,
especially who those may not be able to afford to have books at home.
Had several students come through and say, my parents would never be able to distribute. And, you know, very neat.
Through generous donations, the Scripps Howard Fund has already been able to donate over 2 million books. Giving us access to those books can change our lives and can help us realize our dreams of becoming future teachers, astronauts,
firemen,
fashion designers,
engineers,
pharmacists,
CEOs, and veterinarians.
Can you imagine a world where you are the reason children like me get to dream, imagine, and learn? We can. When you give a child a book, you give us a chance. And that's what's really at the heart of the If You Give a Child a Book campaign.
I'm gonna choose.
I think this is the best day of my life.
This is Derek Brady Up Johnson wishing you all at the Scripps National Spelling Bee happy 100th. Yay!
I think people think of it as a one-night-a-year broadcast event, but it's a program that's a very rigorous academic program that goes on all year long and touches so many schools, so many communities.
We have around 10 to 11 million kids that are served by this program through 20,000 plus schools that sign up for the bee every year.
On stage, it doesn't matter if it's the county bee with 85 spellers or you have a school bee and you only have 20. You can begin to feel that camaraderie build, and I've had teachers tell me that it creates community within their school that is not created in any other way.
I've learned not to be nervous. Like, you can look at a crowd's face and just see their excitement and know that you can be excited like that too.
One important aspect of our program is our regional partners. We work with almost 200 of them across the country.
Our community recognizes the importance of the spelling bee. Take a lot of pride in because we want to make sure that the next batch of kids becomes the next batch of leaders in our community. That's needed so much.
So thankful to my local partners who are able to sponsor me to come to the Scripps National Spelling Bee every year. It's because of those partners that make the Scripps National Spelling Bee possible.
They're changing the lives of these students, and they're making long-lasting memories.
I'm Zach Sherwin, and we are here with some 100th anniversary spelling bee trivia with
Cushy
from
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Cushy. Woo, Charlotte! All right, Cushy, this question's gonna be epic, so stick with me. The first national competition was in 1925, and not every state participated in it. But which of the following states was represented at that first bee? And to liven things up, I'm going to be singing a song that will say the name of each state in its lyric. Was it A, Oklahoma, where the wind goes sweeping down? Okay, that's enough of that. Was it B, Sweet Home Alabama? Okay, was it C, Start Spreading the News? That one's New York. Or was it D, Welcome to the Hotel California?
Is it Oklahoma?
It was Oklahoma! That's right! Great job, Cushy. There you are, a plush bee for your efforts. I'm perspiring from singing at you.
I'm from a little, not quite country, but not quite urban either girl living in Louisiana. Suddenly, I'd be flown around to the SB Awards. I'd go to the Sports Illustrated and getting to be a Sports Kid of the Year. Like, all this stuff that I could not have imagined is suddenly happening. And it was definitely a transformative moment in my life. Basketball is the main thing I'm doing right now, and have been doing my entire life, basically, since I was 5 at least. I definitely want to play in the WNBA and maybe be an NBA head coach. I then want to go work for NASA. I got it all planned out.
She's worked hard and she deserves it.
I would definitely say my message to any kids is quite simple, which is just go for it. Go completely all in and don't let anybody stop you.
Zaila, come on, girl. Yeah, don't beat me too bad today.
Zaila is taking on Washington Mystics superstar Natasha Cloud in an old-fashioned game of horse. But this time, it's Maria.
So here's your first shot.
You came ready. This was prepared. 1, 2, hey. Ah, we're both missing.
Oh, tough start.
Oh, I thought that was it.
I guess the basketball guys decided to leave you alone for a second.
Okay, I need y'all to come back with me.
It's halftime, and we have a close game. Both players are looking strong.
Are you excited about this upcoming WNBA season?
Absolutely, I'm really excited, but most importantly because every Friday night we're on ION. See, you can also follow ION WNBA on social.
I'll definitely be doing that.
We're back, and Zaila is coming out with a vengeance.
See? Oh my gosh! Ah! The yelling helps her.
Wow, Zaila can't miss.
Okay, nothing but net.
Who's gonna win? Stay tuned. Zaila wins! Zaila wins!
You win, Z! It was a good game, my girl.
Thank you, you did good too.
challenge. Check it out. I can make my tongue into a clover shape. I can even switch fingers.
My hidden talent is wiggling my ears.
I was caught in the middle of a railroad track.
I'm double jointed in my hips, so I can do that.
I can say the alphabet backwards in under 4 seconds. Z, Y, X, W, V, U, T, S, R, Q, P, O, N, M, L, K, J, I, H, G, F, A, D, C, B, A.
No, I've never had a lesson.
And I'm here to win the big.
I am the master of the periodic table. Give me a number.
41.
Niobium.
75.
Rhenium.
I'm gonna win the spelling bee. I'm gonna win the spelling bee.
My hidden talent is I can burp the Hebrew alphabet.
Aleph. This flute is called an atentebeng. It's made from bamboo.
I can speak backwards. So, for example, I can speak backwards is Einak Capes to draw cab.
This is Drew Sedora, and I'm wishing you all at Scripps National Spelling Bee a very happy 100th anniversary.
I do live the bee. It's hard not to, with all the years that I've been involved in it. And I look forward to Bee Week and getting out all the things and getting my home set so that I'm getting my mind in the right state. But I do look at that as my real job with the bee is to keep my head clear and to focus on those kids one at a time, letter by letter. I started at the Bee on staff in 1972, and the reason that they hired me for that week was because they knew I was going to be a middle school teacher and felt that my skill set would match what they were looking for with the kids, and it did. I believe that true teachers are born. I know we're also made. You have to have the art and the science of teaching, but I always felt like that was what I was born to do, and especially middle school. I just think they are at the cusp of becoming who they're going to be. The bell is kept in a safe year-round, taken out at the time of the bee, travels with me to the bee, and then travels right back home with me. I started ringing the bell when I became head judge. Of course, that's the sound of the bee, and so when I ring it, we know what it means. I don't relish the job of ringing it, but on the other hand, the kids, they know it's coming at some point, and when it comes, and then we go forward from that.
I'm sorry, Lillooet is spelled Lilloooet.
Aditi. So close. I know the self-drive you have, and that is going to serve you well all the rest of your life. And I just can't imagine all the wonderful things you're going to do in your future. So proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
This library is right up there with my top happy places. I love coming here. It's the hub of the community. It's just a really great place. I wrote a children's book. It's called Bampa's Bag because our granddaughter's called my husband Bob Bampa. The girls put together a canvas bag every week when he went for his chemo treatment, and it was called Bampa's Bag. And they filled it with all these amazing things, from a word search that they'd created to maybe a snack to maybe something they'd done at school. It got him through his chemo treatments because he would look forward to opening up the bag and seeing what was in there and taking his mind off of what was going on with him. And I wrote it in that room waiting for him to get through his chemo treatment. It came out after he died. He died in July, and it didn't come out until September. So he never saw the finished product, but I read to him the drafts, so he knew I had written it. Unfortunately, so many of us have been through the experience of someone going through chemotherapy, having cancer. This was a concrete thing that my granddaughters could do. It made a difference to him, and I think it's made a difference for them too, that they were helping him. You don't see the big picture of your life when you're living it, but now, as we approach the 100-year mark of the Scripps National Spelling Bee, I have to take a step back and remind myself that I really have been part of it for over half of those 100 years. I think I want to be remembered as someone who engaged actively in this world while I was here. To me, it's about what did I do for other people that made their life richer, stronger, better. I feel like that's what I would be most proud of. Being part of the Spelling Bee and knowing that I'm part of history feels really special to me. It's just a major accomplishment that this institution of the National Spelling Bee is still as vibrant or more so than it ever was. I think the Spelling Bee has survived all these years because it still has all of the components that we as humans relate to, from the emotional level to the social level to the academic intellectual level. It personifies what we value, and to see young people who are willing to spend that kind of time and love what they're doing, what they're accomplishing. It's that feel good. We all want that feel good, and I think the Spelling Bee it's a feel good for people.
This is Karen Ward Ross wishing all of you at the Scripps National Spelling Bee a happy 100th anniversary.
We're about to make some Spelling Bee history here. We have two spellers, Vikram and Harini. They're each going to get 90 seconds. One of them is going to be sequestered so they can't hear the words, while the other has a chance to spell as many words as possible in 90 seconds.
To spell off with Harini, our hearts were in our throats.
Are you ready?
Yes. This was the first time we were going to do a spell off.
The intensity that you get, that tension and that anticipation is as palpable as anything I've ever been around. The first ever spell off in National Spelling Bee history.
Hi, Vikram. Your first word is Spielbone.
Spielbone. Spealbone.
Phreatophyte.
Phreatophyte.
Exomer.
Excimer.
Tokia.
Toquilla.
Maieutic.
Maieutic.
Calicothere.
Chalicothere.
Talisai.
Talisay.
Vesicate.
Vesicate.
Semmet.
Semmet.
Chorepiscopus.
Chorepis.
Time is up. Okay. Hi, Harini.
Hi, Dr. Bailey.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Your first word is Spielbone.
Spealbone.
Phreatophyte.
Phreatophyte.
Gaidiang.
Gaydiang.
Parison.
Parison.
Calicothere.
Chalicothere.
Teosinti.
Teosinte.
Chorepiscopus.
Chorepiscopus.
Niphofia. Niphophia.
Kniphophia.
Hantish.
Hottish.
Malbrook.
Malbruck.
Ornithorhynchus.
Ornithorhynchus.
Nyandabai.
Nandubay.
Moorhen.
Moorhagen.
Harini, you correctly spelled a total of 21 confirmed correct words. That means that Harini, you are the 2022 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion. Congratulations.
Is our winner. She is the 2022 Scripps National Spelling Bee champion.
Mic drop moment. And the crowd was just informed by Dr. Bailey of some pretty big news. Those two words, spell off. It's coming for only the second time in bee history.
The intensity of it in the heat of the competition is definitely unmatched.
Brew hot as we maintain the same order tonight.
Okay. Your first word is bruette.
Brouette.
Adelantado.
Adelantado.
Hypercheme.
Hyporcheme.
Panetiere.
Panetiere.
Sagai.
Sagai.
Nachschlager.
Nachschlage.
Exorason.
Exorjason.
Asarotum.
Asarotum.
Scintillante.
Scintillante.
Mirabalanus.
Myrabalanus.
Sinif.
Siniph.
Voussoir.
Voussoir.
Caixinha.
Caixinj.
Ramoneur.
Ramoneur.
Apiciapesis.
Apiosiopesis.
Abseil.
Abseil.
Passology. Faison, your first word is bruette.
Brouette.
Adelantado.
Adelantado.
Hypercheme.
Hyporcheme.
Nyctalopia.
Nyctalopia.
Ascum.
Ascham.
Wenzel.
Wenzel.
Cebel.
Cebell.
Heautophany.
Heautophany.
Kwazoku.
Kwazoku.
Panetiere.
Panetier.
Ashwagandha.
Ashwagandha.
Pustaw.
Pustta.
Sinif.
Siniph.
Voussoir.
Voussoir.
Bruhat. During the spell-off, you correctly spelled a total of 29 words. Faison, you correctly spelled a total of 20 words. That means that Bruhat Soma, you are the 2024 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Congratulations.
Wow. What a night. What a performance. What a finish. And a standing ovation for Bruhat Soma. So we have a champion and presenting the trophy, Scripps CEO Adam Simpson.
I'm your host, Zach Sherwin, and this is 100th Anniversary Spelling Bee Trivia. I'm here today with...
Ashley.
Hi, Ashley. How's it going? Where are you from?
Price, Utah.
Price, Utah. Excited to give you this trivia question. In 2009, the bee did what for the first time? A, posted speller results on social media. B, let people who spelled a word wrong say, just kidding, and try again. C, introduced the spell-off. Or D, added funny sentences written by comedy writers.
D?
D is correct. Funny sentences from comedy writers. You get a correct buzzer. You get a B. And do you have a favorite joke you can share with us?
Why did the old lady run into the well?
Why did the old lady run into the well?
Because she couldn't see that well.
She couldn't see that well. Oh, up top, my friend. Beautiful way to deliver on the spot.
This is a gift that's not for me, it's for the community.
I just want to hug you.
I'm so grateful to you.
Thank you.
At the Scripps Howard Fund, we believe in creating informed and engaged communities by providing access to essential resources.
Access to books, information, truth,
journalism education, and community support.
Because we believe knowledge and access to knowledge is a human right.
And it all starts as a child with the ability to read.
And then I'm gonna choose the inflatable. I think this is the best day of my life.
Our If You Give a Child a Book campaign provides free book fairs to students in low-income schools.
Empowering disadvantaged children with the tools they need to succeed in school and in life.
Everyone should get free books. Everyone in the world, because reading makes your mind go amazing.
When children grow up with access to books, they become engaged citizens who invest in their communities.
Access to information and truth is just as vital.
Authentic storytelling makes a difference when newsrooms reflect the people they serve.
Journalism shines a light on important issues and gives a voice to the voiceless.
Through our collegiate programs, internships, and fellowships, we provide future journalists with access to top-tier training,
ensuring they're prepared to be truth seekers and truth tellers.
I just really want to thank people that allowed me to take chances, allowed me to grow and be a better journalist than I was when I walked in.
The mission of the Howard Center is teaching the next generation of investigative reporters by having them produce national investigations.
And the Scripps Howard Journalism Awards, one of our nation's most prestigious journalism competitions,
recognizes excellence in journalism that spurs action
and honors those who go the extra mile to expose the truth and embrace new storytelling methods.
After the articles came out, the city is finally taking steps to make harm reduction a more achievable goal. This is a, years, sometimes decades long process.
And through community impact and disaster relief campaigns, we're able to provide the essential support and access needed to help lift up our neighbors in times of crisis.
I'm a crier, and I almost was brought to tears today because it's like Christmas has come early. 1,300 pairs of shoes will be given out as we speak right now. The generosity,
nothing like that has ever happened to me in my life.
So glad we could do this for you.
It's perfect.
That's a huge chunk of help.
Wow.
Being a part of the change we want to see and helping those most in need is at the heart of who we are, and you can be a part of this change. Access to books, knowledge, and truth transforms lives. Whether it's a little or a lot, your support makes a world of difference. Each dollar donated fuels a child's future,
Empowers aspiring journalists with essential skills, and strengthens our communities.
Visit scripps.com/fund to join our mission.
lighting the way for a better tomorrow, for you, for me, and for all of us.
Hey, Scripps National Spelling Bee, Rolanda Watts here, wishing you one happy 100th anniversary. ANNIVERSARY. Happy anniversary.
Which word was that?
ISLAND. Iwan. Good job.
Great job.
My name is Nikki Montana. I have been teaching for 26 years in Philadelphia, and I'm currently a school-based teacher leader at Forest Elementary School. I started Spelling Bee 10 years ago. I just wanted to bring academic engagement and enthusiasm into the school, and what a better way to do it than have a spelling bee. So when you go up to the microphone, what are you going to do first?
Say it, spell it, say it.
Get all your energy together. Go ahead.
The word is ladder.
Ladder. LADDER, ladder.
Correct.
My favorite part of coordinating the bee program is the academic excitement.
The next word is symbols.
And seeing kids want to compete over something that's academic.
I'm Vance McNair. I'm the proud principal of Forest Elementary School. I got an email saying, hey, nominate your bee coordinator. And I said, hold on, my bee coordinator is pretty good. As we say in Philly, she's all that in a bag of chips. So I nominated her.
Winning the Educator of the Year award, to me, makes all the work that I've put into the bee over the last 10 years worth it.
Okay, you all look good. So who has the most words? Everyone count your words.
People were like, Nikki, you're the bee's knees. It was fun. It was definitely fun. We were buzzing all over the place. She's Queen Bee right now.
High five.
I don't do it for the rewards or the awards. I do it for the students.
What other words?
These kids who in class you think are these quiet kids that don't say anything, stand up at a microphone and just take charge. They say the word, spell it, say it.
C-O-M.
And the entire crowd cheers for them and all of their peers.
Nikki is the perfect fit to run our spelling bee, simply because she really loves students. She is the heartbeat of the school. Forest Elementary School is located in the Mayfair section of Philadelphia. It's a wonderful school. We have a wonderful community. We have at least 40 different languages in our school.
I grew up in this neighborhood. It's a working class neighborhood. It's a very transient working class neighborhood. I feel like we're not only representing the school, but we're representing the city of Philadelphia.
Being from Philly, I feel like Forest just won the Super Bowl because we have the top Educator of the Year in the United States in Nikki Montana.
Knowing that, you know, this little school in the middle of Mayfair can do this spelling bee and have an Educator of the Year is quite amazing.
I believe she needs to be celebrated herself for all the hard work, all the dedication, all the love, the sweat, blood, and tears that she puts into the spelling bee. She deserves it.
My goal is to have one of my students go to the regional bee and win and go to the national bee. The Scripps National Spelling Bee offers students an opportunity to study, feel confident, and be great spellers, which in the end will make them great human beings.
My winning word was Samophile.
My winning word was Sharon Schnitta.
My winning word was Gurdon.
The word that got me out was Porwiggle. It's a cute little word. It means a tadpole, but it's sneaky, and I haven't looked at a tadpole the same ever since.
My word was vouchsafe.
My winning word was Laodicean. Being in the Hall of Fame of Spelling is definitely a big honor.
So it's an incredible feeling getting to be a part of the Hall of Fame, if you want to call it that.
Being mentioned in kind of the conversation around, you know, Hall of Fame spellers, I'm honestly just flattered.
To be honest, the moment I won the bee, I was like, okay, so when do I get to meet the president?
I would say just try to soak up the experience as much as you can. Treasure those connections you make with other spellers, because you'll probably know them for the rest of your lives. It's a wonderful thing.
Sometimes the lesson is learning both how to set goals, but also how to fall short of those goals with grace.
It gives you exposure to, you know, science, culture. More than that, too, it's just the life skills that I learned from the spelling bees.
I've been coming back to the bee for almost 10 years now. It's really an amazing opportunity for me to give back to a program that has just given me so much.
I'm gonna keep coming back to the bee, and I see myself taking Dr. Bailey's job. I'm just kidding.
Really, this was a true passion of mine, and it still is. And I definitely wouldn't be where I am without the bee. But I think all spellers deserve to be in the Hall of Fame.
Hi, everybody. We're here in Trivia Headquarters. I'm your host, Zach Sherwin, with some 100th anniversary Spelling Bee trivia. Hello, my friend. What is your name?
Sivan Bhutani.
Sivan, welcome. We're so glad you're here. Where are you from?
Austin, Texas.
Austin, Texas. All right, my friend, a question for you about newspapers. Have you heard of those?
Yeah.
Okay, great. Which newspaper is the Bee's longest-serving regional partner? A, the Albuquerque Tribune. B, the Miami Herald. C, the Akron Beacon Journal. Or D, the Portland News Caller.
C?
C is the correct answer, Sivan! The Akron Beacon Journal, of course. Here you are, my friend, a stuffed bee. Great job. Good luck at the bee this week. It's time for 100th anniversary Spelling Bee trivia with
Alina.
Alina from?
Saipan.
Saipan. Cool. Welcome. All right. 2018 was a notable year in bee history because A, one speller did a YMCA-style dance, making the shape of each letter they spelled with their body. B, the bee hosted more than 500 spellers for the first time. C, spellers were permitted to take naps between rounds. Or D, the last two finalists thumb wrestled to determine a winner.
B.
B is the correct answer. The bee hosted more than 500 spellers for the first time. Here is a plush spelling bee for your efforts. Up top, my friend, you did great. Here with me right now is
Eldon Weir.
Hi, Eldon. It's really nice to meet you. Where are you from?
From Alaska.
Alaska? Where in Alaska?
I'm from the Fairbanks area.
The Fairbanks area. The Fairia, we call it, right?
Sure.
Now we do. In what year did bee host and announcer Paul Leffler compete as a bee finalist? A, 1953, B, 1974, C, 1990, or D, 2009?
C.
That's correct! Great job, my friend! Good work! Bravo! And here's a bee. Whoa, here's a lot of bees! Here's two, man!
These are the brightest kids in our country and in our world, and it's just inspiring to know that all of us played a part in them being able to launch into a very successful future.
50 years from now, I'm sure the set will look different, but really, I think that it's gonna stay pretty much the same because that's what's so compelling to the competitors and also to the viewers, is just the heart of the spelling bee.
There's so much that's changed in this world and in this country over the last 100 years, but the fact that the bee is still here, that's just a testament to the lasting power of the National Spelling Bee.
Well, hello again. We're continuing now with the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. And we get to welcome back to the bee another familiar face to you bee watchers, Zaila Avant-Garde, our 2021 champion. It's a little less tense sitting up here than on that stage, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, for sure. You know, I can kind of feel secondhand tenseness, you know, from the spellers up on stage, but it's still a whole lot less than I felt.
Is that heightened when your younger brother is up there spelling?
Oh, yeah, for sure. It's definitely a little bit higher amounts of secondhand tenseness, you know, with him up there, but I'm rooting for him, and I just hope that he does the best that he can do.
We're going to get back to the spellers. One more question. How many books have you written now?
I've published 4.
4?
Yep.
And a few more coming in the pipeline?
Yeah, I have one coming out in July, and then I have another book that is going to be coming out at an undetermined date as of now.
And then another, and another. She's pretty prolific.
Exactly.
Let's go check out some of our spellers as we continue the preliminary rounds. Again, 1 spelling word, 1 vocabulary word. And next up is number 166, Rujva Patel.
Hi, Rujva.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
Your word is Nisai.
Nisai. Can I have all the information?
Nisai, or nisi, is an adjective. This word is from Latin. It means not final or absolute, used in law to denote that a rule, decree, or order shall take effect at a given time unless before that time it is modified or avoided due to some condition therein named. The Queen's order, Nisai, noted that the enemy might surrender and make an attack unnecessary. Nisai.
Nisai. Nisai. N-I-S-I. Nisai.
That is correct. Your round 2 vocabulary question is pliant. A material described as pliant is A, extremely rare, B, flat, C, flexible.
Pliant. Pliant means C, flexible, pliant.
That is correct.
So Rujva was the first ever speller to get her word from a female pronouncer. That's Vanya Shivashankar up there giving the words.
Hi, Avinav.
Hello.
Sapporo.
Sapporo, can I have the definition?
Sapporo is a city on western Hokkaido, Japan.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Sapporo or Sapporo?
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Sapporo or Sapporo.
Sapporo. S-A-P-P-O-R-O. Sapporo.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Expostulate. What does it mean to expostulate? A, reason earnestly in order to dissuade. B, increase in extent or scope. C, infer from a trend. Expostulate.
Can you just repeat the word one more time?
Expostulate.
To expostulate is to A, reason earnestly in order to dissuade.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sebastian, your word is estancia. Estancia.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just estancia.
May I please have the language of origin?
This word probably went from Latin to American Spanish. Estancia.
May I please have the definition?
A South American cattle ranch or stock farm. Can you say the word for us?
Estancia. May I please have it in a sentence?
The gaucho herded the sheep into a pen on the south side of the estancia. Can you say it one more time?
Estancia. Estancia. E-S-T-O-N-C-I-A. Estancia.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is E-S-T-A-N-C-I-A. Great job.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Aurora. Caerphilly. Caerphilly is a mild white cheese of Welsh origin that is easily crumbled, pulverized, or reduced to powder. Caerphilly.
Caerphilly. Caerphilly. C-A-E-R-P-H-I-L-L-Y. Caerphilly.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Just waiting for the system to load.
So again, so many incredible pronouncers over the years, but this is the first time ever a female
Taxidermy.
has had that privilege.
Taxidermy is A, the art or method of painting with watercolors. B, enthusiastic and vigorous activity along literary and cultural lines. C, the art of preparing lifelike representations of animals by stuffing the skin. Taxidermy.
Taxidermy is C, the art of preparing lifelike representations of animals by stuffing the skin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Did she give it away with her reaction to the words, Aila? Do you know she knew it?
Yeah, I was pretty certain.
That smile was a dead giveaway.
Yeah.
You ready?
Yeah.
You got this.
Can you come a little closer to the microphone?
Dvandva.
Can I get the definition?
Dvandva is a class of compound words having two immediate constituents that are equal in rank and related to each other as if joined by and. Dvandva.
Dvandva. D V A N D V A. Dvandva.
That is correct.
And of course, that's Vanya's sister, Kavya, serving as judge right now.
Your round 2 question is tenaciously. If you want to do something tenaciously, you do it with great A, insecurity, B, fear, C, persistence. Tenaciously.
To do something tenaciously, you do it with great C, persistence.
That is correct.
And the Shivashankar sisters so tenaciously pursued the trophy, they both won it. Now the first sisters to be pronouncer and judge together up there at the table. First siblings of it.
Jason, your word is acacia.
Acacia. Can I have all the information relating to this word?
Sure. Acacia, this is the only pronunciation that I have. This is a noun. It's from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin. Any plant of the genus of woody plants of warm regions having pinnate leaves and white or yellow flower clusters. Giraffes have specialized teeth that help them comb leaves from the spiny branches of the acacia. Acacia.
Acacia. A-C-A-C-I-A. Acacia.
That is correct. Obstreperous. What does obstreperous mean? A, falsely equivalent, B, stubbornly defiant, or C, highly contagious? Obstreperous.
Obstreperous means B, stubbornly defiant.
That is correct.
So a 5th grader from Lima, Ohio, moving on to round 3.
Hi.
Hi.
Your word is spodumene.
Could I have all the information?
Spodumene, this is the only pronunciation. Noun. Originally Greek, this word went from German to probably French before becoming English. It means a monoclinic mineral that is a lithium aluminum silicate of white to yellowish, purplish, or emerald green color, and that occurs in prismatic crystals, often of great size. As in, transparent spodumene has been used as a gemstone. Spodumene.
Spodumene. S-P-O-D-U-M-I-N-E. Spodumene.
Spodumene is spelled S-P-O-D-U-M-E-N-E.
That's an example of a fairly common mistake that spellers make, having issues differentiating the I and E versus E and E endings.
Adya, your word is molin.
Could I have the definition?
Molin means having the end of each arm forked and recurved, used of a cross.
Could you use it in a sentence?
There are 12 families of millers who bear crosses molin on their family crests. Molin.
Molin.
Molin or moline?
Molin. M-O-L-I-N-E. Molin.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is raucous. Something described as raucous is A, disorderly, B, uncooked, C, slightly painful.
Is it A, disorderly?
That is correct.
Comes Brett Cooperwitz, 8th grader. Marietta,
Brett.
Ohio.
Hi.
Muktuk.
Can I have all the information?
Muktuk is the only pronunciation here. This is a noun. Muktuk is from Aleut, one of a group of languages spoken in the far north between Siberia and Greenland. It means whale skin used for food. Muktuk is usually eaten raw, but it can also be cooked or pickled. Muktuk.
Muktuk. M-U-K-T-U-K. Muktuk.
That is correct.
Would you try it, Zaila?
Yeah, I'm a vegetarian, so I'll just leave it there.
Declamatory. Something declamatory is A, split into constituent layers, B, characterized by rhetorical display, C, unwanted or without an owner.
Is it A? Split into constituent layers?
Something declamatory is B, characterized by rhetorical display. Great try.
Thank you.
Hi, Kaden.
Hi.
Humboldt. Humboldt is a river 290 miles long in northern Nevada, flowing west and southwest into Rye Patch Reservoir and formerly into a lake of the same name. Humboldt.
Humboldt. H-U-M-B-O-L-D-T. Humboldt.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is déjà vu. Déjà vu is A, a salute fired by rifles in rapid succession along the line of troops, B, a sensation that one has heard or seen something before, or C, a person who is detained or a political prisoner.
Deja vu is B, a sensation that one has heard or seen something before.
That is correct.
Have you experienced any of that this week, Zaila?
Oh, yes, for sure. Just like even that moment, how relieved he was at having advanced is a feeling that I definitely
Kendall, are you
remember.
ready?
Think so.
Deja vu.
Great. Your word is skeltonic.
Repeat.
Skeltonic.
Skeltonic. S-K-E-L-T-O-N-I-C. Skeltonic.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some more of those immediate spellings this round because they are from the list these spellers had to study.
Candid. A candid conversation is A, confusing and jumbled, B, heated and hostile, or C, sincere and honest.
A candid conversation is C, sincere and honest.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Hi. Mäßig.
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 Can I have the language of origin, please?
Mäßig is from German.
May I have a definition, please?
Mäßig means moderate in tempo, used as a direction in music. Mäßig.
Mäßig.
Not easy to say, especially that last consonant
Mäßig.
sound at the end.
Mäßig.
Mäßig.
M-A-I-S-I-C-H. Mäßig.
I'm sorry. Mäßig is spelled M-A-S-S-I-G.
Thank you.
Great try.
So way she spelled that kind of makes me think she might have heard the guttural K sound that you see in Germanic languages and thought of that guttural H sound you hear in Irish and languages like Gaelic and stuff.
Hi, Anika.
Hi.
Through the CH instead of the G.
Your word is O-opa-hui.
Could I please have all of the information?
O-opa-hui is the only pronunciation at this entry. It's a noun. This word is from Hawaiian. O-opa-hui means any of numerous chiefly tropical marine fishes which can distend themselves to a globular form and float belly upward on the surface, and most species of which are highly poisonous. Hero wanted an O-opa-hui for his saltwater fish tank. O-opa-hui.
O-opa-hui. O-O-P-U-H-U-E. O-opa-hui.
That is correct. Modular. Something modular is A, wholly or almost wholly spherical, B, transitioning in a chord progression from one key to another, or C, capable of being easily joined to or arranged with other parts or units. Modular.
Modular is C, capable of being easily joined to or arranged with other parts or units.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Zaila, did you ever get a word that you had pronounced differently than you heard it when you got to the mic?
Well, I had gotten words before that my dad pronounced differently before when I got to the mic, for sure.
So this word has a homonym. Your word is MOOC. This MOOC is a noun, and it means an online academic course of study that is freely available to internet users. MOOC.
MOOC, can you please give me the language of origin?
This word is from an English phrase, MOOC.
MOOC. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just MOOC.
MOOC. M-O-O-C, MOOC.
That is correct.
A 21st century word, if ever I saw one.
Organelle. An organelle is A, a wind instrument, B, a specialized part of a cell, or C, a small, graceful antelope.
An organelle is B, a specialized part of a cell.
That is correct. Hi, Vital.
Hello.
Awatli.
May I have the definition?
Awatli means water insect eggs dried and used as food in Mexico. Awatli.
Can I have all the information?
Awatli is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. It passed from Nahuatl to Mexican Spanish, meaning water insect eggs dried and used as food in Mexico. Awatli is sometimes nicknamed the caviar of Mexico due to its difficult acquisition and resulting high price. Awatli.
Awatli, A-H-U-A-T-L-E, Awatli.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is combustible. If something is described as combustible, it is A, able to catch fire and burn, B, capable of being asserted, or C, suitable or safe to be eaten. Combustible.
A, able to catch fire and burn.
That is correct.
So Vital Krishnamurthy from Portland, Oregon will advance to round 3. Now we're into our Pennsylvania spellers, starting with Disha Jane.
Tornado. Tornado.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just tornado.
May I have the language of origin?
Tornado is from a word that went from Greek to Latin to French, plus a Latin-derived French word, tornado.
May I have the definition?
A small fillet of beef, usually cut from the tip of the tenderloin and encircled by a strip of suet, salt pork, or bacon for quick cooking. Tournedos. Can you say the word for us?
Tournedos.
Tournedos.
Tournedos. T. U. R. N. E. D. O. T. Tournedos.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is Tournedos. Great job, Disha.
Thank you.
Clearly, a speller who has some acquaintance with spelling rules, being as though the way she spelled it kind of made sense for it being a French word.
So many ways to make that O sound at the end of a word in French.
Henotheism.
Henotheism?
Henotheism.
May I have the definition?
Henotheism is the worship of one god without denying the existence of other gods. Henotheism.
May I have the origin?
This word was formed in German from Greek elements.
Henotheism?
Henotheism.
Henotheism. Henotheism. Henotheism.
That is correct. Chortle. A chortle is A, a type of reptile that usually lives in the water, B, a task or duty that is dull, difficult, or disagreeable, C, a sound expressing pleasure or joy. Chortle.
A chortle is C, a sound expressing pleasure or joy.
That is correct. Surreptitious.
Could you give me the definition?
Surreptitious or surreptitious means done, made, or acquired by stealth. Secret. Surreptitious.
Surreptitious. S-U-R-R-E-P-T-I-T. I-O-U-S. Surreptitious.
That is correct.
Did you ever get lost in where you were in the word?
Oh, yes, many times. One of the more scarier feelings for me as a speller, at least.
Your round 2 question is remonstrance. A remonstrance is A, a physical similarity to someone or something else, B, a sum of money sent to another person or place, C, an act of saying or pleading in protest or opposition.
C, an act of saying or pleading in protest or opposition.
That is correct.
Maya Mathai, 6th grader, advancing. Joey Anand.
Joey, your word is microfiche.
Microfiche?
Microfiche.
Can I have the definition?
Microfiche means a sheet of film containing several rows of photographic records on a reduced scale that are enlarged for reading or viewing.
Microfiche?
Microfiche.
Microfiche. M-I-C-R-O-F-I-C-H-E. Microfiche.
That is correct.
Some of the research for this 100th year of the bee might have employed a little microfiche examination.
Elusive. Something described as elusive is A, full of light, B, difficult to capture, C, thoughtful.
Elusive is B, difficult to capture.
That is correct.
Hello.
Hi, Isaac. You ready?
Yes.
Great. Your word is Stevedore.
Stevedore. May I have the definition, please?
Stevedore means one who works at or is responsible for the loading or unloading of a ship in port. Stevedore.
Stevedore. S-T-E-V-E-D-O-R-E. Stevedore.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Oracle. An oracle is someone with A, lots of property, B, a great singing voice, or C, highly valued wisdom. Oracle.
An oracle is someone with C, highly valued wisdom.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Not that there's anything saying an oracle couldn't have a great singing voice after all.
This is true.
Hi, Jaden. Hello. Epistogramma.
Epistogramma. A-P-I-S-T-O-G-R-A-M-M-A. Epistogramma.
That is correct.
Very confident speller up there. No questions, no anything.
Your round 2 question is quota. What is a quota? A, a rising and overflowing of a body of water. B, the share assigned to each member of a body. Or C, a silk scarf worn by a Roman Catholic bishop.
B, the share assigned to each member of a body.
That is correct.
So 5th grader Jaden Jang from Philadelphia makes quick work of rounds 1 and 2. Next up, we have Jane Ross. She's
Hello.
from Pittsburgh.
Hi, Jane. Your word is farrago.
Farrago. May I please have the definition?
Farrago means a confused, disordered, or irrational assemblage as of words or ideas. This is a noun. Farrago.
Farrago. F-A-R-R-A-G-O. Farrago.
That is correct. Mantra. What is a mantra? A ritualistic incantation that is used in Buddhism and Hinduism. B, a felted wool blanket often used to keep horses warm in winter. C, a mildly intoxicating beverage made of fermented orange peels.
A ritualistic incantation that is used in Buddhism and Hinduism.
That is correct.
Zaila, did you have a mantra, a focal phrase that you repeated to yourself when you were spelling?
Yes, probably don't mess this up.
Your word is effleurage.
Effleurage. May I have all of the information, please?
Effleurage or effleurage. This is a noun. This word came from French, which formed it from Latin-derived elements, meaning a light stroking movement used in massage. Abdominal effleurage is one of many techniques taught during pregnancy and childbirth classes. Effleurage, effleurage.
Effleurage. E-F-F-L-E-U-R-A-G-E. Effleurage.
That is correct.
Phew, what a relief.
Your round 2 question is mentor. A person described as a mentor is A, a farmer, B, a magician, C, a teacher.
C, a teacher.
That is correct.
Rowena Cresswell Blickley from Pottsville, Pennsylvania. On to round 3. Now here's Anjali Agarwal.
Anjali, this word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Your word is Selah. This Selah is used in the Hebrew Bible probably as an exclamation, as amen or hallelujah, or possibly as a direction to temple musicians or chorus to lift up music or voices, and it's an interjection. Sila.
Does this word have any alternate pronunciations?
I have Sila, Sila, or Sila. Sila.
Sila. S-E-L-A-H. Sila?
That is correct. Diatribe. What is a diatribe? A nomadic group of people who live off the land. B, a tube made of plastic for moving compressed gases. C, a bitter, abusive, lengthy speech or piece of writing. Diatribe.
C, a bitter, abusive, lengthy speech or piece of writing?
That is correct.
So just a fourth grader, Anjali, moving on. So we've only had 51 spellers here at the Bell so far, and we've got 137 who are going on in the competition. 4 years ago, this young lady went all the way to the finish line, and you said something a second ago. Your answers are always on point, Zaila. Did you really tell yourself, don't mess this up? Was that your inner dialogue when you're up there on stage?
Yes, shortened up pretty much. One of the things that I always was worried about as a speller was not knowing the word. I was fairly confident, especially when I was going on in 2021, that I would know whatever word was thrown at me. It was that I would mess that word up even though I knew it. Like you asked me earlier if I'd ever gotten lost in a word.
Yeah.
I was worried that I would be, like, say, spelling apple, I'd be like A-P-P, P-L-E or something like that. So that was really important to me, to just make sure that I was calm enough to not just get a word wrong that I knew, because I don't know if I could have forgiven myself for that.
And that's why we see so many of them start over if they forget
Yes.
where they are. How did you keep your composure up there when those moments come where you're confused or there's a curveball or it's just not what you were planning on? What was the key to your poise on stage?
So for one of the things that helped me, I had a specific moment when I got the word nepeta in 2021. One of the things that I did was to make sure to just ground myself first, because the natural thing you want to do is panic. Oh my God, I don't know the word. But just because you don't immediately recognize the word doesn't mean you don't know the word or know how to put together the lessons and rules that you've learned about language to spell it. And so I'd always remind myself to just relax. Before you panic, think, can I just figure this out? And in my case, with the word nepeta, I remembered the difference between Latin and Greek words and how they use schwa, what letters they typically use for that dreaded schwa. And that was how I was able to rescue myself.
Wasn't that a great explanation? Wow. Thanks so much for joining us, Zaila. Enjoy the rest of the competition.
Thank you so much for having me.
2021 champion, Zaila Avant-Garde. Stay with us. You're watching the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee.
This is my last hurrah for the Scripps National Spelling Bee.
I'm in 8th grade, so that means, sadly, this is my last year in the spelling bee.
This is my first and last time being able to do the National Spelling Bee. I have to go all in because this is my last chance.
It's my first and last time at the Scripps Spelling Bee in Navajo, and I'm very proud to be representing the Navajo Nation.
I'm sad to be leaving the bee, but it was a really good experience. It's taught me to persist, and hard work does pay off.
With all of my new free time, I would either play video games, practice Duolingo, or do a little bit of chess.
Volleyball or volunteering or hanging out with friends.
I have some pretty great memories from participating in the bee. The thing I'll miss most probably is all the other kids here. Win or lose, this has been an amazing journey. Say bee week, best week.
Welcome back to the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and with us now, the one and only, the legendary Dr. Jacques Bailey, our pronouncer, head pronouncer, and for so many people who watch on TV, the first person that comes to their mind when they hear about the bee. Is there anything that feels different for you this year so far, Doc?
Well,
we've got Vanya as pronouncer, which is excellent. It's nice to have a woman up there pronouncing. Other than that, I think we're doing pretty well.
And a lot of your fellow past champions coming back for this 100th year.
Yeah, I think we have a little over 40 of them coming back for our 100th year. We had a celebration last night, a little bit of a contest. As Zaila told me, I have some wounds to lick. I missed a word. That was kind of fun.
And she got to ding you with the bell.
That's true.
She didn't look to be smiling too big. Well, he's going to sit up here with me for a while as we watch the competition continue. Again, our first ever female pronouncer, Vanya Shivashankar, will give the spellers the words, spelling word, vocab word. And let's go to our next speller, number 190, all the way from Puerto Rico, Naira Rivas.
Hi, Naira.
Hi.
Your word is hooplond.
Could I have all the information, please?
Hooplond is the only pronunciation at this entry. This word is a noun. It came from French. Hooplond means a loose belted over gown of the 14th and 15th centuries, usually with long, wide sleeves, jagged edges, a fur lining, and full-length skirt, often with slits in it. At the medieval fair, Henri's elaborate hooplond, complete with fur lining and gold embroidery, made him look like royalty from the Middle Ages. Hooplond.
Could I have the origin again?
Hooplond is from French.
Could you repeat it one more time?
Hooplond. Can you say it?
Hooplond.
Hooplond.
Hooplond. H-O-U-P-L-A-N-D. Hooplond.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is H-O-U-P-P-E-L-A-N-D-E. Great job.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, you can think about this one for a moment as we get our next speller. Maybe what's the most challenging aspect of doing what Vanya is doing right now in giving the spellers these words?
Eliana, your word is a seal. A seal is a marine flatworm that lacks a digestive cavity with definite walls and that receives food into a porous mass of endodermal tissue. A seal.
A seal. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just a seal. This word is a noun.
A seal. A-C-O-E-L. A seal.
That is correct.
Eliana, just a 6th grader here from Rhode Island.
Revelation. Another word for revelation is A, disclosure, B, rebellion, C, decay. Revelation.
Another word for revelation is a disclosure.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So how about a revelation from Dr. Bailey? What's the toughest part of that job?
I think it's just the consistency. I mean, but the kids really energize you and focus you, so it kind of is a feedback loop.
Ready,
It
John?
works together.
Yes.
Ah,
Great.
makes sense.
Your word is perianth.
Can I get the definition of the word, please?
Perianth is the external envelope of a flower. Floral leaves, especially when not differentiated into the calyx and corolla. Perianth.
Perianth. P-E-R-I-A-N-T-H. Perianth.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is bailiff. Where are you most likely to encounter a bailiff? A, in a courtroom, B, at a swimming pool, or C, on an airplane?
A, in a courtroom.
That is correct.
Hopefully no time soon for any of us. John Donato from South Carolina advances. Here comes Connor Norton.
Hi, Connor. How are you?
I'm doing pretty swell.
Great. You ready? All right. Your word is ice rude.
Ice rude, can I get the language of origin?
Ice rude is, this word entry is from Latin.
Can I get the definition, please?
Ice rude means ancient money of Rome and Italy consisting of rough masses of bronze with no markings.
Wait, is this from the Latin phrase ice rude, meaning crude bronze?
Yes.
All right, ice rude.
It's not from it. It isn't.
A-E-S-R-U-D-E. Ice rude.
That is correct.
Good for him. That's amazing. That was a neat moment.
Your vocabulary question is abject. Something described as abject is A, extremely noble and virtuous, B, exists in a low state or condition, C, holds great importance or significance. Abject.
Something described as abject, B, exists in a low state or condition.
That is correct.
Thank you.
You mentioned consistency is the biggest challenge. That's what I've always marveled at, is how remarkably consistent you are. And I also noticed the empathy. Maybe we can touch on that too. Here's our next speller, Ahan
Your
Jane.
word is Orinoco.
Can I have the origin and definition of this word, please?
Sure. Orinoco is a geographical entry. It's a South American geographical name. It means a river in Venezuela flowing from the Brazilian border to the Colombia border and from there into the Atlantic through a wide delta. Orinoco.
Orinoco. O-R-I-N-O-C-O. Orinoco.
That is correct. Olfactory. Something olfactory is A, concerned with uncovering the truth, B, deals with the refinement of oil, C, is connected with the sense of smell. Olfactory.
Something olfactory, C, is connected with the sense of smell.
That is correct.
Thank you.
So I said I smelled a little empathy in your demeanor up there. Is that you still remember 45 years ago what it was like to be up there?
Yeah, and it's still important just to make sure that every speller knows.
Your
we're
word
giving them every
is
chance they can possibly get.
ecchymosis. Ecchymosis is a singular noun. Ecchymosis.
May I have the language of origin?
Ecchymosis is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin.
May I have the definition?
Ecchymosis means the escape of blood into the tissues from ruptured blood vessels marked by a livid black and blue or purple spot or area. Also, the discoloration so caused. Ecchymosis.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just ecchymosis.
May I have it in a sentence?
A black eye results from ecchymosis. Can you say the word for us?
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis.
Ecchymosis. E-C-H-O-M-O-S-I-S. Ecchymosis.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is E-C-C-H-Y-M-O-S-I-S.
Thank you.
Great job.
Next we have Colin Schuler, also from the Palmetto State.
Hi, Colin.
Hello.
Your word is parti pris.
May I have all the information?
Parti pris is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. Parti pris comes from French. It means a preconceived opinion, bias, partiality, prejudice. Beth has such parti pris about politics that she finds it hard to calmly hear views that she disagrees with. Parti pris, singular noun, and it comes from Latin-derived French.
Parti pris. P-A-R-T-I-P-R-E-S.
I'm sorry, the correct spelling is P-A-R-T-I-P-R-I-S. Nice try.
Colin has 2 more years to come back. I'm curious what keeps Dr. Jacques Bailey coming back. After this word, maybe he'll tell us.
Hi. Minea.
May I have the language of origin?
Minea is from Greek.
I may have the definition.
It means collections of hymns for all days of the year in the Eastern Orthodox Church, arranged in calendar order. Minea.
Menea. M-E-N-A-I-A. Menea.
That is correct.
Quite a few religion-adjacent words in this year's B so far.
Your round 2 question is cavalcade. Cavalcade is A, an archway, B, a cannon, C, a procession.
A cavalcade is a sea procession.
That is correct.
Quite a cavalcade in Washington yesterday with the Memorial Day Parade.
Hi, Josh. You ready to be up there?
Yep.
Yep.
Nice to be here again.
It's great to have you back.
Thank you.
Your word is unikite.
Unikite, may I have all the information?
Unikite. This is the only pronunciation. This word is a noun. The first part of this word is from a North American geographical name, and the second part is from English. Unikite means an altered igneous rock that is usually opaque with green, black, pink, and white flecks, and is usually used as a gemstone. As in, Sam, an amateur rock hound, was thrilled to find a chunk of unikite in the Blue Ridge Mountains. Unikite.
Unikite. U-N-A-K-I-T-E. Unikite.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Josh was here as a 3rd grader last year.
Gastronome. What is a gastronome? A brief reflection or maxim. B, a person who loves high-quality food and drink. C, a scientist who studies plants.
Gastronome is a person who loves high-quality food and drink.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
Dr. Bailey, what is it that draws you back to the Hive here every year?
I just love watching this concerted effort to strive for human excellence. This is the first time in these kids' young lives that they really get to make their own.
So listen closely to this next word.
The first time.
Your word is hominon.
Exactly.
Hominon or hominin. This is any of a taxonomic tribe of upright bipedal primate mammals that includes recent humans together with extinct ancestral and related forms. It's a noun. Hominin or hominin.
May I have all the information?
Sure. The word is hominin or hominin. Hominin is a noun. This word is from Latin. It means any of a taxonomic tribe of upright bipedal primate mammals that includes recent humans together with extinct ancestral and related forms. As in, Dr. Givens speculated whether the fossil came from a hominin or from one of the great apes. Hominin.
Hominin. H-O-M-I-N-I-N. Hominin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I've often heard you tell a speller this word may have a homonym, but usually the homonym isn't homonym.
Yeah, that's right.
Your round 2 question is pedantry. Pedantry is A, ostentatious presentation of knowledge, B, fortitude marked by heroic acts, C, mental training used in corporations. Pedantry.
Pedantry means A, ostentatious presentation of knowledge.
That is correct.
Thank you so much.
We never get that from Dr. Bailey. Never.
Hello.
Just the opposite.
Your word is osnos.
Can I have all the information, please?
Osnos has no alternate pronunciations. This word is a noun. It comes from Persian. Osnos means a Persian card game similar to poker and by some thought to be its progenitor. Osnos is similar to poker, but flushes all cards of the same suit, and sequences are not part of the game. Osnos.
Osnos. A-S-N-A-S. Osnos.
That is correct.
World Series of Osnos coming soon to a TV near you. We had some
Plaintiff.
spellers.
What does a plaintiff do? A, serves as a chief religious figure. B, acts as a watchdog or guard dog. C, begins a lawsuit of some kind.
C, begins a lawsuit of some kind.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Bailey, I know it's never about you, but I am curious to know the most unique place you've ever
Hello,
been
Vanya.
recognized
Hello,
for your role in
Soraya.
the
How are
bee.
you?
Great.
Give this word.
Okay.
Your word is piati.
Piati. P-I-A-T-T-I. Piati.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is diva. What is a diva? A person who doesn't work well as part of a team. B, a narrow piece of furniture designed for use as a bed. C, a water bird that catches bottom-feeding fish. Diva.
A person who doesn't work well as part of a team.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Soraya. So what about it, Dr. Bailey? Some unique places you've been spotted?
Yeah, one time in the Grand Palais in Paris, I was stalked down by a...
Your word is visceral.
Visceral. May I have the definition, please?
Visceral means of, relating to, or issued by a high executive officer of various Muslim countries. Visceral.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just visceral.
Visceral. V-I-Z-I-E-R-I-A-L. Visceral.
That is correct.
So Arnie Perrott from Amarillo, Texas.
Accomplice. An accomplice is someone who A, accuses another of wrongdoing, B, counts or calculates, or C, helps another commit a crime. Accomplice.
C, helps another commit a crime.
That is correct.
So is that a Francophone bee fan who spotted you in Paris or one of our American viewers?
That was an American. That was pretty funny.
Hi, Devon.
Was not expecting that.
Of all the places.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt, could I have the definition?
Kuiper belt is a band of small celestial bodies beyond the orbit of Neptune from which many short-period comets are believed to originate. Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt, could I have language of origin?
The first part of this phrase is from a Dutch name, and the second part is originally English.
Kuiper belt.
Kuiper belt.
K-U-I-B-E-R-B-E-L-D. Kuiper belt.
That is correct.
Now, some viewers at home might have heard his T sound more like a D. That's just how it's coming out of his
Your
mouth.
round 2 question is annotate. What does it mean to annotate? A, to make notes that accompany a piece of writing. B, to find out or learn with certainty. C, to impart or suffuse with color.
Annotate. A, to make notes that accompany a piece of writing.
That is correct.
That was a nice sigh of relief.
Never gets old. Here's another returner, Tarini Nandakumar.
Your word is hennin.
Hennin, may I have the definition, please?
Hennin means a high cone-shaped headdress, usually with a thin veil suspended from the top, worn by European women in the 15th century. Hennin.
Hennin, are there any alternate pronunciations?
I have just Henin.
Henin. H-E-N-N-I-N. Henin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Karini's 5th time here in Washington.
Cacophonous. Something described as cacophonous is A, used to transmit signals electronically, B, sweet to an unpleasant degree, C, marked by harsh or discordant sound.
Something described as cacophonous is C, marked by a harsh or discordant sound.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Sure is. So Tarini advances. Next we have Isaac Cancio from Corpus Christi.
This word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Point d'appui or point d'appui. This word is a singular noun, and it means foundation, base, especially a base from which a military operation can be carried on. Point d'appui, point d'appui.
Can I get the country of origin, please?
This word entry is from French.
Can I get all the information? Can I get all the information, please?
Sure. The word is point d'appui or point d'appui. This word is a singular noun. It comes from French, meaning foundation, base, especially a base from which a military operation can be carried on. In the novel, the hero quickly ascertained that there was no good location for the troops' point d'appui. Can you say the word for us?
Point d'appui. P-O-I-N-T-D-A-P-P. U-I, point d'appui.
That is correct.
Unfazed. Closest thing to a buzzer beater we've seen yet in 2025.
Dawdle. What is another word for dawdle? A, loiter. B, carve. C, decorate.
Dawdle means to A, loiter.
That is correct.
Dr. Bailey, that word made me wonder, have you ever encountered a word that for all your effort you just couldn't pronounce?
Oh, there's a few. Yeah.
Well, I guess I can't ask you to pronounce them.
That's true.
Avishka, this word has a homonym, so I'll give you the definition. Your word is bêche de mer or bêche de mer. So bêche de mer, bêche de mer. This word is a noun, and it means any of several English-based pidginized languages spoken on islands of the Western Pacific. Bêche de mer.
Bêche de mer. Can I have the language of origin, please?
This word is from French.
Can you repeat the definition?
Any of several English-based pidginized languages spoken on islands of the Western Pacific.
Bêche de mer. Can you repeat the word?
Bêche de mer, bêche de mer.
Bêche de mer. B-E-C-H-E-D-E-M-E-R. Bêche de mer.
That is correct.
And some of you may be wondering, well, what about the punctuation, hyphens, apostrophes, accent marks? Just the letters, that's all they want the spellers to say.
Prodigious. Another word for prodigious is A, zealous, B, diminutive, C, immense.
Another word for prodigious is C, immense.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Some prodigious brain power in the room today. An understatement.
Hi, Faizan.
Hi.
Faizan was here last year
Your
as
word
well.
is viaticum.
Could I have all the information?
Viaticum, also pronounced viaticum. This word is a noun. It comes from Latin, and it means an allowance as of transportation or supplies and money for traveling expenses. As in, Shirley has spent all but $50 of the $500 viaticum her father gave her for her spring break trip. Viaticum.
All right, could you repeat the word again?
viaticum or viaticum?
Viaticum. V-I-A-T-I-C-U-M. Viaticum.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is imperious. A person described as imperious is A, overbearing, B, curious, or C, frolicsome.
A person described as imperious is A, overbearing.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Piece of cake for Faizan Zaki. Another Texan.
Hi, Shreyansh, are you ready?
Yep.
Your word is hypethral.
Hypethral. May I have all the information, please?
Can you stand a little bit closer to the mic? Thank you. Hypethral or hypethral is an adjective. This word is from an originally Greek word that passed into Latin and an English element, meaning open to the sky, as in the local high school's football team plays in a hypethral stadium. Hypethral.
Hypethral. H-Y-P-A-E-T-H-R-A-L. Hypethral.
That is correct. Mayhem. Which of these is an example of mayhem? A, an unmarried girl or woman, especially when young. B, a fictional town. C, a felonious crime.
C, a felonious crime.
That is correct.
Another crazy question came to mind for me, Dr. Bailey. Did you ever get asked at home to repeat the word?
No, they make fun of me in various ways.
Not with that one.
Don't worry, I needed to do that for me too. Your word is scaliola.
Thanks, Paul.
Good job.
Can I have all the information?
Scaliola has no alternate pronunciations. This word is a noun coming from Germanic-derived Italian. An imitation of ornamental marble used for floors, columns, and other ornamental interior work. As in, after the scaliola is spread on the prepared surface and hardened, it is then polished to resemble marble. Scaliola.
Scaliola. S-C-A-G-L-I-O-L-A. Scaliola.
That is correct. Your round 2 question is epoxy. Epoxy is A, a glue, B, a substitute, C, a time period.
Epoxy is a glue.
That is correct. Hi.
Hello.
This next word has a homonym. Your word is ancien régime. Ancien régime is a singular noun meaning a system or mode no longer prevailing. Ancien régime is the word.
Can I have the word in a sentence?
Jean-Michel became the head of the Homeowners Association in March and immediately began reinstating the draconian rules of the Ancien Régime.
Ancien régime.
Ancien Régime.
Can I have the language of origin?
This word is from French.
Ancien régime. A-N-C-I-E-N-R-E-G-I-M-E. Ancien régime.
That is correct. Rejuvenate. Another word for rejuvenate is A, recoil, B, reduce, C, reinvigorate.
C, reinvigorate.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Rihasa, another young lady's been coming here for a long time, first to watch her older sister. Kind of like the young lady pronouncing right now. Watched her older sister.
Hi, Noah. Your word is itriferous.
May I have all the information?
Itriferous. There are no alternate pronunciations. This word is an adjective. It's formed from a Swedish geographical name plus a Latin-derived element. Itriferous means bearing or containing the trivalent metallic element with atomic number 39 or related elements. As in, many of the lunar rocks collected during the Apollo program were itriferous.
Itriferous. Y-T-T-R-I-F-E-R-O-U-S. Itriferous.
That is correct.
Another example of how interdisciplinary the spelling bee can be. You know your periodic table? It would help a lot with that word.
Depredation. What is depredation? A, advancement to a higher rank, position, or level. B, the act of plundering or pillaging. C, turning aside or swerving. Depredation.
B, the act of plundering or pillaging.
That is correct.
So a very impressive fourth grader, 10-year-old Noah White, advancing to round 3.
Hi, Luke.
Howdy, Vanya.
Your word is Djibouti.
Can you give me the definition, please?
Djibouti is a country of Eastern Africa on Bab el Mandab Strait, across from Yemen and on the Gulf of Aden.
Djibouti. D-J-I-B-O-U-T-I. Djibouti.
That is correct.
Luke, another returning speller here in Washington.
Your round 2 question is tungsten. Tungsten is a type of A, disease, B, clay, C, metal.
C, metal.
That is correct.
So here's where we are in the competition. 158 of these champion spellers have made it through to round 3. We now have 54 who've been eliminating. And joining us now, the bee coordinator for our Regional Partner of the Year, the Akron Beacon Journal, Laura Kessel, and our Regional Volunteer of the Year, Dr. Tom Wadsworth. Thanks for being here.
Thank you.
So, Laura, let's start with you. The bee is celebrating 100 years. And what I understand is your newspaper, the Beacon Journal, has been there since the very, very beginning?
Yes. We were one of the first 9 the first year.
Wow.
We're pretty proud of that, obviously. We've had 5 champions throughout the history. I'd love to have number 6 come.
Yeah. And how long have you personally been involved?
About 7 years in Akron. I also run another bee, the Canton Repository bee. We're about half an hour away from each other. So,
what would you say is maybe the biggest value of being involved in this competition that people who haven't experienced it wouldn't understand?
There's a lot of levels to that. To me, one of the main ones is I love to watch the kids and see them excel and, see the group of kids that's coming up that's going to be our leaders in the future. These kids are so smart and so confident and so sure of themselves. I was never like that in school, but the tradition is important. Canton's bee also has been around for more than 80 years.
Wow.
And, that longevity is important because, we spend a lot of time celebrating athletes, which we should because they do amazing things, but we also have these kids who are doing some really good stuff.
You mean there are famous athletes from Akron? Anyone we would know?
Yeah, there's one for sure.
I've never seen LeBron in a spelling bee, but if he put his mind to it, I'm sure he'd be really good. We also have Dr. Tom Wadsworth, as I said, Volunteer of the Year. So how long have you been a pronouncer at that regional bee in Illinois?
43 years.
Woo. Why do you keep going back to that? What do you get out of it?
I keep going back because I'm not dead yet. I enjoy it that much. It's so much fun. The kids at that particular age, they're still kids, They're not yet into high school yet. They can become so much at that point. And you see that them at this cusp of life where they're about to shift into something new. And you see the best of the best at the spelling bees, kids who are really sharp. And just to be a part of that moment in their lives when they're about to experience a real championship in front of a large crowd, which is scary to these kids, but it's really gratifying for me to be a part of that.
Well, and in your role as the pronouncer, and we see it here in Washington, we just had Dr. Bailey up here talking about it. You're kind of a safety net in a way, a welcoming presence, someone who can help put them at ease. Is that a skill you've refined over 43 years?
Absolutely. It's the number one task I consider is helping them be at ease. Tone of voice has a lot to do with it. Calling them by their name, doing anything possible to help them avoid a meltdown, which can happen. But we have a lengthy 2-hour rehearsal with the kids on stage, under the lights, with the microphone. That really helps them get over the jitters. And plus, I do everything I can to help them feel like it's not a big deal. Do the best you can, and either way, you're a champion. We're proud of you.
Dr. Tom Wadsworth, our Volunteer of the Year, Regional Partner of the Year is the Akron Beacon Journal. And Laura, you said you organized the bee not just in Akron, but the Canton area as well. Yeah. What has the spelling bee meant to the community there and the students and families who've come through that over the years?
Honestly, I think it's why we still do it. You know, the kids get very excited. You know, this is on steroids, this level, but you know, the kids, they come in and, you know, the two bees that I run are very different from each other. The Canton bee seems to be younger kids, maybe a little less capable. I mean, I shouldn't say it like that, but a little less, the big words are going to be a problem, you know. The Akron bee they're coached, they're very experienced, they're older usually. So, I mean, the families are very involved, you know. They're there for them to win, you know. I mean, this is another thing you get out of it is a little bit of sportsmanship too, you know. Yeah. Because you see it here at this bee too, especially here. It's on display, the clapping and the high-fiving each other. You know, that was one of the first things I saw a few years ago when I came to the bee, is just everybody got a high five even when they were leaving the stage. It's such a welcoming place, you know.
It really is unique, especially in the competitive landscape. And you mentioned being here before. But Tom, I understand for you, even though you've been volunteering for over 40 years, this is the first time you've come here to the Nationals. Is that right?
It is, yeah.
What's your impression so far? What's made an impression on you?
Oh, it's a huge thrill. We get to see how they do things downtown, you know. And we can compare our own little bee with this bee to see where we could improve and to see where we're actually doing quite good. And I feel pretty good about the way we're doing our bee. Having one pronouncer for 43 years, we've gradually tried to improve it, make tweaks every year, and we've got it dialed in pretty good. We can still learn some things from here in Washington, though.
Yeah, are you paying more attention to the spellers or to the pronouncers?
I am paying attention to the pronouncers, believe me. I can't deny that. But I'm the spellers, too. You can't help but feel the emotion, the tension, the nervousness that's there, and then the relief when they finally get it right, or when they finally get it wrong and they know they don't have to worry about it anymore. Yeah. That's another part of it.
The emotion is captivating for all of us. So, Laura, this started 100 years ago with newspapers, and your newspaper is still sponsoring it 100 years later. So why do you think it's important for the newspaper and the community to support the spelling bee?
Well, I think that's one of the things that, you know, we learned through this process of finding out that we've been around that long. You know, I'm a newbie to the Akron bee, and the history of our bee I think, is tied to the Knight family, of the Knight Ritter family.
Yeah.
And it started, I mean, the first year, 1925, John S. Knight gave dictionaries to every kid who competed in their regional bee before the winner went to Washington. So I mean, he was a word guy, and you know, we honor that history, I think, by keeping it going, and you know, there's never been a consideration to drop it, ever.
Great example to all the other areas that do this. And Tom, you're the Volunteer of the Year, and you're representing volunteers all over the country that are part of these regional bees. Really the backbone of the operations, volunteer participation. Why would you say, for people out there saying, hey, you know what, maybe I should get involved here? What do you think is the biggest reason for the community to get involved volunteering for these regional competitions?
Sporting activities are widely supported, and communities gather around the sporting activities. But when you present the idea that, why don't we also support an academic competition? Isn't that what schools are about anyway? And I think that's a major factor that drives people to support spelling bees. It is, we say in our area, it is the largest academic competition of its kind in our entire area throughout the year. And it's a good reason to get involved and to volunteer.
Laura, any final thoughts you wanted to share that I didn't ask you about?
Keep going. We're going to keep going.
The Akron Beacon Journal is a sterling example of that. Yeah. Congratulations to you both for those outstanding awards, and enjoy the rest of the 100th bee.
Thank you, Paul.
All right, Dr. Tom Wadsworth, Laura Kessel. We've got more to go here at the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee. Don't go anywhere. We've got to finish the preliminaries and see who else makes it on to round 3.
As a legal journalist, every time I step into the Supreme Court, I am always in awe. In today's society, the law affects everyone. And that's why it's very important for people to be informed, especially when it comes to the law. I see it as a great responsibility to be able to parse out all of the information that may be wrong and bring the facts.
Avajoy Burnett, Scripps News.
For live reports, breaking news, and headlines from across the country, stream Scripps News.
His identity, a mystery.
Who is he?
His sword, lightning fast.
I challenge you!
His name,
Zorro! Zorro!
Zorro. Tuesdays starting 5/4 Central on Grid Extra.
Ion is on with 3 networks to enjoy.
Yeah, it's on. Yes!
Showtime.
You're gonna want to see this.
It's on. Ion, Ion Plus, and Ion Mystery.
Wow!
It's on.
I've worked hard all my life. I learned the secret to success is speaking in your authentic voice. And I bring that lesson to my show every morning.
Opening Statement with Julie Grant. Weekday mornings at 8, 7 Central. Only on Court TV.
Jesse Palmer?
So you do remember me, and I know you haven't been watching.
TV's expensive.
Not with Tableau. Pay once and watch happily ever after. You can record too. Learn more at TableauTV.com. It's not fantasy, it's reality.
Give me something new. I want the real you.
That is the best idea I've ever heard.
Yes, of course we can get you more.
Rex, go!
Angus MacGyver.
You know that was fun.
Just give me more.
How prepared is your family if disaster shows up at your doorstep? You can't just turn away a natural disaster. That's why it's important to go to ready.gov/plan before they show up. It has the tools and tips you need to make an emergency plan with your family. So if disaster comes knocking,
let's go.
You'll be ready to help keep your family safe.
It's just a pizza.
Yes!
Make a plan today.
Mondays. First you moved in, you banned cigar smoke and kitchen nudity.
Oscar Madison.
Just doing my daily yoga.
Felix Unger.
You're not exactly a guy's guy.
Why? Because I use coasters? I'm an accomplished photographer. Perfect, let's start shooting. And I can make a pair of tap shoes talk. What do you say, boys?
Together, they're the odd couple.
Here, hold that.
Oscar, is that coffee? I just cleaned the rug.
Better not move.
The Odd Couple. Mondays starting 7, 6 Central on Laugh More.
1, 2, 3, hold out! I am proud to be able to be on the first ever HBCU gymnastics team. This is how we'll do it! To be able to show off my talents at a HBCU is very honoring.
My name is Vanya Shivashankar, and I won the Scripps National Spelling Bee in 2015. My winning word was Sharon Schnitta. The bee has helped me in so many different facets with moving on in life, such as hard work, perseverance, camaraderie with my fellow spellers. We really are a family. To be in the Speller Hall of Fame is truly an honor. I am just so lucky to be part of this amazing organization. I would love to keep coming back to the Bee as long as they'll have me. This year I will be the co-host, and for the first year ever, I will be the first female pronouncer, which is a true honor, and I'm so excited to take my place pronouncing for the first time. This is the 100th anniversary of the Scripps National Spelling Bee, and for the last 100 years, this spelling bee has been inspiring young children and minds all across the country, and I love to see what the next 100 years has in store for us.
We're live from our nation's capital once again, bringing you the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and she's everywhere. Joining us now at the desk, 2015 co-champion Vanya Shivashankar and her dad Merle, one of our word panelists, and a guy who once sported a t-shirt that said the Bee Father as the dad of not one but two Bee champions. Glad to have you both up here. And Vanya, we just heard you're the first ever female pronouncer, and you just did it. You broke the ice. What was it like being in that role? You've done everything else here, but never that before.
You're right, I've never done that before, but it was so amazing. It was so different to be on the other side of the stage, but I had such a great time and such a great team to help me and support me along the way.
Merle, you've heard a lot of pronouncers here over the years. How'd she do?
She did well. She made me proud. Like, prouder than I felt when she won the championship.
Wow, that's saying a lot. And I mentioned that shirt, the Bee Father. You don't still have that, do you?
Right here.
Uh-oh.
He carries it with him everywhere. No, I'm kidding.
It goes with me everywhere.
Well, the first set of siblings to do it. Maybe we'll have another set this year. You guys ready to watch some spelling?
Yes.
All right, let's get back to it. Onto the stage. We have 30 spellers yet to go to the microphone as they get their spelling word and their vocab word 2 rounds at once. Who's pronouncing now? Oh, it's Dr. Kevin Mock. Here we go.
Hi, Zachary.
Hi, Dr. Sietsma.
And I'm Dr. Mock. I'm going to be pronouncing for you today.
Nice to meet you, Dr. Mock.
Great to meet you. Are you ready for your round 1 word?
Probably.
I think if you take a deep breath, you're going to be in the right headspace. Ready?
Zachary's only 8 years old, a second
Your
grader.
word is Gruyere.
Gruyere. Can I have the origin?
Gruyere is from a Swiss geographical name.
Gruyere. Can I have the definition?
It's a pressed whole milk cheese of a pale yellow color and nutty flavor, and usually with small holes.
Gruyere.
Gruyere.
Can I have the part of speech?
It's a noun.
Gruyere. Can I have a sentence?
Kelly loves macaroni and cheese made with Gruyere.
Gruyere. Are there any alternate pronunciations?
There are a couple. I have Gruyere, also Gruyere, Gruyere.
Gruyere. G-R-U-Y-E-R-E. Gruyere.
That is correct.
So on the podcast.
Maybe that'll be on the menu when he has dinner with Dr. Bailey. He said that's the celebrity he would most want to meet, and he wants to discuss
Zachary,
words with
your
him over
round
dinner.
2 vocabulary word is propulsion. What does propulsion refer to? A, the action of advocating. B, the action of driving forward. C, a sudden, strong negative reaction.
B, the action of driving forward.
Correct.
And he'll be moving forward to the next round.
We sure will. Good propulsion. And just a second grader. What was the first year you made it
Hey,
to
Alejandro.
Washington?
I was in 3rd grade.
Oh, it's got you beat.
Brouhaha. May you give me the definition, please? Brouhaha means publicity, attention, or excitement far beyond the merits or importance of its cause. Brouhaha, also brouhaha, brouhaha.
May you give me the language origin?
It's from French, which possibly formed it from a Hebrew word.
Brouhaha. B-R-O-U-H-A-H-A. Brouhaha.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like the body language, Alejandro.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is enervate. To enervate someone is A, to fill them with energy, B, to make them weak or feeble, C, to frighten or intimidate them.
To enervate someone is to B, make them weak or feeble?
That is correct.
Thank you.
And Merle, what you can think about as we get ready for this next speller, I'm sure you're often asked for B-father advice. So maybe you give us your number 1 after this.
Ready?
Yep.
Oaxaca.
Can you please repeat the word?
Oaxaca.
O-A-X-A-C-A, Oaxaca.
That is correct.
Straight to the point.
Okay, Michael, your round 2 vocabulary word is addendum. An addendum is A, a folder containing writing paper and envelopes, B, a supplementary item added to a book, C, an item to be discussed during a meeting.
B, a supplementary item added to a book.
That is correct.
So Michael moves on. What do you think, Merle?
I'm just amazed by the young spellers when they're methodical, one after the other, asking questions.
Hi, Caleb.
Hi.
Boise, also Boise. This is the city and capital of Idaho.
May I have the language of origin?
It's from a U.S. geographical name.
Boise. B-O-I-S-E. Boise. Correct. Thank you.
And I've been to Boise enough to know its inhabitants prefer that first pronunciation with the hard S to the soft one.
Okay, your word is ruminate. What does it mean to ruminate? A, to carefully think about something. B, to make a low, heavy rolling sound. C, to play a game of cards with others.
A, to carefully think about something? Correct. Thank you.
Merle, did you have to coach and encourage your 2 daughters differently when they pursued this prize?
Hi, Shreya.
At that time, yes.
Maybe you can elaborate in a minute. Let's see.
Appaloosa. May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Appaloosa, also Appaloosa. This is a noun, and it means one of a breed of rugged saddle horses developed in Western North America from stock of Spanish origin and distinguished by a mottled skin and patch of white hair over the hindquarters that is blotched or dotted with a darker color. Appaloosa is probably from an American Indian name. In vain, Kiri begged her father to buy her an Appaloosa.
Appaloosa. A-P-P-A-L-O-O-S-A. Appaloosa.
Correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is montage. What is a montage? A series of high land masses that form a ridge. B, a quick sequence of images that establishes theme, mood, or passage of time. C, an optical illusion of water that is observed over deserts.
A montage is B, a quick sequence of images that establishes theme, mood, or passage of time.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Shreya.
It's not about the spelling. I needed them to understand the etymological patterns or the roots.
Good afternoon,
Understand
Chris.
deeper into it. There are clues about words always.
Embouchure.
Can I have all the information, please?
Embouchure. Embouchure. This is a noun. It means the position and use of the lips in producing a musical tone on a wind instrument. Embouchure came from French, which formed it from Latin-derived elements.
That's the hint. For
Kirsten's clarinet playing greatly improved after she perfected her embouchure.
Embouchure.
Can you say it again for us?
Embouchure.
Embouchure.
Embouchure. E-M-B-O-U-C-H-U-R-E. Embouchure.
That is correct.
So spellers from West Texas have been impressive so far. Now his vocab.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is Squeamish. Someone described as squeamish, A, is easily nauseated, B, has a high-pitched voice, C, is short and stout in stature.
Someone described as squeamish is A, easily nauseated.
That is correct.
The time pressure of the vocab round can make you a little squeamish. This is Jara Abarquez from San Angelo.
Hi. So listen closely. Your word is beaux-arts. Beaux-arts is a plural noun, and it means arts, such as painting, sculpture, or music, concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things. Beaux-arts.
May I have all the information, please?
Sure. Beaux-arts is a plural noun. It's from French. It means arts, such as painting, sculpture, or music, concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things. After he had received his inheritance, Filbert quit his job at the firm and dedicated himself entirely to the Beaux-arts.
May I have the origin, please?
This word entry is from French. Can you say it for us?
Beaux-arts.
Gotta be careful with the.
Could I have the definition one more time?
Beaux-arts is arts such as painting, sculpture, or music concerned primarily with the creation of beautiful things.
Beaux-arts. B-O-Z-A-R. Beaux-arts.
Beaux-arts is spelled B-E-A-U-X-A-R-T-S. Great try.
Just what we were saying before about French patterns. They're tricky, though, don't you think?
Yeah, compound words are a little difficult.
Hi, Sienna.
Good afternoon.
Amuse-gueule.
Amuse-gueule. May I have all the information, please?
Sure. I have a few pronunciations. Amuse-gueule, 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 amuse-gueule. This word is from French. It's a noun, and it means a small complimentary appetizer offered at some restaurants. The server brought a small ramekin of asparagus soup as an amuse-gueule for each person at the table.
Amuse-gueule. A-M-U-S-E-G-U-E-U-L-E. Amuse-gueule.
That is correct.
Thank you.
I've seen a lot of compound words, hyphenated words. These are all on that Word of Champions list that they've had access to.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is succumb. What does it mean to succumb? A, to hold in contempt. B, to yield to a force or appeal. C, to drain a body of water.
Succumb means to yield to a force or appeal.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, on this word, there were 2 roots we would have gotten into from Latin.
Good afternoon, Chev.
Good afternoon.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Your word is railleur.
May you please repeat the word?
Railleur.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one, railleur.
May you please define the word?
Railleur means one given to good-natured ridicule.
May you please repeat the word?
Railleur.
Railleur. R-A-I-L-L-E-U-R. Railleur.
Correct.
A lot of French in this round, it looks like.
Oui, oui.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, shenanigans. What is another word for shenanigans? A, pranks. B, slogans. C, harmonies.
Another word for shenanigans is A, pranks.
That is correct.
In that instance, Chef's spelling word and
Thank
vocab
you.
word kind of went together.
Did you miss seeing that excitement on us when we were spellers?
Excitement, and also the heartbeat is higher.
So listen closely to this word, because it could be confused with another. Your word is cairn. Cairn is a noun, and it means a rounded or pyramidal heap of stones made as a monument or memorial, or as a landmark or trail marker for explorers, surveyors, or hikers. Cairn.
Cairn. C-A-I-R-N. Cairn.
Correct.
For round 2, your vocabulary word is minacious. Something described as minacious is A, of a threatening character, B, related to ants and their colonies, C, the color of red lead.
A, of a threatening character.
That is correct.
No messing around. No
And Merle, I introduced you as a word panelist. I don't know how much you're allowed to tell us. Maybe you can let us into that world a little bit after this speller. Evan?
Daguerreotype.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Sure can. Daguerreotype, also daguerreotype, daguerreotype. This is a noun, and it means a photograph produced on a silver plate from which a latent image is developed after exposure in the camera. Daguerreotype is from a French name, plus a part that went from Greek to French. As in, the daguerreotype was a popularly used invention in the 1800s, but its use declined in the latter half of the century. Daguerreotype, daguerreotype, daguerreotype.
Daguerreotype. D-A-G-U-E-R-R-E-O-T-Y-P-E. Daguerreotype.
That's correct.
Evan came all the way from the Virgin Islands to compete here. Wasn't going to miss that one.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, bleary. Which of the following would most likely be described as bleary? A, eyes or vision, C, temperature, B, temperature, C, fruits or vegetables.
A, eyes or vision.
That's correct.
The word panel meets 2 or 3 times a year. It's a very rigorous process.
Hello.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Okay. So listen closely, because this word could also be confused with another word. Your word is crew. This is a noun that means a private organization staging festivities as parades and balls during Mardi Gras in New Orleans.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Crew is a noun. It's from another English word taken from Latin-derived French. A crew is a private organization staging festivities as parades and balls during Mardi Gras in New Orleans. The members of the Bazin Street crew decorated a huge castle-shaped float for the parade. Crew.
Crew. C-R-E-W-E. Crew.
No.
Crew is spelled K-R-E-W-E. Great try.
Thank you. Homonyms are always so tricky. We used to have some lists of homonyms that we would study, right, Dad?
Right. We studied the homonyms separately.
Raj Pramukh.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure can. Raj Pramukh is a noun. It means the constitutional head of a state of India formed from several former princely states who is elected by a council of rulers. Raj Pramukh went from Sanskrit to Hindi. In a sentence, the administrative title of Raj Pramukh existed in India from 1947 until 1956, when new states were created alongside ethnic and linguistic lines. Raj Pramukh.
Can I have the language of origin?
It went from Sanskrit to Hindi.
Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh.
Yes.
R-A-J-P-R-A-M-O-O-K. Raj Pramukh.
Raj Pramukh is spelled R-A-J-P-R-A-M-U-K-H.
Thank
These
you.
words from Indian and Persian origins bring a certain pattern with them. The K's usually are followed by an H.
Hi, Roshan.
Hello.
You ready? Quonset.
May I have the definition?
Quonset is a trademark, and it's used for a prefabricated shelter set on a foundation of bolted steel trusses and built of a semicircular arching roof of corrugated metal insulated inside with wood fiber. Quonset.
Quonset. Q-U-O-N-S-E-T. Quonset.
That's correct.
You know, I never liked trademark words. There were never any hints for me in the language of origin, but Roshan's got it.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, forfeit. If you forfeit something, you A, carve or mold it into an appropriate shape, B, lose the right to it because of an error or crime, C, predict it will happen at some point in the future.
B, lose the right to it because of an error or crime.
That's correct.
So, Merle, you said that word panel meets a few times a year. How spirited is the discussion over what words belong and what don't?
Spirited. Every word and word information is scrutinized so thoroughly before it makes the list for the finals.
Swainsona.
Can you give me all the information, please?
Absolutely. Swainsona is a noun. It means any plant of a genus of Australian herbs and subshrubs having odd pinnate leaves and racemes of small various colored flowers with orbicular, standard, and twisted wings. Swainsona is formed in Latin from an English name. Norman wanted to plant a Swainsona at the edge of his field, but first he needed to confirm it was not a variety that was poisonous to sheep. Swainsona.
Swainsona. S-W-A-I-N-S-O-N-A. Swainsona.
Correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, stampede. A stampede is A, sudden rush of frightened animals, B, a blockage of forward progress, C, a tool for pressing a design on hot wax.
A stampede is A, sudden rush of frightened animals.
That's correct.
There was no holding that grin back for Phoenix.
Maybe after this question, you can tell us about your favorite words to learn, Greek,
Hi, Layla.
Latin, whatnot.
Risposta.
Risposta. Can I please get the definition?
Risposta in music means a restatement of a fugue's subject by a different voice, usually at the interval of a fifth above or a fourth below, immediately following the initial statement. Risposta.
Can I please get the, the origin?
It's from a Latin word that passed into Italian.
Risposta. R-I-S-P-O-S-T-A. Risposta.
That's correct.
Sigh of relief.
Everyone else exhaled in unison.
For vocabulary, your word is kudos. Why would you give kudos? A, as interest on the principal balance of a loan. B, as praise for an achievement. C, as treatment for a disease.
You would give kudos, B, as praise for an achievement.
That's correct.
Something that Vanya Shivashankar has received plenty of over the years. It was fun having your dad, Merle, here with us, too. Vanya, I was asking him questions, and you just asked him something before that last speller. What'd you ask him again?
Yeah, I want to hear from his years of coaching experience and now on the word panel. What are your favorite types of words to learn? Root words, genuses?
I like to learn words that have good roots. It's important because I think for Vanya and Kavya, both of them, it's become useful in their medical life, right? So a lot of words are made up of Greek roots. So that's been really, really helpful for them.
Well, I love the time, Merle, and thanks for taking us behind the curtain a little bit, and thanks for staying involved with the Bee. We're getting close to the end of preliminary rounds 1 and 2. Vanya, thank you. Great job as pronouncer again, making some history. I think we'll see more of you.
We'll see.
Yeah, I think so. The Scripps National Spelling Bee comes right back at you. Almost done with the preliminaries, so don't leave us yet. back to our last televised segment of the preliminary rounds of the 2025 Scripps National Spelling Bee, and welcome to Molly Becker, editorial director for the Bee. Molly, so far this year, this whole day has been amazing, but the whole Bee so far, 100th year, pretty awesome. Even that champion showdown last night that you had a pretty big role in. How fun was that?
Oh my gosh, so much fun, Paul, to watch those 8 champions get up and relive their glory days.
Yeah, and make these current spellers imagine what theirs might look like someday. Let's get back to the stage. We're almost done with this round 1 spelling word, round 2 vocabulary pattern. Just a few spellers left. So let's continue. Dr. Kevin Mock pronouncing. And our next speller is Nicholas Kohan.
Hi, Nicholas.
Hello.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Salmagundi.
Can I have all the information, please?
Sure. Salmagundi is a noun. It means a salad plate consisting of chopped or sliced meats, anchovies, hard-cooked eggs, pickled vegetables, olives, radishes, endive, and watercress that are arranged in rows for color and flavor contrast and dressed with salad dressing. Salmagundi is from French. The Salmagundi took Sarita so long to make that she took a photo of it to post on the food blog she was planning to start someday. Salmagundi.
Can you use the word in a sentence again?
Sure. The Salmagundi took Sarita so long to make that she took a photo of it to post on the food blog she was planning to start someday. Salmagundi.
Salmagundi. S-A-L-M-A-G-U-N-D-I. Salmagundi.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, celestial. Something described as celestial is A, related to the sky, B, crunchy or fibrous, C, marked by pomp or formality.
A, related to the sky.
Correct.
So Nicholas cruises on through.
Hi, Dr. Mark.
Dr. Mock.
Hi, Dr. Mark.
As in, you mock me if you call me Dr. Mark and not Dr. Mock.
Okay, Dr. Mark.
Oh, you got it. There we go.
Keep
How you doing, Vicky?
Good.
It's a hard one, so I don't blame anyone. Ready for your round 1 word?
Yeah.
Okay. Patois, also patois.
Patois. Can I have all the information?
Sure. Patois, patois. This is a noun, and it means a dialect other than the standard or literary dialect. This word came to English from French, which took it from an imitative Latin word. As in, during the 11th to 14th centuries, Parisians considered the French spoken in the English court to be a patois. Patois.
Patois. P-A-T-O-I-S. Patois.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, flourish. What does it mean to flourish? A, to thrive, B, to agitate, C, to dash off.
To flourish means to thrive.
Correct.
Thank you.
This competition allows intellectual curiosity to flourish. And Molly, that's not just for the spellers.
Hi, Vincent.
Are you like me, where you keep learning things the more you're around this?
Oh, every single day, Paul. Every single day. I'm exposed to
Llama.
brand new words.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Panchen Llama.
Panchen Llama. P-A-N-C-H-E-N-L-A-M-A. Panchen Llama.
Correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, minutia. What does minutia refer to? A unit of time containing 60 seconds. B, a small or precise detail. C, an established law.
B, a small or precise detail.
Correct.
Thank you. Hi, Mr. Mock.
Hi, Nikita.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. I love the spelling bee.
Me too.
Are you ready?
Yes.
Take a deep breath if you feel like you're not. Okay. Maringouin.
Maringouin. Could I please have all the information?
Maringouin is a noun. It came from French, which took it from Tupi, an indigenous language of the Amazonian South America. Maringouin is a small two-winged biting fly whose larvae live in flowing, usually clear streams, a black fly. The itching and swelling from the bite of a maringouin can persist for days or even weeks.
Maringouin. Does this word have any alternate pronunciations?
I have just the one, maringouin.
Could you say the word again?
Maringouin.
Could I please have the definition one more time?
A small two-winged biting fly whose larvae live in flowing, usually clear streams, a black fly.
Maringouin. Can you say the word one more time?
Maringouin.
Maringouin. Maringouin. M-A-R-I-N-G-O-U-I-N. Maringouin.
That is correct.
Thank you.
And like that, we all learned the name of an insect we never want to encounter, right?
Oh, absolutely.
For your, for your round 2 vocabulary word, curtail. To curtail is A, to wag back and forth, B, to respond in a rude way, C, to shorten in duration or scope.
Curtail. To curtail is C, to shorten in duration or scope.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Wag back and forth was a pretty creative interpretation, but just not correct. Nargiza is next.
Hi, Nargiza.
She's from Centerville, Virginia.
Kind of.
I think you are. Roseola.
Roseola, may I please have all the information?
Roseola, also roseola. This is a noun. It means a mild disease of infants and children characterized by fever lasting 3 days, followed by an eruption of rose-colored spots. Roseola is from Latin, which probably took it from Greek. The baby's appetite came back quickly after her roseola improved and her rash disappeared.
Roseola, could you please repeat the language of origin?
It's from Latin, which probably took it from Greek.
And could you please repeat the definition?
A mild disease of infants and children characterized by fever lasting 3 days, followed by an eruption of rose-colored spots. Roseola, roseola.
Thank you. Roseola. Roseola. R-O-S-E-O-L-A. Roseola.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, austere. Which of these would most likely be described as austere? A, an empty white room, B, a sequin dance costume, C, a prediction of good luck.
The option which is most likely to be described as austere is A, an empty white room.
That is correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Nargiza. Another Virginia next, from down in Norfolk,
Suhani.
the Williamsburg area. Suhani Joshi.
Lunyali, also lunyali.
Lunyali. May I have all the information, please?
Lunyali, lunyali. This is a plural noun. It means the whitish marks at the base of fingernails. It's from Latin. Jenny likes to put her thumbs together and compare the lunyali on her thumbnails. Lunyali, lunyali.
Lunyali. Can you repeat the word one more time?
Lunyali, lunyali.
Lunyali. L-U-N-Y-A-L-I.
U-L-A-E. Lunally.
Correct.
Thank you.
Molly, did you know there was a word for that?
I absolutely did not, but now we both know.
And 2 ways to say it.
Your round 2 vocabulary word, ghastly. What is another word for ghastly? A, jovial, B, terrible, C, spiritual.
Another word for ghastly is B, terrible.
Correct.
Thank you.
Suhani advancing to round 3. Next we have Rory Grant from Radford, sponsored by Radford University.
Hello.
Langrage. Langrage is a noun and it means shot formerly used in naval warfare for tearing sails and rigging and consisting of bolts, nails, and other pieces of iron fastened together or enclosed in a canister. Langrage.
Are there any alternate pronunciations?
Just the one. Langrage.
Can I have all the information, please?
Langrage is a noun. It's of unknown origin. Langrage is shot formerly used in naval warfare for tearing sails and rigging and consisting of bolts, nails, and other pieces of iron fastened together or enclosed in a canister. It was reported that Blackbeard sometimes armed his guns with langrage.
Langrage. L-A-N-G-R-A-G-E. Langrage.
Correct.
Quite ironic that language has no language of origin.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is cohesive. If something is described as cohesive, it A, has an irregular surface, B, fits together naturally and consistently, C, restrains or restricts movement.
Something described as cohesive, it B, fits together naturally and consistently.
That is correct.
Hi, Harper.
Hello.
Caracas.
Caracas. May I please have the definition?
Caracas is a city near the Caribbean coast of Venezuela.
Caracas. C-A-R-A-C-A-S. Caracas.
That is correct.
Your round 2 vocabulary word is iris. Which of the following would be called an iris? A wading bird with a curved beak. B, a tool for measuring gravitational forces. C, a play of colors resembling a rainbow.
An iris could be called a wading bird with a curved beak.
Iris is C, a play of colors resembling a rainbow.
Thank you.
Great try.
Ibis was the red herring there. It's tricky. Not a lot of time.
Hi, Declan.
Here's Declan.
Hi.
Twal.
Twal. May I have all the information, please?
Twal is a noun, and it means an upholstery and drapery fabric, usually made of cotton or linen, and printed with characteristic designs, as of landscape or florals, in one color on a cream or white background. Twal came from French, which formed it from a Latin word. When their new couch arrived, Martin and Louisa were irked to find that it was upholstered in a flowery toile instead of plain blue denim.
Twal. T-O-I-L-E. Twal.
Correct.
That's one I always mispronounce.
For your round 2
Sure
vocabulary word, indict. What does it mean to indict someone? A, to admit them to membership. B, to put down in writing. C, to charge them with a crime.
C, to charge them with a crime.
Correct.
His classmates at Snoqualmie Middle School just finished lunch, I think, back in the state of Washington.
Hi,
From West
Charvitha.
Virginia,
Hello.
we have Charvitha Sanjaya.
Ready?
Mm-hmm.
Pudibund.
Can I have all the information, please?
Pudibund is an adjective. It's from Latin. It means marked by excessive modesty or decorousness. Janelle expected her great aunt to be pudibund and was surprised when she arrived on a motorcycle.
Can you repeat the word, please?
Pudibund.
Pudibund. P-U-D-I-B-U-N-D. Pudibund.
That is correct.
Thank you.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, felonious. If something is described as felonious, it A, is characterized by joking, especially in a way regarded as silly. B, embodies something that misleads the eye or the mind. C, relates to a crime that is more serious than a misdemeanor offense.
C, relates to a crime that is more serious than a misdemeanor offense.
Correct.
Thank you.
Well done, Sharvitha. Just a few spellers left in these preliminaries.
Hi, Nirav.
Hi.
Sycidium.
Sycidium. Can I please have all the word information?
Sycidium, also cecidium. This is a noun. It means a swelling or excrescence of the tissues of a plant that results usually from the attacks of insects, mites, or other parasites, and is often distinguished by characteristic shape or color. It's also called a gall. Sycidium passed from Greek to Latin. A kind of sycidium that is produced by fungus growing on wild rice plants in China is a valuable food source. Sycidium, cecidium.
Sycidium. C-E-C-I-D-I-U-M. Sycidium.
That is correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, thespian. What is a thespian? A, horseback rider. B, an author. C, an actor.
C, an actor.
Correct.
Quick work in rounds 1 and 2 for Nirav.
Good afternoon, Ethan.
Hey, Dr. Mog.
Promyshlenik.
Promyshlenik. Could I have all the information, please?
Promyshlenik is a noun. It means a Russian trapper and fur trader of Siberia and Alaska. It's from Russian. Unlike the French, who sought beaver pelts for the European markets, the Promyshlenik sought the pelts of sea otters for trade with China.
Promyshlenik. Promyshlenik. P-R-O-M-Y-S-H-L-E-N-N-I-K. Promyshlenik.
That is correct. And Ethan, you don't need to hold the microphone.
Ethan, for your round 2 vocabulary word, tantrum. Who is most likely to throw a tantrum? A, a small child when tired or angry. B, a jockey when riding in a race. C, a major league pitcher when starting.
A, a small child when tired or angry.
Correct.
C might have applied depending on the umpire's strike zone, but I think that was the more acceptable response that Ethan gave us.
Hi, Jacob.
It's Jacob Martinito.
So listen closely to this one. Makati kati pans.
A very fun word.
This is a geographical entry, and it means a large basin containing salt pans in northeastern Botswana. Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pants, could you please repeat the word?
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pants.
What, can you say it again for us?
Makati kati pants.
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati pants. Makati kati pants. Okay. Makati kati pants.
Makati kati pans.
Makati kati Makati kati pants.
Makati kati pans. Yep.
Easy to get tripped up on.
Makati-kati-G-A-D-I-P-A-N-S. Makati kati
That
pants.
is correct.
Well handled.
Sure seems like it needs to be a song, doesn't it?
I think it'd make a good one.
pants. It sings.
Okay, Jacob, for your round 2 vocabulary word, ingenuous. Someone described as ingenuous is A, handsome, B, naive, C, sophisticated.
Someone described as ingenuous is C, sophisticated.
Someone described as ingenuous is B, naive.
Thank you.
Great try.
Look forward to seeing Jacob back next year, all the way from Appleton, Wisconsin. He does have 2 more years of eligibility, and now we have our last competitor of the preliminaries.
Good afternoon, Dr. Mock.
Good afternoon to you, too.
All the way from Wyoming.
You ready for
He's been
your
here
word?
before.
Yes.
Okay.
Eli Jernigan.
Mittimus.
Mittimus. Can I please have the definition?
Mittimus is a warrant committing the person specified to prison.
Mittimus. M-I-T-T. Sorry. I'm going to start over.
Okay.
Mittimus. M-I-T-T-I-M-U-S. Mittimus.
That's correct.
For your round 2 vocabulary word, fervently. Something done fervently is done A, at frequent or short intervals, B, in a time long ago or past, C, with a deep intensity of feeling.
If something is done fervently, it is done with C, a deep intensity of feeling.
That's correct.
Eli has been fervently pursuing this championship for a long time, and we are done with the first 2 rounds of the preliminaries. We have 183 spellers who are advancing, 59 who heard the bell. You already met Molly Becker. She's the B's editorial director, and now we have Emily Hare, editorial specialist, joining us as well. The B's going to continue off air with round 3. That's because no one wants to watch spellers on TV filling out a written test to determine who makes it to the quarterfinal. But I'm sure viewers are curious, Molly, what that's about. What can you tell us about that test?
So the test, Paul, is going to be 40 questions total, 28 spelling, and 12 vocabulary questions.
So the results of the test, now in this we saw basically sudden death. You miss a vocabulary, you're out. With that written test, maybe you can miss a couple and still make the cut, kind of like a golf tournament?
Absolutely. So we are hoping to take around 100 spellers forward into the quarterfinals. So we will be looking at the scores that get us the closest to taking 100.
Just kind of like a golf cut line.
Exactly.
So if it's 98, that's where the cut is. If it's 102, it's there.
Exactly.
All right. Bingo. Hey, speaking of bingo, I saw you're holding something in there, Emily. This is really exciting for the viewers who have always said, well, how do I play at home? And you two both, I think, have had a hand in this.
Yes.
So, Emily, what can you tell us about what you're holding right there, the Scripps National Spelling Bee Bingo? It's been like, what, 5 years you've been working on this?
5 years, yes.
Wow.
So 2020, our friends at Penguin Random House, specifically their game division, Clarkson Potter, reached out about collaborating on a way for spellers to play at home. And I believe your sister, Corey, was the first one to kick the project off. And she went on maternity leave, and Molly took it over. And then Molly went on maternity leave, and I took it over when I joined in 2023. I was happy to be part of the team to take it across the finish line. So it is what it sounds like. It's bingo. We've got words handpicked by our team that people can play either normal or advanced. I believe there's different levels here. There's spelling, synonyms, part of speech. There's vocabulary questions, just like the competition. And basically there's a questioner and then there's answerers. And they can play individual, they can play on teams. And we've mixed it up with lots of different ways for them to customize. We wanted replayability to be a big part of the game. So, yeah.
So am I guessing that you have to have, you know, a line across or down a diagonal to get bingo by doing one of the different spelling skills?
Yes, exactly. So you might pull out a card, have a question that is a synonym question, and you might have on your board synonym, part of speech, all those different categories. And if you get a synonym question, we have little B chips that you would place on the board to fill out your bingo board. And in traditional play, it is, you know, diagonal, up and down, but we have options for, you know, just up and down, just across. Cover all is one of the ones that they can do. So
Really your entire hive.
Full spectrum, so they can make it whatever they want.
And is it in the shape of a beehive? Is that
They're
what I'm
little
seeing?
honeycombs.
Little
Yes.
honeycomb. Had to be, right?
Had to be.
So obviously it's fun and people can play, but I know it's more than that, Molly. So how does the game and some of the questions and challenges in it, how does that match the priorities of the spelling bee in a bigger picture?
Yeah, so we are hoping that this inspires future spellers, inspires families to come together and really dig into how much fun language is. This is a game you can have fun with your entire family. As Emily pointed out, we have an easy level, we have a more difficult level, so you can start really young and play with people who are Scrabble aficionados, doing the crossword every day. So it's really for all language lovers, and we hope it sparks some interest.
Have you all focus grouped it with any of these spellers up here yet?
I've seen them playing it out in the Hall of Champions. All spellers received a copy of it here this week.
I'm sure it's intense too. So get it at Amazon, at Barnes & Noble, at Walmart, bookshop.org, and booksamillion.com. And of course, we're going to have to find out tomorrow who's making it through to the quarterfinals. You said about 100. Anything else about bingo that maybe the traditional bingo player would be surprised by when they get their first crack at Spelling Bee bingo?
Well, I was thinking specifically after watching the Champion Showdown last night and seeing You've Been Stung, we do have an option where once per game, spellers can spell backwards for an extra token they can place wherever they want on the board. So we have some fun twists and turns just like that in our game as well.
How are you two at spelling backwards?
When I saw last night that Shrutika had been topped by Saket to spell backwards, I would be out at that point. I would be out.
Absolutely.
No way.
We're lucky enough to have the dictionary at our disposal when we are putting together the content. Molly and I are not spellers necessarily, but...
No.
Well, I can't wait to play. Thank you, ladies, very much.
Thank you.
Scripps National Spelling Bee Bingo. Okay, so our preliminaries are done.